Maalesef Raffin. Raffin her zaman pratiklere, smoke flash çalışacağımız zaman her zaman late gelir, geç gelir. Genellikle geç kaldıktan sonra her zaman bir tane bahane uydurur. Şuradaydım, böyle oldu, şöyle oldu, hastanedeyim. Her zaman yalanlar. Yani Raffin. En ciddi Line Club. Her zaman ciddi, pratiklerde, pratik dışında her zaman ciddidir. En az şaka yapan odur. Şaka yapan, pratikleri bozan genellikle benle flex oluyor. Biz sürekli zaten aramızda sürekli şaka yaptığımız için diğer oyunculara da genellikle pratiğin ciddiyeti bozuluyor maalesef. Clutch'larda mı? Design, yani en güvenilir oyuncu Design ama benle Design kaldığımız zaman genellikle 2v5'te falan daha çok kazanıyoruz yani. Tekrar Raffin. Maalesef her zaman Raffin. Geç gelmeler, pratikleri doçlamalar yani iptal etmeler genellikle Raffin'den kaynaklı. En akıllı oyuncu Flex. Yani Flex genellikle IGL'de olduğu için yani bizden 2 tık daha fazla düşünür her zaman oyun içini. Yani o yüzden Flex. Raffin. Maalesef Raffin. Yani gerçekleri söylemek zorundayız. Raffin. Raffin'i genellikle site'a bırakırız. Yani en güvendiğimiz oyuncu o site konularında. Tek başına her türlü site tutar yani. En core olarak Raffin. Aramızda en garip olay CFS Vietnam. Vietnam'daydık. İlk gün herkes yol yorgunu. Ben Line Club ile aynı odayı paylaşıyordum. Gece saat 4 işte uyuyoruz. Her yer karanlık. Line Club bir anda yataktan kalkıp koşmaya başladı koridorda. Koridorda koşmaya başladı. Sonra dedim Club ne oldu? Şey dedi, I saw ghost dedi. Hayalet, yani ghost gördüm falan dedi. O başıma gelmiş en garip olaydır yani benim hayatımda. O geceden sonra bir daha onda kalmadım. Baisha Gaming. Baisha Gaming bana daha çok böyle takım olarak daha böyle nasıl diyeyim N9 falan var orada. Yani N9 ile oynamak isterdim aynı takımda. Onun gibi bir süperstar oyuncuyla. CrossFire 2013'ten 2012'den beri oynuyorum ama 2012 ile 2019'a kadar yani public normal bir şekilde oynadım. 2019-2020'den 2025'e kadar da hani bu şekilde kompetitif oynamaya başladım. Karşı Golden V. Genel olarak bakarsak ben Çinlilere karşı oynamayı daha çok seviyorum. Onlar çünkü daha böyle kontrollü beraber oynadığı için onlara karşı oynamak daha eğlenceli oluyor. Hedefler her zaman aynı. Her şeyi kazanmak. Öncelikle ligi kazanmak. Ligden sonra EWC'ye gitmek. Yani olabildiğince bütün LAN'lara gidip LAN'lara başarı yapmak. Hedef bu. Bizi desteklemeye devam etsinler. Özellikle Türklerden bahsediyorum. Bizi desteklemeye devam etsinler. Umarım onları gururlandırmaya devam ederiz.
Mein Name ist Erik, ich bin 24 Jahre alt, ich arbeite fest Vollzeit in der Gebäudereinigung und meine Hobbys sind Kraftsport. CrossFire spiele ich schon seitdem ich 12 oder 13 bin. Mein Nachbar hatte das mal gespielt, da habe ich bei ihm geguckt. Fand das interessant, habe auch angefangen damals auf dem NA-Server, wo noch kein EU gab. Und seitdem spiele ich das. Also meine Ziele sind auf jeden Fall Top 5 zu bleiben, weil man da auch dann drinnen bleibt in der Liga. Natürlich wäre besser in der Top 4, aber die Teams, die da mitwirken, die sind auch ganz schön stark dabei. Das Team, was ich am liebsten gegenübertreten wollen würde, wäre GV, weil da mein Rivale Creed spielt. Dem würde ich gerne zeigen, wo der Hammer hängt. Am liebsten spiele ich eigentlich gegen deutsche Teams, weil die einfacher zu lesen sind, also deren Game-Style. Gegen die ägyptischen Teams ist es ein bisschen schwieriger, weil die ein bisschen mehr Struktur haben und auch einen Coach, deswegen, also gegen Deutsche eigentlich eher am liebsten. Der beste Anker im Team bin natürlich ich, als auch genannt N9, also alias N9. Genau. In brenzlichen Situationen zuverlässig ist ein bisschen schwierig, weil wir sind erst ein neues Team. Aber ich denke mal, Chris möchte das ein bisschen unter Kontrolle haben. Nervt zwar ab und zu mal ein bisschen, aber hat das schon sehr stark unter Kontrolle. Der glücklichste Spieler ist eine schwierige Frage, auch wie gerade schon erwähnt. Wir sind erst neu. Eigentlich sind wir alle gleich schlau, also es gibt keinen schlauesten Spieler. Der ernsthafteste Spieler ist auf jeden Fall Chris, der nimmt alles zu 1000% ernst. Mit dem kann man keine Späße machen, außer wenn er selber was sagt. Dann ist es natürlich lustig, aber wenn einer selber was sagt, dann ist es nicht mehr lustig. Falsche Entscheidungen, das kommt auf die Runde drauf an, ne? Aber ist unterschiedlich, individuell. Also manchmal der oder manchmal der, das kann ich nicht ganz genau sagen. Die Witze auch währenddessen wir besprechen, eigentlich ich und Chris, ab und zu auch Nick, aber so allgemein eigentlich denke ich eher Chris und ich. Die letzte Minute Absagen hatten wir jetzt nicht allzu häufig, also jetzt in den letzten 2 Wochen war ich das. Der letzte zum Training ist unser Team-Captain. Er denkt natürlich, er ist ein bisschen was Besonderes, meiner Meinung nach, aber das heißt ja nicht, dass er zu spät kommen darf. Das Seltsame, was zwischen uns passiert ist, dass wir ein Open-Team gegründet haben, obwohl eigentlich keiner darauf wirklich Lust hatte und wir es trotzdem geschafft haben, in die Elite League reinzukommen, ohne irgendeinen Aufwand. Eine Nachricht an meine Fans: Euer zukünftiger N9 sitzt hier, wird die Elite League erobern.
Welcome back to our Analyst Desk. I am your host, Kushari, streamer, philanthropist. I just love esports, to say the least. And my analyst here, Mr. Hazim X, as well, very popular in the scene within the region. Let's try to get a recap, but first let's look at the standings, you know, like there were so many changes and shuffles that happened from last week to this week.
So many, and I'm super excited for tonight's matches because it's going to be a follow-up for yesterday's. With a lot about the standings, UNK comes to the first place, maintaining the first place. Actually, I'm not sure what's happening with ROC Esports. I'm not a big fan of the latest changes with ROC Esports. They've been on a losing streak, and I never thought I'd say something like this, but man, ROC need to change something. They are on the second place. They used to be for 3 weeks. 3 weeks in a row, the first place with no map losses. Not even a single map they did lose. It's only one map against GV, but ever since they've been on a winning streak. But yesterday and the day before, it's a losing streak for the boys.
Yeah, I mean, for ROC, it's fine. Like X3BL, very elite players, to say the least. They've been in the scene for years, and I'm pretty sure they're going to recover and bounce back after, you know, some discussion within the organization. What about GG Anubis, man? Did you see Anubis yesterday? Like, oh my god.
I mean, look, we did interview Assad, and one time we did interview Doom from Team Anubis, and he told us, remove and forget the old Anubis. It's from the past. Now it's a new page for Anubis, and I thought, okay, a new page for Anubis, meaning they would win against maybe weaker teams on the standings. But winning against ROC Esports yesterday was a surprise for all of us. The first game was a stomp, the second game was close, and the third game was close, and Anubis was super happy for this win yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it's more than a statement. They're two Egyptian titans of the scene as well in CrossFire, not just in West, in the old Elite League. To say the least, I feel like, yeah, ROC did struggle a little bit, but that's not the end for them. But Anubis definitely outshining ROC and having a very, very well performance throughout all matches. You know what I mean? And the fact that we interviewed Saad, he said it himself. He said, we're coming back and we're hungry.
Yeah.
We're hungry for this top 4, if not top 2 position, which means they can possibly contest unKnights in the future.
I mean, winning against GV, then winning against Gaimin Gladiators, and then yesterday against ROC Esports does say a lot about the team, Anubis Esports. Moving to GG, man, after the return of the King, aka Spoxy, GG has been great, winning against TBI, a clean, quick 2-0. That raises the questions, what's happening with TBI? Are they going to come back? Will we see a new TPI? Will the team finally find their identity, find their chemistry together, Koshari? I'm not sure.
I mean, let's hope so, because in my eyes, the only team that's actually contesting top 4 is GV. I haven't personally hosted and seen 999 play. Today they have a game though. TBI and Entropy. Today, I mean, Entropy and TBI are gonna play head-to-head very soon. Also today, so I'm excited. And tell me a bit about today's matches, not just predictions, but what do you think? Like, is it gonna be 3 matches? Is it gonna be quick 2-0s?
I mean, starting with the first game, it's GG versus 999. Look, we've seen both teams throughout the weeks, but we've seen GG recently, yesterday against TPI, a quick 2-0, like I said, a super quick 2-0, not
exceptional performance.
One game I think lasted for like 9 minutes or something. It was a clean, I'm the better team, sorry TPI, we're just better, and GG did get the win. Now, for 999, they've been struggling a bit within the previous weeks. They did not find their identity. You don't get the normal, typical 999. You want to see more of CRS, more of QGK, more of the boys, PYK from Team 999. So they've been struggling, but their hope's still there. And listen, if you can win against GV, which Triple Nine did in the no, they didn't win a single match.
No, they haven't.
But they were
they had
close.
one close game, yeah. I
Yes,
think it was
exactly.
against GV, but it's the same struggle just like TBI is. They
True.
might take game one, especially if it's their favorite map, and not being able to push through and figure out like
True.
how to sustain a win and how to keep the mental strong, whether you're at a lose streak or a win streak.
I mean, sadly, due to technical issues, they had to forfeit the last 2 matches for them.
Yeah.
But a comeback is a comeback. And there is nothing better than a story of a dark horse that is going, that he wants to come back from that death, man.
I mean, they're still professionals at the end of the day, and here we're looking at the key players. Man, Spoxy, I salute you, honestly.
Yeah.
How much impact he does have on a game, to say the least. Not to undermine Dane as well. What do you know about Dane? What can you tell me?
Man, then from Triple Nine, the only gameplay we've seen from this guy, he was clutching left, right, and center. Even the 0.61 KDA, it's not that high, but it's surely impactful within
It's
the game
decent,
that
yeah.
within the games that we saw from him. Most of the rounds from Triple Nine came through Dean. I think the guy has a lot of potential, but we need to see a lot more from him. I mean, I hate the generalized talk. I want to see more gameplay throughout both sides, not only Triple Nine, but also
You don't want it
GG.
to be one-sided, like you said. I
Exactly.
mean,
I hope
Triple
so.
Nine does have pro players, and some of them have a very long
Insane,
history,
man,
to say the
CRS
least.
and
Yeah,
QGK
100%.
and now Dean. But you just have to remember what happened yesterday with Team GG, man. We can't forget how TBI got destroyed.
I think it's just going to be a bit hard because Triple Nine hasn't played the last 2 games, and maybe this
True.
feels like their first game
And
in
GG
more
just
than
played
2
yesterday.
weeks. You know, so yeah, exactly. GG has the momentum, they have the rhythm, they have been fighting for it, and even during the interview, you know, they told us like this isn't just the only aim that we have, which is Crossfire West. No, we're
Exactly.
looking for the international tournaments as well, as they did win last year in Season 2, 2024.
Thing is with
the split.
Team GG, it just wasn't a normal performance yesterday. It was full of clutches, full of snipes. Spoxy was just doing Spoxy
All
things.
over the place, yeah.
All over the place. Leon Klo was just clutching left, right, and center. The rest of the boys are just there. So I'm scared to Triple Nine, honestly. But they must have prepared a lot.
100%.
I mean,
They've had time to do their homework and to
Yeah.
observe GG's maps and their gameplay and who their entries are and who their sniper is, which
Yeah,
is
they
a
pen-
formidable player in the EU region as well, and
Exactly.
MENA.
Exactly. That's why I'm super excited for Triple Nine. I think they have a lot to show, and I think, man, they need to show us some good
I hope so.
gameplay.
I'm excited.
Because their first match, they did pull up some good gameplay, but they did lose the match at the end of the day. It was not enough for them. I mean, we do have another 2 good games. Entropy versus TBI. That's
going to
something
be
to look
interesting,
for.
yeah.
Exactly. Especially
100%.
that TBI need any win at this point.
I mean, they both need wins, you know. If looking back at Entropy and TBI, they struggled a lot, but I can't see, I don't want to see them in the top 4. I mean, the bottom 4, you know what I mean? I'd like for these teams, whether old or new organizations, to push through and manage to compete with the titans of this league.
Especially that TBI had not the best start, but it was a start that can tell you that it has a potential for us to grow, potential for us to climb the standings, climb on the league, maybe get the top 4. They did win the match. After this win, I thought to myself, okay, TBI, you guys got a good future. Anyways, let's come back to our game, GG versus Triple Nine, and jumping right into the map draft. So we have Compound as the first map. If we have GG, you have Compound. Port is the second map from Triple Nine, and the decider is the default Ankara.
Yeah,
yes,
that's gonna be interesting. I can't wait, you know. And these are some of my favorite maps. Personally, I love Ankara, man. Even though I feel like it's banned, I don't know the numbers, but it feels like it's banned 90% of the time. You know, and Eagle Eye being banned by Triple Nine, I think they did watch the previous games for GG, and they know that GG, both on defense and offense, play that at such a fast tempo that within 30 seconds of the round, you've lost 1, 2, maybe 3 members.
Yes, I love the ban from Triple Nine on Black Widow. It's a favorite map for Team GG, but GG did big Compound which we saw already before from Team GG. They do play great on compound, and they know its secrets, and they know the angles. See, thing is with the map, if you give Spoxy a good map, he's good with it.
Yeah, he's gonna
ready.
find his own game style, hopefully. And I do, at the end of the day, I like both teams, and I haven't personally hosted for 999, but I did do my due diligence and homework, and I can tell you, this is not a team to underestimate, nonetheless. And they all seem very well prepped and prepared. You know, you can see game face is on, and they're ready to go into this game, and so are we. And I hope we get into it soon, because I'm anxious, man.
Yeah, I mean, for 999, all eyes on you guys. As much as it's pressuring to say, but all eyes on you guys. They really want the win. They really want to achieve themselves, and they want to show the world why are they on the A teams within the West League. And for GG, Flex, Zane, Spoxy, the rest of the boys are just here to continue this winning streak, especially after yesterday games. They are on the flow state. They are ready to take down another team and make themselves victorious once again.
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, I don't really want to give a prediction. I have to see game one first, especially with the map decided.
I feel you.
Thank you, Hazem, for your insight, and I'd like to take it to our casters, Mr. Trav and Elvish guy.
Let's go.
Good luck, boys.
Thank you very much, Kashari. We are back. We're here for more Crossfire action. I'm alongside my good man Jordan, who we've done quite a lot of Crossfire with in the past. We're back together. I'm looking forward to it. You say you don't want to make a prediction. Unfortunately, I'm going to get straight in with one here. If 999 even get a map, I think it'll be quite a bit of a surprise, Mr. Elfish guy.
I would definitely agree with your prediction. I will say before we get too deep into the whole discussion around the game, the boys on the desk today looking absolutely drippy. So shout out for the styling. We've rocked up in t-shirts as is pretty standard on the caster desk. So we kind of let the team down a little bit. But look, yeah, I kind of agree with you, Trav, and I will caveat this again by saying, yesterday, in this exact moment, when we came back from the Analyst desk at the very first game of the day yesterday, they sort of were indicating, oh, 2-1. They're expecting ROC to win against Anubis. Neo and I were like, oh, no, it's going to be 2-0 for ROC. They're like the best team, blah, blah, blah, blah. Then it ended up being Anubis that won. So what do we really know? But look, I do agree with you, at least with your sentiment. At this stage, we may see things change up, obviously, as we get into this game. Yesterday, there was a couple of surprises. Could there be some surprises today? We can certainly hope so, but 999 are not having a particularly great time so far in CFWL. And on the other side of the coin, Gaimin Gladiators looked fantastic yesterday. So, you know, you put 2 and 2 together, I think it pretty much makes 4 in this instance.
Yeah, without a doubt. You know, 999, of course, they're the team that came up through the Open Leagues, if I'm not mistaken, right? So they're always going to be the underdog over the course of the entire season. You have that, like, Entropy, TBI, GV set of teams who are probably going to be fighting for that bottom 4 over the course of the season, and you know that Gaimin Gladiators are always going to be a roster that will be in that playoff conversation. So they're underway. Let's see if 999 can show any form in this series, or if Gaimin Gladiators get the expected result to go their way and continue their push. There are a few games behind, it deserves to be said. The other teams in the league, they've got 11-6 record right now, whereas ROC are 13-5, unKnights are 14-2, of course, with their maps won. Gaimin Gladiators overall 5-2. So yeah, they need to make that probably most likely 6-2 today, because it's we get them closer to that ROC Esports level already. First couple of picks have come through for Spoxy, and Minchen already is struggling. He'll get one, but will go down straight away after. Quick opening round. Again, you mentioned to me in the pre-game, Jordan, that rounds have been a little bit speedier of late.
Yeah, and I'm not necessarily sure what to put that down to, but I think if you would go back and look at 2024, we had some extremely slow games just from the style that the teams were playing, not necessarily because they went to 3 maps or because they were super close maps. It was just very, very slow play using the entire timer.
Yeah.
And that's fine stylistically in some cases, but I think in the past, prior to 2024 and maybe even prior to sort of 2023 onwards, we did have traditionally quite a bit of a faster style out of Crossfire, and I think we've sort of somewhat started to come back to that a little bit this year, but it is early days, obviously. But I think especially when you're a team like Gaimin Gladiators, you're feeling confident, you've come off of a pretty big win yesterday, you're going up against 999, you should know, you should be very comfortable that we're probably just the better team here. So, you know, let's not waste too much time. Zane has ordered out Chris here, but he's not going to be able to trade him down. So a little bit of a whiff coming through. Opens up the door for a triple. Triple 9 are actually looking to find themselves their first round on the board.
That's pretty nicely done. Nice control there by Chris. And that means he's probably won the round for his team. But you can never say that for certain when Spoxy is the last one alive. He's in a 1v3. He's already found the first. And he's still full health as well. Problem for him, and sure, there's a silver lining that there's time on the clock to work with, but the C4 is under the possession of the 999 side, and Spoxy's not going to hear or realise that Chris is up close, and that's a great round to start the campaign for today, at least, for 999.
Yeah, a little bit of a mishap for Gaimin Gladiators. I did hear a pause coming through in that round, but looks like maybe that's been cancelled. So we'll jump straight into round number 3. And a fairly similar setup from Gaimin Gladiators as they're once again going to try and pressure pillars. Take that area of the map pretty early on in the piece. I'm a bit concerned about Chris here. He's just solo pushing in mid and will be very vulnerable, obviously, and taken down by Raffin as a result.
We're a bit overconfident from that previous round he had, trying to catch Gaimin Gladiators off guard again. Or he did it once, thinking he can do it again, but defaults usually cover that sort of a push. That's exactly what Gaimin Gladiators set up for. And the opening works in their fashion eventually. Mostly focused on the outskirts of A at the moment. C4 waiting in mid with that position of Min Chen, kind of holding and listening for both. Trying to realise what sound cues are coming his way. Dane is also in the right line, but he goes back to check, and yeah, Flex will punish him for that. He's all down to Min Chen. He gets run down by Raffin. That's the expected result there. QJK has been spotted. And they now can try and keep them at bay while they herd the C4 over.
This is a bit more of a return to normalcy as far as Gaimin Gladiators are concerned. Dane picking up QJK, and it's just big left here for 999 with you'd think probably not going to last for too long. They're going for the knife Spoxy, being a little bit naughty, but Gaimin Gladiators will get through this round pretty comfortably. And yeah, I mean, we're 3 rounds in here, Trav, and I've got to say, we're at that point where I think it's fairly obvious that Gaimin Gladiators are looking quite comfortable at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, they look very relaxed, don't they? I mean, they know that they'd have to severely underperform to drop a game here. You know, 999 have had a couple of forfeit wins, of course, due to various situations. Forfeit losses, sorry, due to various situations. So we haven't seen them win a single game so far this season, whereas Gaimin Gladiators are always a roster you expect to see in that playoff conversation. And right now this season, I think, you know, Anubis and unKnights are always the 2 that I expect to be, you know, causing teams like Gaimin Gladiators issues. But right now, you know, unKnights are looking pretty stunning this season. So they are going to be harder to stop than ever before. Great nade onto Flex. That gives them an opening to work with, though.
Ooh, Spoxy. Not able to land that shot. Once again, Gaimin Gladiators taking Pillars control. This seems to be the game plan on the Blacklist side at the moment. Take Pillars early, and then figure things out from there. Obviously, job much more difficult, having lost Flex, who has been the performer so far today for Gaimin Gladiators. C4 also sort of on the A side of the map, so it doesn't seem as though we're going to get a B finish, at least not through Pillars. It may end up just being a mid 2B.
That smoke could be a little bit awkward for Dane, but he does scope in on the right angle and sees the nameplate, most likely. Great catch on Raffin. That gives him a 5 versus 3. Dezane trying to force his way in to get something back in this round. Actually does catch Chris trying to fall back, but BYK is there for the quick trade. They've now spotted out where Lion Claw is. It's a duo you have to be very wary of, even with time now ebbing away. Main problem, of course, is again, same as before, C4 is dropped in a difficult position. Spoxy has to maybe push through a double-held area, but he has actually managed to pick it up. If he takes that kill, that is the one that could change the round.
Indeed. C4 is going to go down, and it's a long rotation to come here for 999. through the smoke, but Lionclaw waiting for that. It's a perfect setup from Gaimin Gladiators, at least in that small engagement. Meanwhile, BYK, he's got no idea really where he should be going here. He's spotted out Spoxy. They think he's still over on B, which is interesting. He's going to get on that defuse. He's going to sit the D.
He's won.
What is going on here? What's going on here, Trav? Explain that to me.
What? Why did they just leave? Why did they just leave the site? QJK is laughing, but they're all giggling. Why not? They did so much hard work there to bring that round back into an advantage and an afterplant, and then they just don't cover one of the biggest rotating positions.
I think they just thought he was still B for some reason.
That is crazy. Wow.
Yeah, that is wild. That is wild.
Bit embarrassing for Gaimin Gladiators, that one, I think.
I thought, I was like, maybe they know something that I don't. That they're close enough to hear the defuse, or that they can get over there in time. Even if they would have heard the defuse, I don't know that they got there in time to get the kill. Just a wild setup all
No,
around.
you're right. They would have not been there quick enough. I completely agree. Would have taken them like second too late to reach it.
Anyway, it's bygones be bygones. Chris, you need to be careful here, putting some shots in the direction of Spoxy, but not landing too much. He'll try and just run out, and that proves to be a fatal mistake. Spoxy looking for more, but it's going to be Raffin this time that will get the job done on to Dane. An assist at least for Spoxy, and now the A flood is in effect, and Gaimin Gladiators look locked in this round.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be trolling this one. Maybe that previous round did force them to lock in a little bit further. Who knows? It was a great round there from Gaimin Gladiators. A bit more trade-based, more pack-based as well. They stuck together, which was the main important thing, which worked a little bit better. Immediate hit back. Spare the blushes of the previous round.
Well, I can see a massive hole in the defense right now, and it would be a mid to B. 999, so we're starting to filter away from Pillar. I don't mind that as an adaptation from 999 to start with that setup. I don't know that it's going to work out for them. This may blow up in their face. Lionclaw watching for the push of Chris. He's going to let him back out. And Gladiators not moving too promptly into Pillar to try to cut that off, so taking it slow.
No, they've actually moved up closer to mid now. Have 999 try and cover off these angles, actually get two players in position. So we could have a big brawl coming our way in a moment. Big swing will come through. Lovely first bullet from QJK, but Lionclaw will trade it, and that's when Raffin pushes forward. Didn't peek at the same time, of course, and that means that one player is isolated. Minutes to go. They are being held back, but at the moment, yeah, that's probably the important one from Flex. He's found Chris and BYK, even though they're getting some kills back in response. He needs a couple more now, does Dane. On the retake, would be a 1v3 total. C4 is down. Spoxy set up with Lionclaw. And Dane is going to have to somehow jiggle this angle out, somehow pre-fire Spoxy's position. And he's not going to be allowed to do that.
Not getting past Spoxy on a line like that one. Spoxy was looking really, really good yesterday as well, and kind of maintaining that form into today. Really positive sign for Gaimin Gladiators going through this season. And it's a conversation that Neo and I were having yesterday that obviously with ROC looking a little bit shaky, they've lost their last couple of games, one to Anubis and one to unKnights. There's a bit of a gap at the top of the standings now in CFWL that a couple of teams are going to be looking to move into. The most obvious name at the moment being unKnights sitting at the top of the leaderboard. But Gaimin Gladiators have always been that team that's kind of been second fiddle. And I feel like this could be their season where they may actually be able to properly knock ROC off of that top spot.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it always was those two that felt like that was the battle. It was 3BL and LCK before the org change came through, of course. But yeah, we'll have to see. This round is going to be still pretty tight, though. But a bit of a, again, significant brawl in that middle area. Look at all the X's on the radar right now. Leaves Dezane in a 1v2, and QJK as well, walking about as wounded as he could possibly walk. So it's very winnable for him. Right now, not aware that the B site is totally clear. They're mostly focusing on A right now. That's probably the right thing to do when you've got a teammate so low. Stick together, play a trade-based retake. Just wait for the information about where exactly he is, and there is that information they need. So they're going to try and go in together, but Dezane, he might feel like he needs to play a little bit more aggressively, considering he's got 2 players to find, not just 1. And now he hears a couple rotating in. There's JK, he's down on the ground already, and he manages to hop down before Dane manages to trade. Now it's awkward for him, and his repositioning is perfect. That's what we expect from a player like Dezane.
Yeah, I was going to say, you just get the sense that he might actually be able to make this one happen. He played it perfectly, didn't he? Little off angle to hold that opening to B. Gets such a clean shot. This is exactly what I'm talking about. That off angle, clean kill onto QJK. That is how you need to start a clutch like that one. And that's what makes it possible. Great execution from Zane in the end. And Gaimin Gladiators continue to motor through this map of Compound at the moment. 5 on the blacklist side. Look, some of them have been close. Some of them have been a bit touch and go. But when your scoreline's 5-2, it still says a lot.
Yeah. And I think there's a good argument that the fact it's not 6-1 is pretty ridiculous after that one round we watched. So, yeah, we all know which one we're referring to. Good work from Gaimin Gladiators thus far. Would be surprised if this was anything other than a 2-0. 999. Not on the level of Gaimin Gladiators, but have been battling in the games they have been able to play that so far this season. They've actually, I think, had an opportunity in a couple of series to keep it close, and they have been doing so on a few. Always a very British thing, I feel like, to support the underdog. It's been the thing for many, many years in regular sports in this country. But I'm not sure we'll get much hope for it today. We shall see. 4v4 in this round. Make that a 4v3. That's a great pick from Flex, and that gives them an opportunity to go toward A, because they've already got Flex going for a bit of control on the site, even though the C4 is not close yet. We'll go for it now. Flex is having a duel with Minchen in the meantime. This is awkward, and actually, in the end, does get removed. But he's got 3 more players to find. Good damage done, and a resmoke to keep himself alive for maybe 1 second longer. Actually wasting a great amount of time right now is Minchen for a rotation to come through, but eventually he does get found.
One player going down. And DYK, they don't have an unwinnable round here ahead for them. Chip damage onto all of those Gaimin members, but Gaimin have been so sharp that you question whether or not 999 are even going to get to have a shot back in, and they don't. Gaimin Gladiators win themselves another.
Dezane solid again, even though it wasn't a clutch. He had teammates around him this time, but got it spot on, as we expect of him. The 2 finishing frags. We telegraphed a bit of extra aggression here coming in there, 999, when Raffin was pushing forward toward him a bit faster than some of the previous rounds, so falls away pretty quickly. Yeah, another good mid-round there in that previous one from Gaimin Gladiators, really understanding what's open at what time, even though Flex did die to Minchen in that situation. Oh, he knew everything. He knew Dane was in there. Great catch from Flex. But yeah, even though they did have a long duel versus Minchen, they realised that he was the only one there, and could easily be traded.
Well, again, another round that should be converted by Gaimin Gladiators, and you can convert this into a 7-2 half. That is definitely a half that should then be turned into a pretty comfortable map victory. The way things are going, we're off to really a bit of a flyer to start off day 2 of this week. However, 999 have other ideas. C4 solo in mid now, gets picked up there, Lion Claw falling, and even though they've got some semblance of control on the A side there, Gaimin, they ultimately are going to have to go back to plan B, and first of all, that involves retrieving the C4.
Yeah, it's being held with both hands, it feels like, at the moment by 999. Have 2 players holding each side of it. They have to have one of your 3 watching a big flank, perhaps, and that is what they're doing. Is he ready for these headshot angles to be faced, though? And Dezane will find one. Now, actually, it's only Chris here to hold the bomb. 30 seconds. We do have a crossfire finally coming in from BYK. He's now on the right line for it, but Flex is so difficult to face in these situations. 20 seconds left, trying to jiggle with it, and now he's finally picked up the C4. This is now awkward. I would imagine he'd go for the frag rather than the plant, but it actually might be allowed onto the site. It's a battle of the pistols. Oh, even more damage is done. But the time has to force him into a plant. And it will eventually. But it does mean he can still draw his pistol on a good timing. It's the back and forth between this headshot position, which is so awkward for BYK. They're both pretty much 1 bullet from death, it feels like.
Oh, I love it.
And the repositioning, I agree, is really good. I don't think BYK has any idea that Flex has gone so far back on this angle. He thinks he's like directly underneath him still. Or close right, close left. Could be either. 16 seconds now. There's a long-range angle from Flex, but does he have a sight line on the C4? I'm not so sure. He's going to go for a tap now, and now they know where each other are. Crazy 1 versus 1, and I think BYK has pulled it off.
Yeah, I think he's just got the time for the defuse here. That was a good effort, though, from Flex. Still, 999, they do manage to grab themselves at least 1 round at the back end of the half there to salvage that score somewhat. 6-3. Definitely a much better look than 7-2. I'm almost surprised that Flex just holds in the position there instead of backing up and trying to give himself a little bit more space in the clutch. If he could have played a little bit more time there, he just wins that round. But either way, it doesn't matter. As he starts off the second half really nicely. Not quite able to double down, but sets it up for Raffen for success anyway.
I wonder if he could have diffused, like, not directly behind, obviously, but just, like, hide his player model behind one of the servers to diffuse it there. If that could have been also an option. In the end, the kill worked too, but if that's what Flex was worried about, right? He could diffuse out of his sight line, maybe. Who knows? Anyway, second half is underway. That is now ancient history. 3v3. Straight into the action. C4 will be recovered outside A. A lot of the action's already gone down toward that exact position, and Dezane does go looking in mid, but no success on this occasion.
Well, the success is starting to dwindle for 999 as Dane picks that kill up. It's still a bit hanging in the balance here. Dane, even off timing there. Chris, though, not able to land his shots, and the reinforcements come through in the form of Lion Claw. So, Gaimin Gladiators are able to hold on to that round. It was a bit tighter than I would have thought, though.
Yeah. Thankfully, the rotation came in very late, but in good timing. Already, we've got the push-up from Dezane in mid. Very common to go for this, but you've got to be ready for it, and Minchen wasn't. Thankfully, it's a really good trade from Dane, even though it's maybe half blind. You want to judge that from the kill feed. Spoxy's willing to fight in the open. That's how much confidence he's got, but then Flex tries to help out. That means BYK catches him. So, okay. Another advantage to work with. One they have to close.
Yeah, interesting position though for Lion Claw. Not sure that that was 100% expected, though he's probably up the creek without a paddle right now, as there's multiple members watching for him. Spoxy, form in hand, hoping that he can potentially catch the C4 in transition, as we've just seen is going to be the case. He wasn't, again, prepared for Chris. I mean, that was a weird round. People just everywhere, all over the place. 999 come away with the win, though, and starting to salvage the score somewhat, make it look a little bit more respectable.
A nade fight in mids. Not anything coming back Gaimin Gladiators' way in this round, because we're going something faster. For something faster outside A, and it works pretty early on, but Flex holding the line. How has he got 3 from that? That's crazy. Oh, the star power of Gaimin Gladiators always seems to show up with some play like that over the course of a map in Crossfire. They've got a 3v1, they know where QJK is, and he's a dead man.
Oh, he ran out of bullets.
Yeah.
Raffen gets away with it. Should have been dead every day of the week, but this was crazy from Flex. Look at this last shot. Oh
Transfer.
my god.
Like a pixel of the head showing, maybe?
Yeah. 8-4. So it leads back out once again for 999. Starting to get to the dying end of Compound for them, I imagine.
Flex already opening the round. Dane will go down. And Raffin is ready to peak on the timing as well. Almost catches one on the rotation round. Sure, they managed to get a plant down because of the aggression that came in from Gaimin Gladiators across the map. They realised where the opening was, but doesn't mean they can hold on to the site. Raffin's already run down QJK. And now, oh my goodness, it's still going back and forth. It's still a world where they can pull this one off and keep this game in contention. Because time is now ticking down quite low. The clock above their heads right now, Gaimin Gladiators, and they're trying to force their way in. Another 1-for-1 though, which means it's all down to Chris. He finds one and a quick headshot on the second. Well played. Still alive in this opening map.
A couple of the clutches going the way of 999. So I guess there's one thing that you can say is that they're not individually out of this game. It's maybe just more of the overall team aspect. Like, playing a dangerous game, wandering around in no man's land. Will be forced back, but not before that first pick did go the way of Gaimin Gladiators, which is something that they fairly consistently had this game and haven't always necessarily been able to convert on. So, to be honest with you, I think an 8-5 scoreline here, if this even ends up going 10-5, is maybe not representative of how one-sided this could have been for Gaimin Gladiators if they were 100% locked in. But I just don't think that they're like super locked in at the moment.
No, I agree with you. I think there's a couple of mistakes that have been very evident that could have made this scoreline a lot more dominant. Yeah, everything can't be perfect all the time. Not reality. Just a few ones you wouldn't expect from them, I suppose, is the main reason. But anyway, Flex will once again get the opening. And then in a 5v3, we've got pretty much solid control of mid, but they are looking to fight for it. Maybe fighting for it is a bit overly aggressive, but it doesn't matter when you've got Raffin who can make a play like that. That's 2 for him and 1 for Spoxy to finish off the round. Now 1 away from taking an expected opening map. I think 999 have fought well, as you say, in those close situation clutch rounds, but there's always a bit of a skill diff in this game overall.
Well, 4v4 to kick this one off, what might be the final round of the map. Raffin kind of hoping that they're going to come in his direction through that smoke. He's prepared for it, but now deciding to back away into that A site. 999 essentially, at least at the moment, being given mid. Raffin moving back into that territory alongside Lion Claw. 2 players set up. Nice crossfire as well. And 999 look like they might be walking into it.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to win these duels from this position, I think, unless Gaimin Gladiators overpeak a tiny bit. But again, the timing peak from Raffin in these mid areas, that close angle, he's been loving going for those the last couple of rounds and throughout the majority of this second half, to be fair to him. Very good at it. Now the C4 is also disconnected from his 2 teammates right now. It's awkward for BYK, and Chris will just get taken down anyway. This could be where this particular map ends. Foot's been spotted. Close range sniping will bait Raffin in. And he's BYK on his own in mid. Somehow doesn't get taken down by Lion Claw. Maybe a little bit lazy on that final spray, thinking the game was done, but it is now.
Yeah, that was feeling like an inevitability for a little while, wasn't it? Gaimin Gladiators came out the gates very, very strong on Compound and kind of walked their way through that. At the end of the day, though, 999... I'm getting to see Lion Claw's desk. 999, maybe just not quite up to the task. I think individually you definitely saw some good stuff from them, some okay clutches here and there. They sort of took it to Gaimin Gladiators in some of those moments, but at the end of the day, just you got this kind of like aura, I guess, from Gaimin Gladiators that They were easily the better team, and it was, yeah, just a matter of time really before they finished that map off.
Yeah, I mean, that's the reality of the situation, right? I mean, there's a couple of mistakes we can talk about. That one round where they just leave the bomb planted and no one actually covering a particular angle. That was a weird one for sure, without a doubt. But I think to be fair, that was an expected performance, and I'm expecting more of that on map 2, of course. But firstly, back to the desk to see if they're impressed with what they saw.
Thank you guys so much.
We surely are impressed, to be honest.
Definitely, yeah, and great casting, by the way. The thing is, I don't think it was as one-sided as everyone expected.
Man.
5 rounds and one kind of ninja, if you want to call it a ninja, because they managed to somehow they left the site and they got taken. But anyways, could you break down like the initial prospects that you see that's going to happen, that just happened and it's going to happen in game 2?
I mean, for the Ninja Diffuse, I really loved it. It was a 2v1. Honestly, I thought the game was going to be like TBI's yesterday. I'm not going to lie, man. I thought it was going to be more of a one-sided game from GG's side, especially after we see him against stronger teams such as TBI. But no, man. And that's the thing about 999. They do have strong individuals. They do have solid players, talented players such as CRS. 15 kill. You don't get a lot of 15 kills
Pretty
nowadays.
decent, to say the least,
So decent, man. Even though I thought when the side switch happened and 999 will play as attackers, not defenders, I thought I'd see more from 999. But honestly, GG have solid defense. Thing is about GG, when they play defense, they know how to push. They are never scared of any team, and that's what I love about them. They are always in the middle. They are pushing the attackers, and I've said this tons of times. The thing is about GG, they love to push when they are defenders. They love to break down this boring routine of rounds where defenders play default and the attackers try to get first blood and then start enter the set where they get the first blood in. But no, for GG, they always try to find their killer within the B side, A side, and try to push, try to lurk. And man, Flex is a scary guy, man. I would never ever want to play against a sniper like Flex.
Yeah, and you can tell the entries were on point, to be honest. And if the first entry or second entry managed to die, they would still at least get a trade. And you can tell the in-game leader, there was so much communication going around within the game. All the angles were kind of closed off, you know, on both sides, attack and defense. And you were watching the highlights, you can tell this felt like a walk in the park for GG. They seemed calm, cool, composed. They just wanted to secure this, and just like the casters highlighted, the only way they would throw this is if they really underperform.
Exactly. One thing I hate about team 999, 999 is there is one fatal error that happens repeatedly.
The early death.
Beside the early death, they don't have to trade. They don't trade their teammates. When it's a 2v1 situation, they always go one by one. One by one. One dies, and then after 1 minute, another guy jumps in and dies again. And that's not how it goes with clutches. So let's take round 11, for example. It was a 2v1 scenario. I think it was Flex against both CRS and PYK. So it's an easy scenario for PYK and CRS.
Just double peek.
Exactly, thank you. Double peek. One will die. I will get him as easy as it gets. But no. For some reason, they decided BYK to enter and 1v1 lane claw and then dies. Then the other guy enters and dies after him, which made me question what's going on with Team 999.
Yeah, and I feel like in all the matches I've watched so far, not just in this league, there is a big tempo element at the end of the day. If there's no timeout called when you're 4 rounds down, you have to call a timeout and sit and discuss and correct these errors and add insight, especially whether it's through coaching or the in-game leader, to restructure what's happening in the game. Because if you're 4-1 or 5-1, like the mental pressure that happens on the players causes them to start fumbling rounds that are winnable. And I felt the last thing I'd like to point out before sending it to you is there were so many rounds where Spoxy or Flex as well would get a pick, not even on entry. They would just get a pick, fall back, then 999 pushes to get some info, they kill that guy, and then they move forward and plant on whichever side.
And it happened tons of times. That's the thing that I wanted to mention. You mentioned early death from Team 999 and 0 trades from the start of the round. So imagine you start of the round 5 players against 4 players because Spoxy hunted one, or Leon Clo just went from the back and backstabbed one. Thing is, they know compound. They are better on compound. That's the straight fact. Like it or not, they know its secrets. They know where to lurk, where should Spoxy stand, and they read 999 like a book, man. The only hope for 999 is just play their map and do as Team GG did. Just focus. Don't get early trades. Don't die early. Play on the last seconds. Play more like CRS did with the clutches. I think straight up they are talented individuals with a great mentality, but just need this tiny edge where they can get the other 5 rounds to tie up.
Yeah, and speaking of that, because some of the MVPs that we did interview in the last few weeks, they all said the same thing, is they don't underestimate any team, and at the same time, that you try to not look at the standings, whether it's first place or last place. No, you go in as if this is a challenging team, and you want to perform, and you want to beat them fair and square, and I don't see anything else that's stopping them, you know. There's no technical issues, there's no ping, it's all good. Like, the rounds were just they just got outplayed.
Why I keep believing in 999 and the possibilities of 999 is because I've seen 5 rounds from them. I've seen how they clutch. I've seen how they think, especially the Ninja Diffuse round. So there is no doubt that 999 can get us to a 3rd map.
Definitely.
Why not?
I hope so. I'm always aiming for 3 games nonetheless.
Yeah, I feel you, man. It's the same for me because I want to see more of 999. If it's another scenario, another game, okay, I'd end it like 2-0 for GG, like what happened yesterday with TBI. No surprises. But with 999, a guy like CRS, he can play in an impressive gameplay. He can play as a joker for Team 999. He's always on B side as defender, and attack side he's pushing, getting the early blood, making the way clear for his teammates to enter the B side, plant the C4, and get the round. So if the other teammates from 999 play like a team and we see more of them, we can get ourselves to map 3.
Yeah, I mean, GG is performing exceptionally well across the board, and I have to give it to 999. I feel like since first game is done, whether it's a win or loss, the boys are warmed up, they're ready to go, and so are our casters. I'll send it back to you guys. Best of luck to both teams.
Thank you. And yeah, I think this one, I agree with some of the thoughts, right? It's like they actually do have some good ideas and they'd like to get themselves down and dirty in some of these like big pushes as a pack, and there are some good choices made, but we see a little bit more team play in general, like playing off each other's contact. Sometimes it is a bit individual based, like was mentioned. So yeah, we'll have to see a bit of an improvement with that maybe on map 2, because still this season overall, I know there were some forfeits in there, but they only won 2 maps in the entirety of the league. So we want to try and change that. At least even if you can't get a series, start by getting a map.
Yeah, but I mean, in saying that, I think the performance today from 999 has definitely not been as bad as I would have thought it would be, just looking at the numbers. They're a team that's 0-7. Like you said, they've only taken a couple of maps. I really, you look at that and you go, okay, they're going to get rolled. But I don't know. I don't know if you could really say they got rolled. It is one map, to be fair, so let's kind of hold our horses a little bit and see if they maybe do get rolled here on map number 2 or not. But overall, I don't think that was too bad from 999, especially considering they are a new team. A few of these players have not played at this level of competition before, so it is something that it takes a little bit to ease into, and we've sort of seen that with the rise of some of these newer players over the course of sort of, let's say, the last 24 months, kind of coming into their own in CFWL. Who knows if some of these guys on 999 might be in the next 24 months, those guys that we're talking about, and saying, okay, well, they're some of the best in the region, right? Everyone's got to start somewhere. So I'm not disappointed by what I'm getting from 999 so far.
No, that's fair. I mean, but also the argument can be, okay, well, there are things to work on. Like we're pointing out the things they can work on, which actually could get them to that position in the future, right? So I think that's good points made both ways of it, and we'll have to see how things go down now on map 2, of course. Gaimin Gladiators know they need to win this one to stay close to the top of the league. as well, so they won't be taking these lightly, even though you are playing against the bottom team, as we've said. They'll be taking it just as seriously as any other game, unless they're like, 9-0 up, then they'll start knifing people. We already saw a little bit of that on map 1 for a split second. But joking aside, here is the beginning of this second map. Dane needs to hold on, does well to find the 1, but the aggression coming through from Dezane works out in the end, and overall they've got a 4v2.
That's definitely an interesting setup from Gaimin Gladiators. You don't often see teams play that aggressively on the GR side, but already looking to try and dictate things. And for spotting out at least one of those remaining members in the middle, second one through there as well. So lots of info now for Gaimin Gladiators, but yeah, great setup initially for them on this GR side. I don't think 999 was expecting that kind of a push at all. Just got to make sure that they don't let this round slip. It is one that is very possible to drop. Spoxy with a bit of a job to do up there on a solo. And the map's been cut in half. 999 slowing things down. I don't mind that at all.
Oh, crashing. The right angle was being held there, but unfortunately just destroyed. Raffin too good. And there we go. Dezane will finish it off. I always like to see the different thought processes on this particular map as well, because often, you have teams group up in the B warehouse and then go for a big push together, and you can have those weird brawls where you have defenders on maybe one side of the brick wall and then one on the other side and dancing with the stairs, whereas A is a bit more of a try and remove the home player from the site is usually the process. So yeah, I think that Gaimin Gladiators are good at, of course, is knowing how to play these situations. And when you're wandering through mid like that, if you're Minchen, I mean, that is definitely an oversight to not check the corner. And it's going to be awkward if that keeps happening over the course of the game for sure. But Dane's doing well, and QJK has actually managed to get away with 2 trades off the back of it. So it's not just trades anymore. It is a big advantage to work with. Lion Claw is 1v4, 1 found already. He's got some utility, but now he's locked behind some utility of 999s.
Well, first kill on the Dane is what he needs, and from here it might start to become possible. Could have had some isolated duels. In the end, not able to grab that JK. Snacking a little bit. Like that. A bit of a aficionado of the old game and snack at the same time as well.
No. What's your go-to mid gaming session snack?
At the moment, I've been going for grapes.
Very
Grapes
good,
in here.
actually. I like grapes. I have these black ones, which are like really nice around this time of year. And also, you can get like candy floss and strawberry flavored grapes.
I was just going to bring up those. The berry floss flavored grapes are actually they're insane.
How is that a thing? Like, how is that a thing?
How is that a thing?
What world are we in for that to be a real? I don't know. Crazy.
But they actually taste like berry floss as well. That's the craziest thing.
I know, man. It's crazy, isn't it?
Someone told me about them. I was like, "There's no way." Like, I was like, "That's cap. That's just." It's just a marketing gimmick. It might be a little bit of a sweeter grape, but no, it actually tastes like that. Like, how is that possible? But anyway, we'll hold that thought. Otherwise, we'll go down a bit of a rabbit hole because Gaimin Gladiators once again getting involved in this round pretty early on in the piece. Chris, I don't know that he's going to be expecting Flex this far pressed. I don't know that Flex was expecting him though. To be fair, it's all a bit of a mess there in middle, but Gaimin Gladiators do come out favoured for it. 2v4 now. It's 999 are suffering.
Good clear by Dane though. And he's actually managed to get away from the trade potential of not just Lion Claw, but Raffin as well. So I think it's still a slight opportunity. Spoxy's been spotted on the site. We always know he plays his position, and he has found his 1-for-1, but quick, clean trade might give Minchen one final opportunity to win out a 1v2 here. He's got the C4 on his back. He's going to go for a swing, and he's actually caught both of them, almost looking the wrong way for a split second, but the reaction from Raffin is fast enough. Just.
That was definitely a dangerous round. For Gaimin. Only the 4 players in the server at the moment for 999, so
that's not good.
Some difficulties, but looks like we're going to be playing the round out anyway.
He's back.
We're back. Yeah, I've just been kind of keeping an eye on that because I've been seeing players drop in and out. It's only been when they've been dead previously, but
Yeah. Bro
be all
spawned in.
good here.
It's all good.
Slower approach this time from Gaimin. No aggression in B. A little bit in mid though. Flex is again having a bit of a look.
Yeah. They've been really solid with these so far, haven't they? As you say, maybe it's a little bit more unusual. Great flick up from Plex as well. That's just an instant headshot on QJK. The GR aggression, like you said, is working out really well early game. BYK does not expect the elevated position of Lion Claw either. And Raffin will finish it off. It's looking very comfortable now.
Yeah. GR-sided map though, so we have to take that into account. 4-1 the lead. I like the way that Gaimin are playing though on this GR side. They're kind of being proactive. You know, we saw the push out of the B side of the map in round number 1. We've seen them really trying to take control of middle as well. Keeping 999 on their toes. No area of the map is going to be taken for free.
Yeah, really. And maybe in a game like this as well, well, where they, of course, will consider themselves strong favourites. You could maybe argue again they're trying out extra little strats, extra little ideas of when to do certain aggressions, when to play off timing and or utility. So it can backfire, but so far it's been working really well. Lion Claw's also got 1 free kill. There's a chance he could turn it into more. Making some noise, but it does catch out Minchen in the end, and he can go back to Chris because he knows he's there. Oh, good. Well done to get that kill back because it could have been more.
Yeah, so it's cost a lot of time for 999, so just over a minute left on the clock, and they've got a lot of map territory still yet to gain. You can see Raffin's going to take another aggressive move, and he'll likely be catching Chris. Or did he see him? I don't know, but did he get past without being seen is the bigger question. I don't know that he did. I think Chris might have just spotted him. That timing could have very easily worked out for Raffin had he slowed things down a little bit, but in the end, makes a meal of it. And 999 have now got the numbers. Chris behind the box. Spoxy's not going to see him. So these pushes from Gaimin have not worked out in any way, shape or form.
Yeah, really the first round where it's completely backfired. That one will backfire from QJK though. Definitely awkward. This is not beyond the realms of possibility, but only if you manage to take that one. I think they end the round there with 2 players, 1 HP. Like literally 1 HP as well.
Yep, a little bit fortunate. But nothing that's going to unsettle Gaimin Gladiators at this point. C4 trending over towards A long, the rest of the players through middle. This is, you would think, based on the setup right now, going to end up being an A take. There hasn't actually been a whole lot of action toward A this game. It's been mostly predicated around middle. All the pushes coming from Gaimin Gladiators, but we haven't really just seen a straight up A execute, A hit. So I'm eager to see what Spoxy's going to be able to do. He hasn't been able to stamp his mark on this map of Port just yet.
Yeah, he managed to get that 1 in that previous round before going down immediately. And again, he's been flashed off the angle, pushed all the way back. They've already lost Lion Claw as well. This is a very hard position to be in when you're getting pressured up the stairs. And he's still alive somehow. They're at this point borderline ignoring him because I think they've kind of just pushed him away far enough. But in the end, there was no way he was getting any more than 1 anyway, considering how screwed he was in that corner. In the end, he didn't even get that singular 1. So Raffin will look to try and get a couple of kills to add to his tally, but it would be a borderline impossible 1v5, and he won't be able to take it.
Ooh, cereal.
Cereal? Hell yeah.
That's actually kind of based. that is definitely a good gaming snack.
Yeah,
I've actually been partial to the cereal and yogurt lately. Put a bit of the cereal in my yogurt.
Okay, so you got a bit of crunch to go with the fruity flavour. I get it.
Yeah, exactly. Goes kind of hard.
Bit of texture.
Highly recommend for anyone out there thinking about a gamer snack. Because it's less messy than milk as well. You know, you try and get the milk up to your mouth when you're in the middle of a game, and then it all gets like you drip a bit out, and then it splashes everywhere, and it's like, oh, come on.
Yeah.
But it doesn't happen with yogurt.
Completely agree. There's a lot of different flavours of yogurt we could go into, I'm sure. But for now, we need to concentrate on this 3v3. Graffin on the angle. Oh, it could have been more than just the one. Probably should have in a way as well. Spoxy's been seen by Chris, I believe. But Flex is in the right position to catch him on the rotation round. So QJK needs a 1v2 on very low health. Most likely
But he
one
is
bullet from
serial
death.
powered. I think
True.
it's doable.
Depends what cereal it is, obviously. There are wrong answers.
He looked like muesli. And he's German, and Germans love muesli. I know that because my family's German. But Flex, we'll catch him in the end. Shout out to the Germans in the chat.
Yeah.
What is it? Is it morning? Oh, it's
I mean,
afternoon.
It's
Good
4
enough
p.m. in
time.
the UK right now, so
Yeah, it's 5 p.m. in Germany.
yeah.
Or something like that.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, the clock's changed literally tonight, so
Oh, do they?
yeah, it's the classic summertime forward, I believe. Or, I mean,
So does that mean
yeah,
we're starting
1 a.m.
later tomorrow? I can't remember.
I actually, I mean, we had a message in the idle group, I think, to warn us of that. But yeah, there are the classic time change, to which lots of people think isn't really necessary anymore.
Yeah, but those are the things that are difficult for someone working on the opposite time zone to grasp.
They
in a
are.
theoretical sense.
They are.
I'm trying to figure out which wee hour of the morning is this broadcast going to start for me.
Yeah.
Right now it starts at 1 o'clock. Is it going to be 2 o'clock tomorrow? We'll find out. But BYK, he is not going to be lasting very long at all.
Yeah, it's always a funny thing, right? Because tomorrow is Mother's Day in the UK as well, and when the hour goes forward, of course, you lose. Arguably, you lose an hour of sleep, technically, right? If you've got to get up at a certain time. So the joke is that the Mother's Day reward is losing an hour of sleep for all their hard work. So,
Oh, well. My mum's always up early anyway.
fair enough. Ooh, that's a nice kill. Shot indeed. We've got 3 Orms up, by the way. It deserves to be mentioned. 4 if you count Spoxy's.
Oh,
It's working.
nothing. Go down early. Spoxy trying to pull some back himself. It's looking a little bit grim for Gaimin Gladiators, though, on this blacklist side to start this round off.
Yeah, low HP on Line Claw. Not really much you can do with this from here, you feel like. They do have util. Could help them out late round. And Spoxy's trying to make something happen as he's the X-Factor player trying to push his way through. I'm wondering if Chris has seen something there. As that smoke will begin to fade. That's a great catch from Spoxy. He actually did make his way through, use the gap to perfection. The Zane will get one more as well. It is turning around again. Even though the Orms are set up, shots are being missed, and that gives opportunities. It's awkward for BYK. He's now down pretty low. And there is an HE on Spoxy to try and remove him if they do get into that position at some point. But they are focusing the C4 now. Actually, a split through middle right now. Look how far he's got through. In the opposite spawn right now, pretty much, is Spoxy. But it's a good catch from Chris. Should be a trade from Dezane, and it is. And now they know where BYK was from earlier on.
Plant going to go down. It's going to be a long rotate for Vic. Smoked off as well. So not a particularly easy one. Going to go straight through that smoke, straight into some bullets. So expected result in the end. Gaimin Gladiators now starting to close in on this map victory. And with that, of course, the series victory as well. A quick and clean 2-0 from Gaimin today. That is exactly what they're looking for.
Yep, would equal them up with ROC in second place in the league. Depending, of course, on their map differential. I think it might be them just behind them, if I'm not mistaken. I think they've lost one more map than ROC have. Not sure if it's on round difference or whatever. We'll have to see. I'll have to figure that out later. But we shall find out. Flex. That is a great entry. Already pushing them back and already pushing Minchen back into the corner. Waiting for his teammate to get into position. And yeah, Dane will be here, but now it's awkward. You know, some players are attempting to cross. He's got the gap in the window. There we go. A collateral will work out. The frags are thick and fast, and somehow, after all of that, which was what, 7/10 of a second, Flex is in a 1v2.
Yeah, you could see it coming though, couldn't you? Like, Gaimin were just sort of going back and forth past that window. Even if he doesn't get the collide, he's got so much early advanced information that 999 would have been on the rotate over. So it was a good setup for sure from 999, helped out by a nicely timed shot. Yeah, it's a tough one for Flex. Not unwinnable, definitely, but very, very tough. Benefit is, oh, he could have found a 1v1 there. Unfortunately, misses that opportunity. Now the chances in the round starting to slide away from him. He'll rotate his way back over to Warehouse. He'll try and check everything on his way in there. QJK spamming through, hoping for one lucky shot to finish things off. Like, I think he just has to commit at this point. You know, they know well and truly where he is, what he's going to be trying to do. Oh, no way, you don't die to this angle at this kind of a time. QJK almost makes a fatal mistake.
That would have been a crazy
help.
gap in the wall to find. And yeah, I mean, just playing with these tight angles, which is very hard to get that one bullet you finally need to finish the round. But in the end, it will happen. A bit quick bite of the cereal, the cornflakes, the muesli, whatever it is. And they'll stay alive at 7-4 for now.
Raffin are starting this round off with some gusto indeed. 4v3. Already straight out the gates, and it doesn't look like Gaimin Gladiators are going to be slowing down at all. QJK under some serious pressure here. Nade landing right on top of his head. There's going to be more to follow.
Oh, wow.
Now down to a sliver of HP. Chris taken down in that meanwhile, and it's just Dane. 999 didn't stand a chance in this round.
Poor guy, man. He just took 3 HEs to the chest. That's impossible to deal with. Not even the strongest cereal in the world will save you from that. If it's me personally, sometimes like if I'm having to like really lock in concentration-wise for something, I don't think I can usually eat in the middle of it. Maybe the only thing we've ever truly had to lock in for is our work, which is commentary, to be fair. But still, nice shot, Dane. Is a world, but is already cut off by Dizane, and that is the round in the end, as expected for GG.
Yeah, I think it depends definitely on what kind of game you're playing.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
But something like Crossfire, you know, you can have a bowl of yogurt or whatever, and just have a nibble when you're dead. I think that's fine.
As long as you're not crunching on mic when the other players are trying to concentrate, that would be a big no.
Well, Vic, he's going to have to concentrate at this point in time, and he's getting some useful tossed in his direction. Oh, it's like a bit of an earthquake at the moment.
Deja vu.
Yeah, but things will slow down. Vic tagged up a little bit. Chris is going to set himself up on the other side of the box to Lion Claw, and Raffin falling prey to the push out of B. So advantage 999 for the moment. You want to see what Lion Claw is going to be able to get up to here in this advanced position. I'm not sure that they're going to know that he is this far forward. Big, oh, apparently he was prepared. There's a nice quick shot in there as well, but there's still some damage being done by Gaimin Gladiators here. Spoxy's brought it back to a 1v2. We know that he is the kind of player that can win these.
Yeah. Gone to the rifle as well. Make it easier, more maneuverable. And he spotted out Dane going for a little bit of peek for information. And now QJK knows where he's going, and is actually on a very quick flank. Spoxy's heard it though. He heard him fall down, and again Spoxy delivers. This guy is just too dangerous in those situations, man.
Yep. Puts it right on the precipice now for Gaimin Gladiators, 9-4. As we've mentioned, this should have always been expected to be a pretty quick series, and so far it kind of has been. There's been, to be fair, some defense, I guess, from 999. They haven't gone down without a fight. But it would definitely seem that they are going to be going down today. Maybe not right here in this round, though, as they do pick up that opening kill. Spoxy more than happy to oblige with a refrag as 999 try to get aggressive into Warehouse and look for information. They don't see anyone from Gaimin Gladiators there, so they are at least aware that there's not a lot of pressure on B, but they have to give up the player for that. I don't know if the information is worth it at this stage.
Yeah, almost a awkward situation there where Trying to run across the angle, and he held the line. A bit of a distraction as there was a player on the other side of Dane's crosshair. UJK will go down to Dezane though, brings it back into this 3 versus 3. No real decision yet on which way to go. You've got this advanced position of Chris, but he's going to have to probably get 1 or 2 here. If he only gets 1, but the rotations are a little bit further away. Thankfully, Dane has found that kill, but Cress actually goes down with nothing. So B is open, C4 is immediately put down, and there is re-smokes and re-nades for the rotation spot where Dane is coming from, and both him and BYK have taken significant damage. And Raffin's got a really good angle, playing off the contact from his teammate, and there's nothing you can do about that. Perfectly done from Gaimin Gladiators. That is the expected result, and an impressive one as well.
Yeah, pretty standard day at the office, really, for Gaimin Gladiators. That's exactly what they would have wanted to achieve. As we said yesterday, a really clean win over TBI as well. So far for the week, Gaimin Gladiators 4-0. And tomorrow they'll be playing up against Entropy, which, again, I would say that looks like a very, very winnable game. So it could be a fantastic week for them. A 6-0 week, potentially, for Gaimin Gladiators if things go to plan for them. Again, I don't know that they even really had to shift into 6th gear at all there. Like, I think they were cruising along, not really working too hard, and more or less getting the job done without having to really overanalyze the situation or get too invested into it.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think, overall that kind of tells a tale of the two situations of the teams, right? I mean, one is a newer team that maybe we're hoping to see some improvements with in the future, that's come up from the open leagues, and one is a team that has been a stalwart of the league, in the West League and the CFWL for multiple years now. So it's the expected result, but of course we've got a couple of games that started to come today, which may not have any expected result because they're quite tight matchups. Of course, we've got Entropy versus TBI, we've got unKnights versus Anubis, that final matchup of the day. That should be a really good one. But first, of course, Entropy, TBI coming up next. First, though, quick break.
كوبايه الشاي بتاع الكينج. يعني دايما الخمسه يخشوا الروم، كله يبقى جاهز، كله ده ريدي. كوبايه الشاي تحضر. لا ما ينفع كوبايه الشاي تحضر على طول، لازم يروح يجيب كوبايه شاي ويجي.
كينج دايما كينج وساعات بوكر يعني.
انا ما بعرفش ابدا الجيم فعلا غير بكوبايه الشاي. هي لازم تكون سخنه، فهو قبل الماتش بدقيقه مثلا، فلازم اقوم اعملها عشان عقبال ما تغلي وكده هتبقى جاهزه.
هو مفيش حد بيجي متاخر يعني، كلنا بنيجي في نفس الميعاد.
هو مفيش حد بيدي جولز غيري، فلو رديت هيبقى انا. فطبيعي انا يعني.
بينجوين بس لما بيبوت بيبقى يا انا يا هانت.
ما فيش حد بيكون هو بينجوين، لو مات في الاول راوند بيبقى انا يا كينج فعلا.
لو بينجو مات كينج هانت
اي حد، لان احنا فريق لسه بنبتدي جديد دلوقتي، فاعتقد كله قدامنا بالنسبه لنا هيبقى تشالنج يعني.
انوبيس ويل سي كي.
ممكن unKnights.
مفيش حد، كل واحد يا طبعا.
اي حد مش فارق. LCK
اكيد انا
بينجوين يعني.
ممكن بينجوين عشان هو كابتن بتاع التيم بتاعنا.
بينجو اكتر واحد جد في التيم. بانجو
موقف هو بخصوص ديرتي، هو بياخد الجهاز بتاعه في البيت فعلى طول منه بيفصل، يجي الجيمنج هاوس الجهاز ما بيفصلش، فهو في حاجه ايه هي احنا ما نعرفش.
انا في موقف حصل معايا مع بوكر يعني. في مره واحنا في تيم زمان، في يومين ما حضرش البراكتس يعني، فبساله ليه يا بوكر ما بتحضرش البراكتس؟ قال لي القطه بتاعتي نطت من الدور ال 12. فبقول له طب ايه العمل دلوقتي؟ يقول لي بتعمل عمليه. فكان قاعد مع القطه يومين، فكنسلنا يومين براكتس عشان بوكر قاعد مع القطه.
انمي تيم خد السايت، فاحنا بالريتيك كنا اول مره نجرب الريتيك فعملناه صح، انبسطنا كلنا فسيبنا البومب ومشينا. محدش عمل ديفيوز.
هو مفيش موقف معين، بس الموقف بتاع السي 4 اللي كلهم بيذكروه ده هو فعلا اكتر موقف، لدرجه الكوتش خد باله قال مين اللي ساب السي 4 ومشي ما دفهاش، وقعدنا نهزر شويه وبس.
هو الريتيك بتاع السي 4 ده. كينج. امال ايه يا عم؟
انا
مفيش حد.
ساعات بهزر كده.
بوكر مشكله مش طبيعي. لا هو ساعات كينج، بس بالنسبه لي انا بوكر يعني فظيع.
كينج. هانت.
هانت وديرتي.
ديرتي وبينجوين برضو في كلاتشات، يعني انا حرفيا ما فيش ولا مره ساعات في كلاتش خسرها.
كلنا.
انا وانت.
في الكلاتشز ديرتي.
هانت.
هانت وشويه ديرتي.
بينجوين هو الاي جي اللي بتاعنا.
هو مش حد بعينه، احنا كلنا بنفكر ان جيم كده كده، بس بتبقى على حسب. بس اكتر واحد بيفكر في الجيم بينجوين.
في التيم عموما بانجو.
كان اوبشن زمان، بس يعني عافرت لحد ما ظبطت الموضوع ده. خناقات حصلت فالموضوع ظبط.
لا في البروفيشنال تيمز مفيش كده خالص، هو بيبقى فيه مواعيد. لا في نظام.
احنا عندنا 2 انكرز فطبيعي بنعتمد عليهم، فهم الاثنين بيست عندنا، بوكر وهانت. في مابس بوكر بيانكر، وفي مابس هانت بيانكر، فنعتمد على الاثنين جدا.
بوكر.
بوكر.
ديرتي.
هانت وبوكر الاثنين.
هانت برضه الصراحه. مابس ومابس، بس هانت
بقالي كتير قوي والله انا كنت هقول لك 11، لقيت احنا 2025، فبقى لي 14 سنه بلعب كروس فاير، يعني من عمر كوميكس. انا اسف يا كوميكس.
والله انا بلعب بقالي كتير بس فور فن، بس جد وكده من 2018 مثلا.
يعني انا بروفيشنال 3 سنين وسنه مثلا ممكن فور فن كده.
2014.
من 5 سنين مثلا.
بقالي 6 سنين، بس بقالي سنتين في الاي سبورتس وكده.
طبعا كل الناس، احنا فريقنا لسه جديد، احنا اجدد فريق حرفيا، يعني احنا اكتر فريق ريفورم، فاحنا طبعا هدفنا ان احنا نحط نفسنا وسط التوب 4. طبعا مهم مش سهله، بس احنا قدها، واحنا تعبنا الفتره اللي فاتت، احنا نستحق نكون موجودين في التوب
4. هدفي الدوري السنه دي ان احنا نكون توب 4. بجهز له ازاي ما ينفعش نقول.
هدفي ان احنا نحقق توب 1 في الليج.
توب 4 ان شاء الله، والورلد كاب نروح الورلد كاب كده كده، وتجهيزاتنا يعني بتبقى سيكريت، يعني ما ينفعش حد يعرفها.
والله اهدافي اللي احنا يعني كل واحد بيعمل اللي عليه، سواء المين او الصب ممكن اي وقت يلعب، فكلنا بنشتغل بنفس، كل واحد ليه روتين بيعمله، ميعاد بنصحى فيه، ميعاد بننام فيه، وحاجات تانية مش هينفع نذكرها طبعا.
ان شاء الله يعني نبقى من التوب 4، والتجهيزات دي بتبقى سيكريت.
اتمنى الناس تشجعنا، وطبعا احنا لسه فريق جديد، فممكن يكونش كل الناس عارفانا، بس باذن الله نقدر نعمل حاجه كويسه تخلي الناس تيجي وتشجعنا وتعرفنا اكتر عن كروس فاير.
شكرا لكل الناس اللي بتشجعنا، وان شاء الله نكون عند حسن ظنكم.
شكرا لاي حد بيشجعنا، وان شاء الله وي دو ذا بيست يعني.
طبعا بحب اشكرهم.
ان شاء الله نبقى من التوب 4 السنه دي، والسنه دي تكون احسن من السنه اللي فاتت.
احب اشكرهم طبعا اللي هم واقفين في ظهرنا، سواء مصريين او عرب او اي جنسيه اخرى يعني، بس وان شاء الله نكون عند حسن ظنكم.
And we are back on the analyst desk. I just wanted to point out for everyone, Eid Mubarak to all the Arabs out there as well, and happy Mother's Day to the people of the UK as well. Thank you for highlighting that. It's Mike's with you, man. Like, go for it. Tell me, what do you think?
I love 999. I love how they play, honestly. Although they did lose, but you gotta point out something.
Yeah.
They are so experimental with it, man. They are so experimental. They try a lot of things. They did try to push while they were defending. They did try to lurk while they were attacking. Play on the C4 as a solo player on A side, while the others are playing default, playing for 100 kills. They even pulled out the 2-sniper method with Chris and BYK. Okay, we did lose a lot of matches, forfeit some, lose some, but at the end of the day, I think 999 main focus is on split 2.
Yeah, and I really think as well that GG, regardless that it was 999's map pick, but GG have done their homework and they know how to play this map really well, and it could show.
It's the better team at the end of the day. Even though the map is yours, even though you did choose the map, you know it more than GG, but at the end of the day, it all comes down to Flex, who's a better sniper than GGK, and Chris. It's the same for the boys from GG. But what I like about the boys from 999 is that they got hard, man, and they tried to be experimental more and more with it.
And it wasn't that big of a gap either. Anyways, speaking of GG Gaimin Gladiators, the Zane. I think he played really well, and he had some very good moments throughout this match, to be honest.
He does deserve the MVP. We have seen this guy clutching a 1v2 scenario in the round 8, if I'm not mistaken. It was against Dean and KGK. The guy has his moments. The thing is about GG players, that every name has his own highlights, and the most team we interviewed a lot of its players was GG. We did interview Linklo, we did interview Flex, Ruffin, and now we should be interviewing Design. That means most of the players are just, all of the players from Team GG are just going ham. They all can carry their own weight, and that's what I love about GG, and that's a winning team mentality at the end of the day.
Yeah, and sadly we won't be able to interview him today, but it's fine. There's always other days, and I'm pretty sure at these guys' peak performance, we're gonna have other days to interview them, and possibly even on a world stage with how much they're performing. You know, I'm happy. I'm happy with today's first series. I think it went well for GG, and at the same time, I'm not discrediting 999. I really think they took this as well as a learning experience, how to be facing one of the top teams, and actually kind of going neck to neck in a way. The gap wasn't like 9-10 rounds like we saw yesterday. It was like 4 or 5 rounds, a bit of stumbles and fumbles that they can recover and recuperate and improve on.
One thing that 999 needs to work on is when they have the number advantage, they do chop the rounds, and it's so weird for me, because if it's a 3v1, how can you lose it? Especially with the round they pulled the 2 snipers. They got Ruffin and Flex, so okay, you have now Spoxy left and the rest of the boys from the other team. How can you lose this 3v1? Lots of questions to be asked for 999, but I think it's all a matter of chemistry. It's all a matter of just, you're not used to be in a position where you have to end up the round. You started good, but slowly, it just fades away from your side.
Yeah, and this adds to the in-game leaders. Speaking of in-game leaders, of our next match, it's going to be TBI versus Entropy. They're both very close in the standings, and they have...
Yes, sir.
Even if they're not like a 5-10 year organization, you can tell these players have a lot of good standing within themselves, and they're experienced enough. Speaking of, I feel like Penguin, like we've mentioned before, and in Entropy as well, they do have solid rosters, you know what I mean? Very similar placements, 6th and 7th. I think they're just battling themselves. At this point, they shouldn't even be looking as much on top 4 as to beating the lower 4 and proving that they're worthy of this series.
Yeah, but the thing is, when you play against 6th place and 7th place and the last place, it's all a matter of the next split thinking. Because let's be honest, there's a high possibility that they are out of the playoffs. because okay, we're closing out the splits, we're looking forward to the playoffs, weeks goes by, so the main focus is getting
Learning.
to know the other team, learning experience for them, and getting to, you know, sensing, okay, how does this team play, how does TPI play, Dirty, 40, speaking of 40, I'm actually, some players, I see them and I be like, how is he on the 7th place? How is he in the 40, for example?
It's a team game, you know, and I'm
Yeah.
not blaming his team either. This is just how it starts, you know, when you're kind of new as an organization and the coach is still getting integrated with the players and whatnot. It does take time for things to happen naturally, you know, and you can see that in the previous game.
Exactly, man. But speaking about 40, man, since day one, we've seen him playing against GG, if I'm not mistaken. The guy has a lot to say, man, a lot to show us. I think he's a sniper from his team. Guy is always there.
He's
Entropy.
sneaky, you know. He always
Super
seems so
sneaky
calm.
with it,
You can't
yeah.
read his face psychologically
Exactly,
speaking. He's just
exactly.
tuned in. He's composed, and I like that. That's kind of why he's in one of our key players. I don't see any changes to the roster. I do actually, yeah.
Big Van Gainer.
Yeah.
The boys are back. Gainer wasn't there. Now it's time to shine. We've seen Spoxy coming back to the ring.
Oh,
We've
Pew
seen
Pew
Slayer.
is still subbed with Gainer.
Really?
Yeah.
I
Anyways,
thought Pew was there.
Oh, Gainer is back. Sorry, excuse me. Yeah, Gainer is back. It makes sense because I was told he's back. Anyways, let's.
here's
Wow,
Gainer.
look, it's bright and sunny over there, but some people choose to play in the dark. Hi, Gainer. Much smiles.
hope the
I think
smile
they look
stays
ready,
on.
and Manison looks ready. He's already instructing his team like we need this win probably, and I'm optimistic, not just for Entropy but for TBI as well. And I really think we're gonna have a good series, and I'm hoping for a best of 3, regardless, because we're here to be entertained and to
man.
entertain you as well.
Yeah, man. Like Gainer and Biva, the golden dude, the Egyptian dude that used to play with TBI, so they know how TPI plays. Speaking of the boys, Hunt, Booker, and Penguin, and Dirty
and King, yeah.
King. The boys have a lot of potential and a lot to show. Speaking of Dirty, he's a clutch master, Penguin, the mega mind, Hunt, the Joker, the guy that you need in every team, and King, the playmaster, and of course,
Hunt actually has a knife in his hand. That's what they use in CrossFire.
He's getting ready,
yeah,
man.
he's warming up, you know.
it works in real life, it works in
Who
games,
knows?
man.
I would not use that. Anyways, let's be a bit more serious. I mean, they look composed. I see Penguins already giving instructions, and I can't wait to actually look at the map picks, because I think this time it's gonna play a crucial element, because nonetheless, yeah, each individual on both teams are super experienced, but that doesn't mean they've played every map uniformly together.
Thing with TBI, as much as it's a momentum game and a snowball effect does happen in the game, when you win a round, you win 5 after. It's the same for the losing team. When you lose a round, it's a losing streak for
Exactly,
you.
yeah.
So I did see a lot of mistakes happening with TBI, early pushes, early peaks, unnecessarily aggression coming from TPI side, because they wanted to end the rounds as fast as it gets, and by winning one map they get so greedy, and
it just doesn't reach a snowball, you know.
Yeah.
It doesn't get to that snowball level
Exactly.
where it's round after round after round of focus and perseverance.
want to end
it's
the
like
game,
you win one
man.
round and then you fumble 2 over like miscommunication or lack of
And
communication.
even the one round that they are able to get, it's just after a long struggle, man. But nonetheless, it's a long day. It's a hard day whenever you're playing against Dirty and whenever you're playing against a mastermind such as a Penguin and Hunt. I'm looking forward for this game. Actually, if you ask for me for predictions, I'm gonna tell you we're going map 3. That's for sure.
I think so too. Yeah, I agree.
But man, after seeing TPI yesterday, not the biggest fan of their gameplay, so I'm gonna give it to Entropy.
I mean,
2-1.
from my insight, I feel like both teams they're not that equal, but they have equal results, right? Like you cannot weigh one player with the other and so on. But I think they've both had similar results in their series outcomes, right? Even if they won map 1, they would always like fumble map 2. So we need to wait and see actually how this is gonna go down. And the first map I think is gonna be like super important, not the decider. It's gonna be the first map, and how each team as well manages to, navigate their way in the first map and to actually reach an early win, which can possibly motivate them and break down the other team.
So it's the 6th against the 7th place in the standings. The map V2 would have a big impact because the level is already closed. So it all comes down to the map V2 and the individuals themselves playing against each other. Why did I say that Entropy would win the match? Because I know how 40 plays. I know how good this guy is. Anyways, map V2, Sub-Base at the first from Entropy, then moving down to Ankara. It's the second time for Ankara tonight.
It's interesting. I mean, the bans make sense. I've seen these bans come out multiple times. Maybe it's just not comfort picks, or they're too scared to challenge the other team, whether it's Eagle Eye for Entropy or Compound for TBI, Port makes sense. Mexico is just like a default kind of ban in general. I feel like it's not played as much, but looking at Ankara as well for TBI makes sense, right? I've seen even if they did have some losses on that map, but still they played the angles well. They know how to rotate.
I love the ban from TPI on Compound. Most of Entropy wins are on Compound. Yeah, as a starter map. But now you're playing on Sub-Base, which is the second favorite map from Entropy side after Compound.
Really?
So the question is, how will they adapt to the map against a big team such as TBI? Keep in mind, Gainer and Beaver are back. This duo, once they are together, it's a dangerous day for TPI.
Yeah, you can tell like the synergy is there. There's no more excuses. There's no more subs, and even the subs when they were here, they played pretty decently and for the most part, But now this is full roster versus full roster, and I'm excited to go into game one, and I really can't wait because I feel like it's gonna depend a little bit on the lurks. Both teams and in-game leaders are gonna try to find like holes in within the other team, like they did before, for example, and they would end up like you saw it. There were some crazy lurks, backstabs, and stuff like that, which would casually help the other team win.
Actually, there's no obsess when we speak about this serious koshery. Anything can happen. Speaking about the game, man, I think the game is ready, and so am I. So, casters, take it from here.
Thank you, Hazem. We're ready to get into the action once again. And Jordan, I've seen quite a bit of TBI so far this season in the games that I've had a chance to do. And they unfortunately have a bit of a syndrome. Their syndrome is win the first map, do really well in the second and lose it by one round, and then lose the series. They have choke syndrome, I'm afraid. And I'm sorry to say, I've seen it too much. I want to see them win a clean series. Please, TBI, I beg of you.
I really thought you were going to actually do them a little bit harder than that one, because I thought you were just going to come in and be like, they have losing syndrome. I was like, oh, wow, bro's come out here and he's just firing shots all over the place. You do make it a little bit less savage than that, to be fair.
I'm not that mean, usually.
Usually, yeah. Look, I mean, it definitely is a bit of a trend. That's something to kind of be concerned about. Obviously, in that game that we got to see them play yesterday against Gaimin Gladiators, they didn't even get the chance to take that first map. They got absolutely rolled 10-3. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see here. I think TBI versus Entropy, it's a really hard one to call. First game we got to see between these two teams did go 2-1 to Entropy, so that's something to kind of consider. But I just don't feel like either of these teams have really had that level of consistency that you want to see out of a team that you would be predicting for and saying, yeah, they're definitely going to win this series. I think this one, I agree with the analyst, is very much up in the air. I don't even know which way I necessarily want to lean. I guess I'll probably go Entropy just because they won that previous matchup and they've had a slightly better season. But both teams have been a little bit lackluster, leaving a little bit to be desired. And I think, to be honest, looking at the names on both sides, I have expected a little better, frankly, than what we've gotten so far.
No, I completely agree with that. I mean, like, you've got the experience, of course, of Penguin, who was around the setup of that old 3BL roster, of course, for so long. I mean, he knows what it takes to be sort of at the top of the league in the West League. All these names, like, Dirty and Hunt, and of course, on the other team, of course, 40, like you say. There's some very experienced names here that are probably the players you'd expect to always put in good performances, because they've had storied careers, and they've had careers where we've seen them play in some big events. We've seen them play in the league for multiple seasons, and they're like stalwarts almost of the league. And yeah, to find themselves in this position is a bit of a shame. Sure, you can argue the teams above them in the league are arguably stronger, but yeah, I do want to see a little bit more from the both of them. Especially TBI, I mean, going 1-6, only having that one series to their favour so far. It's been a rough one over the course of the season, without a shadow of a doubt. So the only one they've actually managed to find really is a couple of results against some of the lesser teams, right? So they've had a couple of close games, as I said. They have many occasions. I think 2 or 3 separate matches I've watched of them. Obviously, last game you said they got blown out of the water on map 1 quite quickly, but they had a position where they won map 1, and it was a very convincing map 1 as well. And they had maybe even a game that I think there was one I did in map 2. It went to a golden round. They lost it and lost the series. So they've gotten really, really close, but just no cigar on many scenarios. And they're going to want to push up to that sort of GV level again, because I feel like they should be on that level. Maybe Entropy could argue that for them as well. But that's still a battle between the bottom 4 in the league, which I'm expecting to be the case. When you have that, there is a gap forming, of course, between Anubis Gaming Gladiators, ROC, and UnkNights. But I'm expecting that battle for the bottom 5 to be closer than it currently is, and maybe excluding 999. And I need to see TBI put in a good performance today, mainly for that reason.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you. I think anywhere between Anubis and TBI, as any one of those teams, you'd want to be looking at that and saying, okay, we could potentially take that top 4 spot, which right now is being held onto by Anubis, particularly after their win yesterday against ROC. I think they're looking in the best position to be that 4th place team. But any of these other teams definitely should be keen on that. Maybe as I agree with you, the exception being 999. That's a great start, though, for Hunt from TBI. He catches 1 and maybe even a 2nd as well. Vyze gets the trade. Oh, no, he's got himself 2 as well. So all of a sudden, we're right back to square 1. It's now actually 2 on 3 as Entropy finding a little bit of success on this BL side. Gaimin just completely catching that timing onto King.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a messy round for TBI given the start. Considering the start.
Yeah, and I think in this sort of state as well, its first round of the entire game, that was a bit of explosive beginning to it, for sure. I mean, it was a 3v3 at the click of a finger until they finally found a way in toward the... So the map booker has now been spotted out, and Manison will find that frag. Nicely done. And, I've seen quite a bit of sub-base as well. I remember there was one season, I think probably a bit of last year, where sub-base was very, very sort of underplayed. I think it's starting to be played a little bit more, and historically, from what I've seen from TBI, they do have a good level on it. But, yeah, we'll see if that can show up today. It's now like Mexico and... Is it Eagle Eye, the other two that really underplayed? Maybe, I think it's the other one I'm thinking of, my bad. But there's a few favourites for sure.
TBI definitely struggling on this GR side to kick things off. But Entropy still have a bit of work to do to convert this round and get that 2-0 lead. Got to go up against Hunt at the locker room, who was probably the standout for the previous round for TBI. In fact, the only player to end up getting any kills. So yeah, definitely the standout. Do it again. Actually, apparently, yes. Trevor very scared of going for that swing. And that's exactly why they just don't seem to be able to deal with this Hunt guy. Where's he come from? Kill again. 5 kills in the first 2 rounds from Hunt, and he's given his team every opportunity to win these rounds, and they are not making it easy for themselves. A mishap as Gainer and Madison are able to pick themselves up a kill apiece. King almost gets timed there by Gainer. Swing coming through. Ruben's down. And I tell you what, Hunt is going to have to now ace this round and pull his team single-handedly through this round to grab 1 for TBI.
He's rotated into a good position because that's where their C4 is. Do they know he's actually pushed up close? Maybe they've heard the footsteps as he's up in this elevated position, but he runs down Gainer beautifully. Can Hunt do it all? No, he can't. He's done so much work in the last 2 rounds, the first 2 rounds of the game, and he gets no reward from it.
You can see him on the player cam there. Like, he just looks so frustrated. Locked in now, but at the end of that round, a bit of a head tilt, a bit of a sigh maybe coming out there.
Yeah.
You gotta be thinking, like, guys, like, I can't be the only one playing the game at the moment. This is crazy. Entropy should not be off to a 2-0 lead, especially considering, you're not gonna get that output from Hunt every single round, as is now evidenced by round 3. So, where do you turn from here? Is TBI just going to get rolled now? Is that what we're saying?
Is the tilt factor that strong? I'm not so sure. I'm sure they'll get themselves into the game at some point, but you know, I've been proven wrong, and I agree with you. It is very, very unusual to see one player on 6 kills and not a single other teammate off the mark yet. Very, very unfortunate.
Well, once again, off the opening exchanges, Entropy are going to slow things down, which I don't hate at all. Are they aware of King? It seems like they are. Vi's having a really good look on the right side. That definitely needs to be cleared correctly, and it will be. That's nice heads-up play from Entropy. I think they had a very good sneaking suspicion that King had made that cross. Madison doing the lurking duty over towards A. May not even really be required for this round. It's looking easier and easier for Entropy as we continue through sub-base.
Yeah. Must feel awkward as well. There's no progress for any of them in the game but for one player. Madison will, I think, realise where Booker is playing from. Nice opening tap there is something for him, but immediately traded, and a lovely little timing for Gainer there. And honestly, though, that previous round that Hunt had a chance in their 1v1 after getting 3 kills, like, there was, again, just unfortunate scenarios where they were playing around the site and just got timing. That was what, I think they were behind that, the main part of the bomb site on B, right, which could have easily worked his way because he wasn't looking at him for a split second. Then Gainer swung past the angle and tapped him in the side. Just, there's small factors that can add to the frustration, as you say. Stay hydrated, Kings. Literally.
Yeah, fair. Well, yeah, I need to have a chat, of course, as well. He's not going the way that TBI would have wanted, and it's very easy to let this start to snowball. You know, we saw it yesterday for Gaimin against TBI. Once they got off to a lead, TBI just kind of capitulated on that map. They had a much better map too. They were able to get it pretty close there, but just don't want to see too much more of a deficit growing here on sub base. Otherwise, it's going to start to become somewhat of a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, I do need to take a bit of a breath. Already, you know, even just the small pieces of body language that we can gauge, right, from the camera of Hunt are not exactly positive ones. Sometimes it's easy to get you got involved in that a little bit too much, right? I mean, it happens in every single esport. You hear one bit of communication, you see one reaction that could be taken out of context or whatever, and suddenly everyone's all over it in the community. But it's very easy to gauge, and understandably so, the situation that find themselves in early game, of course. Tech pause means that the KDs are wiped. Reminder, Hunt is on 6 kills. But Dirty has opened up his account now.
Yeah, a bit of a change up from TBI. And that is the start that they would have wanted, though they've had better starts, frankly, and not been able to convert those rounds. So let's count our chickens before they hatch. Looks like it's just going to be a straight up A hit from Entropy, which wouldn't be a bad shout at all. It is just Booker holding on to that side at the moment. Smoke going to start to fade. Vi's waiting for it. Go signal is there now for Entropy, and that's a fantastic entry indeed. Penguin, though, we're able to catch Vi's and maintain the numbers advantage for TBI, but they are across the site, and the plan's going to go down pretty quickly.
Yeah, these retakes are difficult. 14 now getting tagged down ever further by constant shrapnel coming his way. All 4 TBI players are grouping up to retake. I wonder if they're all going to go down through one of the set of stairs or not. Time's actually proving to be a bit of an issue now. They're going to need to get their flash in and push. 40 will hold the line for the 1, but that clock is above their heads, and it's certainly pressuring at the moment. Beba behind the site will get removed by King. Amazing work from King. Oh my goodness. Now that is something to get them going.
Yeah, definitely. That's, I mean, credit to King, definitely, but I think if you're in Entropy's shoes there, you don't necessarily need to be swinging for those trades. There's 9 seconds left on the timer. 40 has done a great job of slowing things down there. Beva, I think he just tucks here and plays for the defuse, and then Gainer can do the same, and it's a completely different story there. 2v2 could have been very, very tough to clutch out, but the fact that they give them the fights is what allows that to go the way of TBI as comfortably as it did. I think either way, it would have been closer had Entropy just played things a little bit slower there, but easy to say in hindsight.
Yeah. I mean, I'm wondering whether Beva was worried about the fact that there was 2 left and he could have been just caught in the side anyway from his particular position. So he felt pressured into going for a swing to at least try and get a kill rather than just die in the side, which would feel hopeless. But yeah, I think I do agree with you that that was a little bit easier for King than it should have been. I'm sure it wasn't easy from his POV. That was quite a hard 3K, but he dealt with it well.
Yeah, just got to hit your shots. So, slower approach to this round for both teams. No early exchanges of fire just yet. Entropy are going to smoke off wood. And by the looks of it, work their way through control room to maybe clear out locker room. Doesn't necessarily mean they're going to commit to B. Bomb sitting outside of control room, though, would indicate that they may end up in that side of the map. Rotator maybe coming through from mid to pick that C4 up on the way into B if this hit goes well.
$35 left now. Have to start going for it. They definitely made no secret of their plan and presence here. Dirty's in a very interesting position though, playing this battle orm position, and he's very good at these sort of scenarios. He does get himself one. It's even so far until one more comes through from Hunt. He gets a 2-per, and now 3v2. Penguin rotating in. Beva's going to be stuck in the open, you'd think, and he will get caught. 40 in a clutch. Now down very low, 7 seconds. Surely no time to either get the kills or plant. He can do neither. Starting to warm up into the game now, TBI.
Yeah, not a particularly impressive round, I have to say, from Entropy. It was pretty telegraphed that they were going to go B, and when it's so telegraphed that there's only like 30 seconds left on the clock, you're really not making life easy for yourself there at all. So, it just seemed like maybe Entropy kind of ran out of ideas and said, well, this is what we're going to do. We have to do something. Really put too much pressure on the map, and if you're going to play the timer like that, I think you definitely do need to be pressuring multiple parts of the map. Otherwise, it's kind of like, well, what are you doing with all this time? You know, are you just sitting in control room outside of B? At which point, where are you getting your value, you know?
Indeed. Can be hard to come by when you've got that little time left on the clock as well, especially at the end of the round. TBI's rotations are in good positions. Priming the push again, perhaps here. Staying stock solid. C4 waiting outside B. They're going to move away now as a duo outside that B position. Drop the C4 for a pick-up from Vise to move over with his teammates. And they're all giving up on that now. So, with a presence early doors and now a push down the stairs is the usual option. And Gainer looking ready to entry. There's a lot of work that Booker's going to have to do on this one, and he can't get a single kill. That was a little bit better by Entropy there. A good burst as a group, and Manison will hold the line, so will 40. 4v2. C4 can soon go down. It's not down yet. I'm surprised they haven't even figured that one out or sorted that out just yet. They're worried about King and Hunt rotating, but one's been found, and now it's all down to Hunt. Caught in the doors. 40 knows where he is, and he'll jump at him and get the kill. So that was a little bit better, a bit delayed at the end to maybe get into better positions, but I understand why. They just wanted to figure things out with the time they had remaining on the clock.
Yeah, good stuff though from 40, making sure he locks down those rotations. Like that from him. Battle for control room right here. Booker and King getting the better of it. Beppa can't really afford to be going down here, so he just has to back off. But Gainer's got 2. Gaina's got 2 on A, so C4 going to be collected, and that changes the round quite dramatically as Gaina will look to take even a little bit more space. Some shots in onto the player at the window. Now, some util down. C4 about to make the cross. This round was looking doomed for Entropy, but Gaina getting those 2 is making it a little bit more winnable. Smoke here in the face of King. Oh, he's going to spot out 40 through it. So we're back to a 2 on 3, but damage done to both Booker, King, and even Dirty. Low on HP right now. Makes for a winnable round for Entropy.
22 left on the bomb. That's going to be a hard one to push forward, but they've done it before already. Gainer playing a bit more of a defensive angle this time alongside his teammate, and I think that might work out for them on this occasion. They've learned from the previous afterplant, and that was clean by Gainer.
Yeah, what a round. Opening couple of kills from Gainer there, and the final 3 as well. An ace from him, all 5 kills in the round. You know, it's not, I guess, to the same level of excitement just because it was 2 split instances, but 5 kills in 1 round. Fantastic stuff. They try to go fast, Entropy, but they are stalled out by some of the counter util coming through from TBI. Though Book around the corner there can't quite land his shots, and he'll fall, and so too will Penguin. This A take has started to become a real problem for TBI. 40 struggling to hold down the rotation, but even still, the damage is done. It's a close plant, 3 on 3. Emma getting aggressive. Spotted out through the doors as well.
Wow.
Wild round, to be honest, but I just feel like these rounds, when they are playing out a bit quicker, are favoring Entropy just a little bit. Oh! Dirty gets 2, and Vise is miles away. If he sits the defuse here, Dirty wins the round, but he's not to know. Vise will clean it up.
I think it would have been so baller there if he gets those 2 insta-kills like that, especially the one with the cult, right? It was so quick. And then 6 to defuse immediately. I mean, that was definitely the play, but as you say, he just wasn't to know. Tapped from range by Vise. Calm tap, actually, there. Considering I'm sure he would have felt pressured knowing it was a tap on the defuse.
Oh, man.
But as you say, they really are turning up the pace now. Gainer is looking incredibly clean, incredibly precise. Up to 7 kills already with that ace in that previous round. The round before the previous round. And TBI, I don't know what to do about this extra speed that Entropy are playing with right now.
Yeah, Gainer has just been insane on the entries. I think if you're TBI right now, you've got to be really aware of the possibility that there's going to be some aggression somewhere around the map early. It's obviously too late to make that adaptation. This is the last round of the half, but Entropy, this half has looked a lot closer than a 6-2 and certainly closer than a 7-2 would indicate, but the way that they've really accelerated in these last sort of 2-3 rounds has changed the game somewhat. Vise looking to get aggressive here, and he's going to walk downstairs. King needs to be traded here. Madison, that's his job here. He is going to let King away. No, maybe not. Flash, not enough to dissuade Madison in the end. So we're back to 3 on 3. Even numbers. The danger man of Gainer is still alive, and that's what concerns me for TBI. Well, maybe I shouldn't have been concerned.
Yeah, that was better. And they will manage to finish it off. So they've managed to complete the half in a relatively better fashion, but that little middle portion where Entropy just turned up the pace and made it very, very hard for them to deal with. And the early rounds, of course, as well, won't go forgotten, where Hunt was just putting in all the work he could possibly put in to no reward. Made the half a little bit more favouring Entropy overall. Have to see, though. Swapping sides, we know that can always change things. Could always make it a closer game once again.
Yeah, I mean, 6-3 on a map like Subbase, it's not enough to sort of lock it in and say, yeah, that's definitely going to win us the map. Yeah. It's a good spot to be in for sure, but TBI aren't going to be too disappointed by going into the BL side, knowing that they've got 3 rounds work, in the back pocket. It's a map where you can definitely get a lot done on BL, so I don't think they're super concerned here, and getting a little bit of an extended break in between the halves does give them the opportunity to have a little bit of a longer chat. Obviously, you want to get off on the right foot going into this second half if you're TBI, because you can't afford to be dropping the first round or 2. At that point, the game's over. You need to find these first couple of rounds.
Exactly. Time for a bit of a discussion before we get underway in the second half. TBI flag is flying away on the wall of their LAN room. Must feel good playing with everyone. I mean, it just... There are obviously some teams that have a different setup. Either you play from home or you play in a different sort of facility, either way. But yeah, it's only from my experience and from what I've seen of teams as well, from the eye test, only helped their mood, even if it gets, you know, frustration can come through. You know, your mate can just go over to you and say, "It's all right, mate, don't worry." Rather than just talk to you, you can feel the body language in person, right? So it can relax you in those certain scenarios. That's how the game started. It can maybe help them out, but as you say, they need a clean start to this second half, and I'm not sure Entropy will want to allow that to happen. They've had a pretty good game so far, winning these closer rounds. Madison, though, under pressure as we begin, only goes 1 for 1, and that gives them some form of a path to go down toward 8 if they want to, but maybe not just yet because there's more duels going on. Penguins just in the middle of everything, it feels like, in these smokes, and now they'll make the push down toward A.
What is going on here? It seems like Entropy have no idea where TBI is at the moment. Gainer, though, he does not care. This guy is a man possessed. Dirty will be spotted out by Vise, who's going to try to escape and can't. Gainer again needs the ace. That's just a weird round from Entropy, frankly. I was watching that and I thought the push out from who was it here? It was Beva. The push out of A from Beva was not too bad. I don't mind that he goes up the stairs to try and control Wood there, but he just kept going.
Yeah.
Just kept going. It's like, okay, you can, you know, back away and try and sort of isolate an angle, allow A rotate to come through from Wood, but instead he just kept on going and gave up his life in the end. Makes a big difference. I think if Entropy don't sort of just lose players all over the place there, Gainer, with the 2 entries back into A, could have swung that round back on its head.
Again in a similar position, but he's so blind. Should get run down. Oh, it still feels like he's half blind, but you know what? Swings round and pre-fires the angle to perfection, getting 2 out of that seemingly impossible situation for a split second. Great recovery. Nice tap from Gainer as well. He is, well, I mean, I think he's been unstoppable so far. Every single duel I feel like I've watched him take, he's been winning it. It leaves Dirty 1v4. Stuck in the vents. Madison has spotted him out. And nice no scope. And he's dead.
There we go.
Let's Gainer again.
That's what you were waiting for. I think at this point, if you can try and get Gainer involved in the fights early, it's going to put you in a really good position as Entropy to close this game out. 40 out early. Just gets booked from range. We do have TBI headed in the direction of Gainer at Locker. So that could still come unstuck, the way Gainer's been playing.
Oh my goodness. Getting away with one again there. Hunt. Quick trade, and Penguin will find Madison this time, and they're pouncing at a good timing. As Vi's getting caught out from above. Beva is too far away, and I'm not looking toward Booker. That's an easy spray down. We're going back and forth here in this second half.
Well, going back and forth is fine as far as Entropy is concerned, to be fair. As long as they can trade 1 for 1, they'll be pretty happy. Not down though. Scoreline starting to creep a little closer, and with how some of these rounds have looked pretty tentative on the GR side, Entropy drop this one. That's a problem. We get a little bit worried that they may well drop the map as well. Kind of the trend that we're going to.
Madison again, along with 1, and even though there's lots of util to try and look past, 40's got a really good line and a little gap to find in that heaven position, and does really well to find the 2. Clean from him. Cheeky one. And they might have got the C4 down toward A, but they don't feel comfortable going for a plant at any point. They're actually looking to push up and catch one rotator, perhaps unexpectedly. Madison's going to go for a swing now, though, and it's at good timing. He's got a bit of support to come in there as well. And in the end, it is Madison himself to finish off those last two. Nice round from him.
Keeps it on lock for Entropy. 8-5. Another couple of quick entries. Gainer quickly pulling one back. TBI taking a leaf out of Entropy's book, picking the pace up and putting the pressure on early on this BL side. Entropy at 8, but still feels like a long way away from closing this this map out.
Ooh, leg spotted. Lovely frag taken by Dirty, and King will run down Madison. And that is one that's ended very, very quickly. As soon as that information came through, it felt like it wasn't just them getting the kill that activated them to push like that as a group. Just the knowledge of it made their mind up about what they wanted to do.
Different approach this time from TBI. More than happy to play a little reserve. They have been given control room though. So that's going to be an avenue into the B bomb site later on if they want it. Dirty, not super eager to go into wood here. Knows that got Madison to deal with if he does. So I suspect we'll probably have a bit of a slower round here again. TBI look like they're more than happy to set up default and just wait and see if they're going to get anything from Entropy, which, as we can tell, is just not going to happen.
Oh. Kenny wants to go looking. Checking the window and the far position on his left. Vi's also ready in case anyone leaps toward him. It does feel like Entropy want to go searching for that opening kill on a couple of occasions, but then they just kind of check themselves and say, okay, look, we're 8-6 up here. This will be a really important opening map. Let's not make any rash decisions. If we... it's an interesting mindset. It's a mindset of, do you feel like if you make a rash decision that you feel like is acceptable and die to it, will you then regret that heavier than if you just sat in your regular default? In the end, Gainer will still get his duel that he wanted, and King will go down. Opening frag to work with, and now Vi's coming in on a timing. Lovely frag on Penguin, now it's falling apart. Bever needs to hold on though. He'll get taken down, but Gainer's again in a good position, gets his 1-for-1. Dirty is below half HP. That's actually out to the line, he's exactly half HP. In this 2v3 as it is now. 10 seconds.
Yeah, I don't think it's very winnable for TBI though, is it? With 10 seconds left? Oh, how are they going to get this cross? No way. They're going to get the plant. That should not be winnable, but it is just purely because they get across. Booker needs to hit some crazy shots still. It's a tough one to win, but he might just get it done. Vi's under the pressure now. Of course, he's got time to work with, and he knows Booker's position, so he's not feeling the pressure. In the end, it will go to 9 for Entropy, but that was, I have to say, way too close for comfort.
It really was. I mean, at 30 seconds here, I thought it wasn't, maybe the time wouldn't be as big a deal, but we got to like 10 seconds, lovely shot from Dirty from his POV. We got to 10 seconds here, and I was like, oh my goodness, they still got a player on the site to try and get by. Booker does probably the most he possibly can, and actually had a good chance in the clutch in the end, considering he was relatively healthy still after all his heroics, but Entropy get it over the line. Gainer once again opens the following round. He's up to 10, by the way. Pretty ridiculous. Now make that 11. Madison is going to help him out. 5 versus 2 all of a sudden, and it looks like they're getting toward this finish line. Gainer has been unstoppable. Every single thing he peaks seems to be a success.
Oh, Dirty. Not prepared to give this one up just yet. A 1v4 or 1v3 angle. He's got the HP to work with, that's for sure. And the time, and now he's spotted out Gainer. Vise might have to do it again. Madison is low. Dirty waiting for a further rotate. And Madison might just give it to him. Scary prospect here. Entropy have got no idea where he is. They've got no further information. Vise on the swing, on the push. Gonna give it up into the 1v1, and HP is so bad for Madison. It's just gonna take one bullet. Dirty. Given that for free, really, by Entropy, you feel just a bit too eager to close that one out.
Yeah, I can't disagree. That was a little bit too much. The conversation between them is a mixture of hype and a bit of reiterating points, I feel. And that's a frustrating one for Entropy. Again, Gain, I mean, he's done nearly everything in that round. He should have got his reward for taking that one, but no, I guess we need to see that even out now after the early game. Now we're in the late game. We saw it was Hunt before. He didn't get his reward for amazing work. And now Gainer. Solid round, but nothing to show for it. And now, gets interesting. Gap's only 2.
I mean, 2 is definitely doable for TBI, I feel. Getting a tack timeout here, maybe from TBI, or it doesn't really matter who it's from. So TBI is certainly the ones that are having a big chat. Penguin's got a lot to say.
Yeah, usually it's King, right? That has been the big voice, the big hype man. And in previous seasons I've watched him, he was very animated historically. But Penguin's that extra voice now, isn't he? I think probably both of them, I mean, everyone's talking here, but I think both of them are the big leadership figures in the team. Anyway, Entropy will want to spare some of their blushes. Already they've lost 40's HP. He's down to below half already. So let's see how much of a factor that proves to be. Entropy, a couple more opportunities to close this one out.
Vi's going to go looking into the locker room to see what's up. There's not a whole lot going on there. TBI have played a very slow BL side, but this is a bit of a change of pace. The flash coming through, it did catch Vise, but he doesn't care. He can still shoot for trade as Vise tries to run away. He's going to be picked up, so ultimately that doesn't work out too badly for TBI, frankly.
Yeah, I think I'd be too upset, really. Keeps them in conversation in the round. No decision made by TBI yet. Entropy, again, as I said before, just not wanting to give up anything for free. Always making a decent decision. Unfortunately, that previous round is one they did give up for free. The immediate trade attempt by Madison did not go well, and Dirty kept it alive. 40 seconds left in this one. C4 is being herded back toward the B-long position. But that is where Gainer will be ready. Is he going to be ready on the right timing for this, though? That's the question. 25 on the clock. Getting awkward now, as King will look to push his way through, but there's a number of players still here to defend it, and Gainer once again gets a 1-for-1, but Madison was not ready, and the frags are coming through for TBI. Bever is last alive. He's going to keep this one interested, though, because 10 seconds on the clock. The C4 is not planted yet. They're going to need to herd that one away, and they only just will, but he's actually managed to find one more frag, and he's in the open, Booker. He might be seen. Oh my goodness, how is he still alive? How are both of them still alive? Bever actually has a slight advantage in this one now, but Booker finds it. How have they won another one of these rounds?
I don't know, I feel like Entropy are just choking at this point. Pressure's getting to them. 9-9 on the cards for TBI. They just need one more round right here. And Entropy don't seem to have an answer for this BL side at the moment.
Oh man. Yeah, I don't think there's anything really much more you can say. 2 separate 1v1s, you've had a chance to close it out. TBI weren't exactly getting over that line cleanly there either, right? I mean, when they went for the plant, he could have possibly been seen by Bever. 1 bullet would have been enough. But they have a chance to take it to extra rounds now.
Patience a virtue on both sides. As both teams know the importance of this round. 10-8 victory for Entropy. Not exactly a fantastic win, but a win nonetheless. Sets them up nicely for the rest of this series. Bever playing a dangerous game here, but he's copping all that util. He's hearing a little bit happening up at Wood. He'll go down still on that swing, trying to look for information. And the same thing's going to happen here for Vice. He's gone straight, charging into control room.
What's the reason for that? I don't know. I mean, you're picked down. You're picked down. I get it. Like, maybe you're thinking, I need to go for something aggressive to recover it into an even scenario. But now it's all Manison to try and recover this one. And I'm not sure Penguin, Hunt, or Dirty will want to allow that to happen, that's for sure. They figured out where he's playing from. Penguin takes the headshot. And yep, it's overtime.
Yeah, very, very disappointing, obviously, for Entropy. That was, I mean, it wasn't on a silver platter for them, frankly, but a 3v1, they had a 3v1 at, what, 9-7, I think it was.
Might have been 9-6, actually, yeah.
9-6 even. Either way, they should have closed it out then and there. But they gave Dirty a few too many 1v1s, really, is all that it was.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like in those situations as well, you can surely just make a decision. That's the one round I'm thinking of too. Like, just make a decision to choose a bomb site together. Hold it together. If they go there, you've got a great chance to win. If you don't, then immediate double rotation together to trade. I think it's usually the logic I would say is accurate.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if Entropy can sort of find a way to recover that mental somehow, because they've got to get back into the swing of things here on the overtime. Obviously takes a little bit to get back into the server. So maybe that's good. Maybe that mental reset is something that Entropy are going to appreciate.
Yeah, maybe. I think it might even be needed for both, if I'm being honest with you, for different reasons. One of the main things I think is actually kind of forgotten when it comes to timeouts in general. That when you take one, it doesn't just help out you, it helps out the opponent too. As you can see the conversation by Dirty toward King there. Yeah, it's not like I don't think in any esport or any sport actually, to be fair, there's a timeout that can only be taken by one of the two teams involved. I think it always is you know, sure, you can talk on the pitch, maybe, if you know what I mean, when it comes to football and stuff.
Right.
But usually benefits both.
Not too sure what the delay was there, but looks like we're getting back into the swing of things. See how overtime is going to play out here between Entropy and TBI. Entropy once again starting off on GR. Looked a little bit hit and miss, I have to say, on this half. So kind of expecting at this point TBI to get off to a bit of a belter to start things off in the OT and maybe even close the map out from there.
I would think so too. I mean, they've got the momentum behind them now. Momentum is an invisible thing. Sometimes it can be seen with how a team plays, but that's one way to get a good start. Dirty gets shocked there with a lovely clean pre-aim from Bever when he saw where he was rotating into. And Penguin will be held by Gaimin. If you've got Gaimin still playing well, then there's always a chance you can bounce back straight away.
Yeah, not a big concern actually for Entropy. As just kind of steamrolled over that A-bomb site. Thought they were starting on GR side, but maybe the HUD was the HUD. I'm not sure. Either way, they'll be much more happy to be here on BL side because that was where things were much more favourable for them. And I think. Oh, hang on. How is this possible, King? Is this a 1v5? Is this a 1v5? Madison, surely you can't let this happen. King looking for it. Desperate for it. Time playing against him, but the shots are there. And TBI may have just received the clutch of the season. Can we get a replay of that? It's a 1v5. It's a straight up 1v5.
It's a straight up 1v5. And you have to say, at least 3 of them have kind of trolled. Like, I'm going to give King all the credit. He actually wins the duels incredibly. But that is a ridiculous chuck of a round from Entropy there. How many more opportunities do they want to be given to get into the lead and close this one out? That is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what to say at this point. Entropy have lost a 3v1 and then they've lost a 5v1 in this map. So, if TBI isn't going to be able to win this map and they pick that up, then I don't really know what to say. But we're back to a 2-on-2. TBI is still not too sure about where exactly Entropy are going to end up, but they've got control of B, so they'll have to start heading in that direction. Booker probably the key, although King has been the one hitting the shots here in the OT.
For sure.
Booker's got the health.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be funny if they win this one, which looks like the hardest one of the lot. Booker, though, could have a decent timing. Going to leap his way through. 40 toward that upper position. Hears it, but isn't ready for him to be so close. Oh, dear. Now Madison has to do it again. Can he spare the blushes of his team? There's a couple of 1v1s that he has not been able to find the win in, but finally he'll get one to go his way. Oh, Entropy. They won the difficult one. Imagine what the game would be like if they'd won the easy ones. We'd be in the next map already, or at least we would have been in the desk segment at least. Either way, that's a critical one to get to 10. Maybe, you're right, yeah.
It's been a 10-6. Really different story. TBI working hard to try and make those clutches worth it, but Entropy still giving them a bit of a run for their money. If the 3-0 is not what you can get on the BL side of the OT, at least the 2-1 is what you need here as Entropy. Because BL side has been far better on this map so far, and now starting to slip away from them a little bit with that kill. We're back to 3-on-3, though King on the hunt, having a bit of a look here. If he would have find Madison, that's the C4 located, and that gives away the game, but just caught in 2 minds, returning back into the site, and leaves Dirty solo. So another clutch required from TBI.
This one seems definitely a lot harder, but you never know. And where the position Entropy find themselves in. I'm not sure they know that Dirty's necessarily here. They are looking around that area, but that's a big miss. Pistol's going to come out somehow. Stays alive for a second longer, but yeah, won't be allowed anything this time. 40 will find it. And Entropy have reset. Mentally reset quite impressively considering everything that's gone on.
Yeah, I mean, that could have been easily a 3-0 half, though, for Entropy. They've just given TBI a little sliver of hope. I almost wonder if one's kind of the par score or even slightly better than par score on GR. We'll have to see how TBI does going into BL side. But it's been a marathon. It's been a real effort for TBI to even get it this close. Pretty close maps in the last series again that they did play. Ankara, 10-7, Compound 10-7 to TBI, and then Entropy respectively. The actual difference maker here is that Subbase went quite comfortably 10-4 to Entropy in that first meeting. So I don't recall exactly what map we're going on to for map 2 of this series, but if TBI can find a way to upset Entropy here on sub base, and then we're moving into something like an Ankara, they could be feeling pretty comfortable about the series going forward in that case.
Indeed. Yeah, the conversation from King just feels, a little bit like, guys, come on, we've been gifted a lifeline here. We shouldn't be in the position we're in. We shouldn't still be in the game. We should be on the next map. Let's try and take advantage of it while we can. The Entropy have reset. Fair play to them. Looks like they only want to keep this one a little bit pacey though, TBI. Got 2 players going down the stairs already, but Beva's reacted brilliantly. Dirty has to trade it and will, and thankfully Booker's in a good position to find 40. Could find more, and it's flipped on a dime immediately.
Yeah, it's what's so hard about watching this game. Just hold that thought for a second, Vi's finished off. It's what's so hard about watching this game right here is that you'll see 2 entries, 2 kills like that, and you go, okay, like they've pretty much won the round, And then it's like, nah, no, they actually haven't. So normal conventions don't really seem to apply here between TBI and Entropy. Back to 11-11. TBI, they would need a perfect second half here if they wanted to close it out. Whereas Entropy do just need to go 2-1. It's be a tough ask though, considering the way that TBI are moving through the map at the moment. That is a refrag coming through from Gainer, who again is the one that is kind of trying to keep his team alive in this map.
Yeah. I mean, he's going to feel rough if they don't get this one over the line eventually. He's heading toward golden round territory at this point. Feels like it would be almost the apt ending considering how mad it has been.
One minute left on the clock for TBI. Surely this is a B finish. The way Hunt is starting to progress, and the fact that Dirty's over towards control room. Just going to wait down that smoke though. And Hunt really looking for Madison. The wrap coming in. Gainer wants to take a fight. They want to contest together. Gainer and Madison doing the dirty work. King will fall as well. That's the C4 dropped. Booker, he has to survive. This is so important for him to survive. Otherwise, the C4 is going to be lost. He'll decide to take a fight against 40. It might have been a bit over-eager. I think you could have given Dirty some time to work. We're back now into the 1v2. He really does have a read on where Vise is. This, I think, will be a free kill for Dirty.
Yeah.
Waiting for Vise to make the mistake. And there it is. Can he get the second? Not quite. And it is Entropy's game to lose now.
Oh. Yeah, you can see Vice's reaction. Big, deep breath. I don't blame him in the slightest. He knew he was playing that position behind the box for so long, so nervous about when he was going to get swung, not knowing actually he was being even walked up on. But again, following round, 40, not feeling good after winning the 1v1, goes for a peek, gets caught by Hunt. Straight away, headshot in the back pocket. But rounds haven't made sense, so only 5v4, don't read too much into it. We could still be going to that 12-all.
Feels like we deserve a 12-all, to be frank. I don't know if... I'm going to be real with you. I don't know if Entropy deserves to win this map. You lose a 5v1 and a 3v1. I don't think you deserve to win the map.
No, I mean, like, listen, that sounds harsh, just saying it as a passing comment like that, but it's just plainly true. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they even agree with you, because, like, they've been in positions to win 3 or 4 separate times and have not taken advantage of it. Can they do it now? Vise and Gain are delivering, but Booker and Penguin answer back. Thankfully, Vise is doing the work again. 2v2, C4 on the ground. Quick rotation from Beva. Catches Booker in the side. Now it's Penguin's turn to save the game. And are we going to add a 1v2 to the list for Entropy? They've spotted him out. They know where he's coming from, and there it is. Goodness gracious me, that they have won that game in perhaps the most difficult way possible. And look at Vise. That reaction says it all.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think Vise's face right there is probably everybody on the Entropy side of the coin as well. A little bit frustrated, to be sure. But at the end of the day, they get the job done. And look, it's still going to say 1-0 on the overall scoreline. So sometimes it doesn't necessarily matter how you get it done, as long as you get it done. And, well, I guess you have to take from it what you will and be happy with the map. But it means there's a lot more work to be done going into the next map, that's for sure. Like, you definitely need to see better from Entropy if they're going to close this series out comfortably.
Yeah, I think overall maybe better from both teams as well. I mean, there was a lot of messy rounds. I think a lot of them just maybe unexplainable decision-making perhaps in some scenarios. And, of course, the famous 1v5. I'm sure that'll be talked about quite a lot on our lovely desk. So we'll see you in a little bit while we hand over to them.
Pentakill. Basically, if you think about it, what an unconventional game. As they said, this is not your usual Crossfire. Forget the standings for now. This seems like it's the finals, you know what I mean?
Man,
the way they were playing.
It's a battle of who can throw more rounds. It's a battle of who can get the round, throw it out of the balcony, man. It's so impressive how it's always like for 5 or 6 times. I'm not even exaggerating when I say 6 or 7 times because we saw the game.
Yeah, back to
back. It's a 1v3 and the one person does clutch the round. I mean, what? How can this even happen? How many times did Entropy had a chance to end up close up the game?
And something would happen, just like the casters said. It would seem like a 5v3 at some point, and you're like, yeah, like the odds are not in the three people's favor, and suddenly it's 3v1.
Exactly.
It switches completely. But I'd like to highlight something that we pointed out in the previous day about TBI's match. I'm happy though that TBI, at least the last people who are alive, is usually Penguin or Booker or Dirty, for example, because these are the people who can clutch. Exactly, not like Avan's a bit less experienced and he's still a sub. Let me know what you think.
Man, the game that started 4-0, man, 4-0. Their first round, TBI came after 4 rounds of Entropy's winning streak. Anyone came from 4-0, it's expected for them to lose the game. I mean, eventually it won't be a close game. The game that started 4-0 would end up like 10-5, 10-6. No, we're going overtime after overtime after overtime. It's so impressive how TBI would just never ever give up. Big shout out to Dirty. He's a clutch master. We already see this. We highlight this guy as the key player from TBI side. Round 6 for Dirty was a 1v3 clutch, and he was able to clutch it one time after another. Round 11, if I'm not mistaken, he's super slow with their entries. Speaking about TBI, they're slow with their pushes, but it's surely a good push from their side, and that's what I love about TBI. Okay, let's enter within the last 30 seconds, but let's make sure when we enter, we do get the round.
I mean, yeah, for example, on Entropy's side, man, I really think Manasa and Vise, the most experienced players on the team, did step up this game. 40 showed out a lot, especially Gainer. And let's not forget Beva, they had some crazy first bloods. Gainer, man, any corner, he's not peeking it, he's clearing it. He's getting rid of whatever's there and securing the victory, which is well-deserved after such a phenomenal performance from both teams.
This is how to give us, the crowd, the audience, the talents, enough anxiety for days and days to come.
I'm nail biting, bro. I can't. My leg won't stop shaking, to be honest. Just watching the highlights, like, it was neck to neck. It was so close. I can't believe it.
That's only the first map, man. That's only the first map picked by Entropy. What about the next map from TBI side? Look, the amount of... I remember Dirty having the sniper, killing someone, then switching to the pistol, killing another. And it's so casual for the guy. I was like, what? That's only the first map, man. And, man, the round that Dirty was able to get... Was it Dirty that he's able to get a 1v5?
I think it was King. We're going to watch it now just to make sure, man. This was like a 1 in a billion chance. Watch this.
King, yes.
1, 2, Oh my god. He
just
finishes
goes
them. He
on,
rotates
on,
the map.
on,
It's
on,
insane.
And
He
thing
cleans
is-
it out.
Yeah, and thing is with Crossfire, you don't have enough utility for the late round. You use aerial flashes, you use your grenades, you use your smoke, so it's you and your AK-47. So for you to get a 5 kill and just get us to overtime, we were like, what? How can you even do this?
And even if TBI lost, I just want to highlight both teams super professional, super experienced esports players. And just to prove it, that this isn't even a clutch situation. This is like a less than 1% chance to execute, and he does it. But nonetheless, I give a lot of credit to Entropy. They performed exceptionally well. A lot of, especially now that they have their main roster and gainers back, you can tell that they're ready. You can tell they're composed. You can tell some rounds they used to rush in and just clean a site if they're on attack, and some rounds they're like very composed. They're waiting for TBI to step up and make mistakes and so on, you know.
Yeah.
Anyways, and any last points?
Man, I'm excited.
I want the best of 3, man. I want the best of 3. Let's take it away to our casters,
Let's go.
please.
Well, we thought it was destiny that maybe that opening map would go all around, but in the end it didn't, and Entropy will spare their own blushes. Yeah, I mean, a crazy game. I'm getting the impression, solely off the back of that maybe we might be here a while in this series. I don't know. It feels like this is a very close matchup for the negatives and the positives between them.
It's very hard to say that Entropy is going to walk away with a clean 2-0 here. Obviously, it's possible they could end up winning this next map, but if that is how close it's going to be for them to even win map 1, I don't think you can really say, oh, this team or that team's going to do well on this next map, because frankly, that was a bit of a mess on both sides as far as I'm concerned. We will have to wait and see, but conventional wisdom, I think, would probably come in line with what you're saying, Trav, and at least imagine that even if we're not going to go to map 3, this second map is going to be quite a tight one. It is going to be close, and it is going to really come down to the wire. So it's probably going to be one of the longer series that we will have had this week. Yesterday's games all were pretty quick, to be honest. Even the Anubis ROC game that went 2-1 was a very, very fast game. It was completely stylistically different to what we've just seen here, which was very, very slow. Teams taking down to the sort of last 30 seconds to actually get into the sides. They were just balls to the walls, all-out aggression, really, in that one. So that was actually quite a quick series, even though it did go all the way to 3. Even if this is a 2-0, I might even say this actually could be a longer series than what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's longer as well, mainly down to just some of the late rounds that came through, and the after plants and the clutches that came through as well. But they have been like putting in some pacier decision making early rounds, to be fair to them, right? I mean, Gainer was finding opening kills in the first 25 seconds very, very often. In that opening map. So I'm looking to see if they can keep that up in this follow round, because I think Gainer's form was very, very notable. And I'm glad you mentioned, that you don't think Entropy deserved map 1 for, chucking a 5v1 and a 3v1. Fair enough. But I do think the reward for Gainer was the right one, because he was, as I said at the time, every single time we switched to his POV and we watched him take a duel, I felt like he won it.
Yeah, are you going to get that kind of output again, though? That's the next question. The thing. Can Gainer do that back-to-back? Can he do it 2 maps in a row? I'm not necessarily too sure that he will be able to guarantee that. Vi's having a bit of a chat with someone, saying, listen, slow things down here. I'm just about to jump into a pretty important game.
Hopefully not too long until we hop in. Cat!
That is a cat.
Cat mentioned.
I mean, there's not much else going on, is there? So
no, we have to bring that up. That's incredibly important. Was the window open? Do you think it just comes and goes as it pleases?
It's just waltzed in.
Yeah, it's waltzed in through the window. Looks like it's finished eating something, because it's just... Yeah, we're doing cat commentary now. That's where we're at.
I mean, it is what it is. Everyone at the PCs, though, looks like they're ready to go. I think they're loading in, just based on what I'm seeing there. So, should be underway in a moment. And there we go. So,
let's get it on.
Entropy, 1-0 up. Once again, into Ankara, which was not a map that they were super competitive with TBI on last time. They can start things a little better this time around. Bev up for the trade. Not too bad. 4 on 4. Opens the map up a little bit.
Oh, it's getting off the angle there, Dirty, as they cross the position. But I think they'll be in a decent state of mind, Entropy. They can just, like, every mistake they made in that previous map, they can just now completely forget about. Because they've got, as you say, the one next to their name. They've got the orange bar they want. So, see if they can continue on that. Already Hunt tagged down to 28, opening 1 for 1 like we saw. But damage done to 40 and to Hunt. The Orm in play, a secondary Orm on Hunt. The low HP might give him more of a chance to deliver.
Yeah, again, I think we're getting that same kind of gameplay as what we saw on sub base. Much slower Blacklist approach. Oh, he's got to be careful on the timing here. I don't think he even saw King. Luckily for Entropy, they all walk away from that one alive, somehow.
$40 seconds. Never making his way forward. Hunt wants information. He doesn't know what's going on right now, and he's going to get punished for looking at that information immediately by a combination of Beva and 40. Lucas in a good position, but if they come up the stairs on you, you always know it's a difficult situation. But King has rotated in at exactly the right time. That's very, very clean, and Booker will finish it off. That was literally perfect swing at that moment.
It's one of those things when you see such a decisive first round, it makes you wonder, are Entropy going to be a little bit out of their depth here? We'll have to wait and see. Not going to lock anything in just yet. First round, a good one for TBI. And Entropy, again, with that fairly slow approach. Just a default setup, waiting to see if there's going to be any aggression out from TBI. As we can see at this point, not the case.
T4 looking to be retrieved, has been, and they're all going to be going in through mid here. There could be a bit of a surprise in store for this underpass push coming through. Made one step there. I wonder if that's been heard by the players above. Already got a rotating player coming over from Penguin to help out here, so maybe they have heard that now. Dirty is going to be ready. Now knows what's going on, but Beva immediately domes him out of the round. And while Penguin did rotate in, and while he has found one kill through a smoke, they're going to be locked out of this, and the C4 will be planted.
There's a bit of a spanner in the works, though, to be fair for Entropy. That was the C4 carrier that got picked up, so it's cost them 5 seconds or so as they went back to pick it up and get on their bike. 4v4, though. Crucial one to lock in here for Entropy, just to sort of get on the right foot. But, yep, Hotel a problem, Madison. Not too concerned about it, but the trades are so good from TBI. Gainer, though, in that 1v1, you'd have to back him based on sub-base. Down to 50 HP. He's not keen to play the time. He wants to take the fight, and that is why he locks it in for Entropy. Dare I say too close for comfort, but a win's a win.
A win is a win. One they'll be very happy to hold on to as well, considering some of the other plants that have gone awry previously. A faster move up in toward the vent here. Actually, 3 players looking to push this position. Booker's got to be ready when they make their way through. There's 1, there's 2, and he certainly is ready going by that. Hunt will be in play, and actually, wow, the fall down headshot for the 3rd. Fair enough, mate.
Yeah, these are definitely looking a little bit awkward for Entropy. Even the one that they won, even the round on B that they were able to pick up, it was a bit too close for comfort. I'm definitely getting the feeling that TBI are feeling a lot more comfortable right here on map number 2 than what Entropy are. Looks like they're trying to, change the pace a little bit with that last round, a little bit of a faster setup. TBI swatting that one aside without any difficulty at all.
Three toward 8 this time for TBI. Got a bit of more of an aggressive push up, as we can see at the moment from King. But they've found a pretty significant gap, I feel like, here. Again, it's a similar play that they've obviously made work earlier on, but I think Dirty's in a lot of trouble. Surely he doesn't get away with more than 1 here. And if he does get away with 1, he'll be delighted. That's a lovely tap on Manison, and Manison will be like, what do you say F me for? Because he wasn't even really going for that duel, it was his teammates. But the angle will be held in the end, and he will get taken down. Back into a 2v3 though, Visum 40, lots of damage has been done. He'll get run down by Penguin. The recovery from TBI here is superb.
They are going to give him a plant, if he wants it.
True.
Whether or not he can do anything from there remains to be seen. Visor's going to bide his time, though.
I kind of like this, because I think what he's hoping is that either one player goes searching the site for him and he gets a freebie, or he's waited long enough for them to be worried about the other side of the map, perhaps, and that he's moved away with the bomb. So he's going to go for an early bit of information searching with that tap, but he'll finally get it down now. He's got 3 players to find, and yeah, the opening trader is always going to come through, you feel like there. Hunt was clean with it. But a nice attempt from Vise. I feel like he did the right thing in that scenario when you've got that time on the clock to use.
Pretty rough going at the moment for Entropy. Still, half is not over. Not even close to. But again, they're setting up with the expectation that there's going to be some aggression out from TBI, and I just don't really think that we're going to get that. Doesn't really give me that vibe. Exploring middle now. Slowly working the map. So it's not necessarily that Entropy are doing anything inherently wrong. It's just that TBI are doing a little better.
Indeed. Okay, now we'll try and make his way through. King is making some noise in the window, or was for a split second anyway. A couple of steps being made, and Gainer knows exactly what's going on here. How long can he play this trigger discipline? Not long enough. Maybe not as long as he would have wanted, because King did look back. But Gainer does get his kill. Penguin is ready for that second though, and now Dirty knows what's coming up below him. Can he do any more damage from that position? Very awkward as they try and make their way up and towards the site. Dirty will eventually find Manison. Penguin now standing tall as well on the site. Will eventually go for a peek though, and Vise will fall down, but still headshot him. Now Dirty, don't ask me how he's still 100 HP in this round, but he and Buckus are still in the conversation, because C4's not down yet, and there's low health on Vise. But now it may be more likable.
Entropy going to be feeling better after this one, assuming they convert it. That said, Booker coming from the one angle that they're not actually paying much attention to. 40 though, on the timing, has a bit of a peak, and so, okay, Entropy starting to work their way back into the discussion. Early days yet. Pressure from mid. That one from Penguin. He was kind of on his own though. There is a bit of a swing in from Dirty. Not going to pay out for TBI. A lot of damage onto Manison and Beva, but 4v5. Perhaps not worth the damage they've done.
C4 now moving around back to B. Bit of a fake still being thrown by 40, just trying to show some presence on the other side of the map. And I think Hunt and Booker are aware of that being a possibility, that there might actually be nothing there, because they're going searching. I think Booker has seen there's nothing outside that portion of the map, so they are going to be going in toward B instead. Dirty and King, though, were ready. The double orms working out. Interesting. Recovers the round immediately into a 4v3 on their side, and it sent the bomb away.
Don't mind this approach from TBI. Gonna give up the A site, however. And assuming Entropy do just walk in there, which it looks like they're going to do, they will get a 3-on-4 post plant. They'll have some delaying util. And all it really takes is, I guess, probably 40 getting involved in this post plant early. If he can pick someone off as they try to work their way in, it's a big difference maker. But let's see what the approach is going to end up being from TBI. Very quick. Over to the A site, just all filtering through the GR spawn. And 40 has the nade in hand as well, and that could do a lot of work. Madison, luckily not going to be good by that nade as he is quite low. The push has to come shortly, and that smoke's going to be fading soon as well. Beva's going to get up close. Doesn't have a lot of HP to play with, so his shots are going to have to be on point. Here's King for 1, 2 coming through, and in the end, quite easily 3 for TBI. Straightforward rotate and retake. And can't complain about that one at all.
Yeah, they will convert on that one. That was actually pretty solid, where they managed to deal with Beva in the corner. Quick trade. They spaced themselves out to a relatively good manner as well. Often we say, you know, stick together to trade quickly, but obviously one of them was throwing util, one of them delayed themselves ever so slightly to guarantee a trade, and it did work out really well. Actually looked really clean. One of the nicest looking rounds we've seen today, actually. It was quite a good push and pull around the map, with the 2 orm kills coming through from Dirty and King in that previous round that forced them back into A. And yeah, TBI felt it out pretty well. Retake was the cherry on top.
It just feels like Entropy are kind of playing catch up at the moment. Constantly here on Ankara. Nicely timed from TBI. 40 unable to land his initial shot, but they give him a second chance at it. I'm not sure that I'd be too keen to be fighting that angle against an Orm, but apparently TBI want to. And they give up a less than favorable exchange. Booker still looking for more, and yeah, 40 was prepared for it. They have just walked into 40 and essentially given him the round, assuming Entropy don't let this one slip, but we know their track record with numbers advantage situations has not been fantastic. So 40, he's got the information that there's a player over here on A. The rest of TBI, unknown, but that's only one extra guy. So good call from Entropy to go into B. You can leave 40 for dead here, but it gives you the bomb plan. It gives you 3 on 2.
He's getting himself into the corner to play next to the smoke, and I think with King being so low, I don't see a world in which they can make this one happen. But crazier things have happened today. 23 on the bomb. King now working his way, clearing out the flank. And now we'll go for the duel. Gainer almost getting caught out by that, actually, to be fair to him, and in the end will get caught out. It's a very quick shot from King, but now he's the last one left, and it's a quick switch around from Beva. That's a must-win that they found a way to win.
Again, just keeps them in the conversation, but at no point have we felt necessarily like Entropy are on top on this map.
No, nothing overly comfortable, right? Shot.
Alright, 40 not going to have the same success this round that he did in the last. Gainer. One back, but unaware of his position is going to find the easy, straightforward trade. And a big fight potentially going to happen over at the vents on A. Beva Oh, not pushing his way forward in the end, and Booker just backing out into the side itself, so doesn't really eventuate. There's a bit of damage being done over there. Meanwhile, the push in through mid from Entropy. If they can get into GR spawn and wrap into A, that would have been nice, but Hunt watching for it. Will catch Madison.
Oh, flanked though. Vice, good find, and actually going into a Bever, he can get two, and he's held down Mouse 1 for that second. Goodness gracious. Dirty.
Gotta go A.
1v2, minute on the clock, going A as soon as possible is the way. Need their C4 down as soon as possible, so Dirty can't get a catch. He's trying to look on the elevated position. Oh my goodness. Switch to the rifle, make the retake a little bit more comfortable for him. But, couldn't get the catch to recover it into a 1v1 on that long line through. And now, I can't think I figured out where he's coming from. Vise has jump spotted him out, realised where he's at. Hold the stairs and flick down. That is all Bever to recover that one.
Big work from him. Important kill there as well from Vise in middle onto Hunt. He's holding on to the C4. He can't afford to be dropping there. This is the opportunity now for Entropy to actually finally get their noses in front. They've been playing catch-up for the entire map so far. And they may still have to be going into the second half. But again, it's Bever to equalize the numbers. And back and forth through that smoke. Penguin picking it up. And, ooh, a big swing in here from King. Hasn't been heard, hasn't been seen. Madison. He's going to be going down. Now it's on to 40 to find that trade. He does a good job of it. Surprising that King would continue to try to go forward there. You have a 4v2, you could just back it up. Instead he gives up his life, and now we're in a 2-on-2.
Yeah, I do feel like very often a lot of Crossfire pros are guilty of over-peaking and over-pushing in those scenarios. I do feel like numbers advantage. Maybe I'm missing something, you know, I mean, I'm not entirely experienced with Crossfire, you know, everyone knows that, but maybe I'm missing something, because I feel like prioritizing numbers alive when you found a cheeky kill like that is, even his presence in the back line like that, right, rather than going for an immediate swing, I feel like is what is more important and more critical in that scenario. But, yeah, they've let it slip again by going a bit aggressive. And Penguin, Booker, Vise, and 40 play out a 2v2. 45 seconds, C4 is being transported toward B. Already looks being made by Penguin, peeking a bit further forward there. But I think they're ready to pounce up together by jumping up in toward that middle area. And now Booker, he's going to realise that his teammate is in trouble. Penguin will go down. He's going to have to go for a full big flank rotation. Probably the right play to make, the right rotation to make. But C4 will get planted as they've cleared out the site accurately. Made sure to check it, make sure he's not hiding around it. But now they know where Booker's coming from. So clean 1v2 needed, even though they know his position.
1v1. Seconds left on the clock here. Booker going to go straight on through. Comfortably wins the duel in the end. And TBI will get this. But it's not a massive lead.
It isn't. It's been a very tight game. Kind of how I thought it would play out, right? At the before we got into the map and we were talking about it. It feels like a game that overall would be very brawly and hard to call. Could stay close over all three maps. Who knows? Might get that far. But great clutch from Booker, even though his position was telegraphed. Gives him a slight edge to work with.
There we go. Entropy. Big hold is required, and it's not going to come from Bever. Down the stairs goes Madison, but he also can't land his shot. So, instant 3-on-5. Dirty. Spotted out there by Gainer, and he's confident in taking that duel as he should be at this point in time. Gainer, again looking to get involved, and again is just the difference maker for Entropy. Wants to go through that smoke, but needs to just slow it down. Needs to wait for his teammates. He's done enough work here. There's the rest of the lads. Can't be affording to go down in these 1v1 duels now. It was 3v3, but if he would have just waited, 40 might have been there for the trade. Instead, went alone, backed himself, and ultimately couldn't get the job done. Penguin and King quite low. So not impossible here. 40, catching one, not prepared for the other. Leaves it to Vise in the 1-on-2.
Well, Booker did it before. Can Vise get a bit of revenge with his own? Unfortunately, he's going to be quite disconnected from the action. They'll check the site properly and then get the C4 down. Exactly, as I said, not exactly healthy either. 32 HP, but information on Booker! Oh, now it's Nervy. He's taken one more bullet. Booker should know it is one more bullet, but now he's blind, has to jump away, and only just gets away to safety. Good pathing, considering he was half blind for some of that. He then goes back up to deal with Vise, and Vise wasn't ready for him to be so aggressive once again. Playing on the front foot there to get that clutch completed. But again, very close.
Yep. But again, TBI just keeping themselves out in front a slight bit. And Entropy continuing to have to play catch-up, and it's never really a good feeling when you're in that position, because you know, ultimately, if things continue, if they persist the way that they have been, you're going to lose the map. And Entropy have not really been in the winning position at all here on Ankara. So as we get deeper and deeper into the map, the mind starts to turn to a map 3 rather than a 2-0. Especially now that we've seen an opening pick again go the way of TBI in this round. Entropy are just looking a little bit unsettled at the moment on Ankara. Oh, looking to get active in the mid-round. Could be the difference maker. That's a good kill onto Hunt. Spots him coming back to middle, though, which may be some false information, and ends up just strafing back into Dirty's crosshair. Now the re-aggression out on A. Penguin needs to be found out here, and it needs to be a clean kill from Entropy. Gainer spots him. Can't get the kill. Anderson has to get the trade, but that's just not enough right now. Does at least kind of lock in the information that this is not going to be an A take right now from TBI, who just continue on their way to B, on their merry way, which is going to be straight into a stack from Entropy.
Oh, Vise does get caught. Now it's only Manison. Manison is here, so they didn't have to try and deal with him. Should flank him from both sides, and yeah, King will jump at him and even make it a headshot to boot. Good frag to find. They're creeping a little bit closer now to this possibility of a third map. I think on the scale of things, I think it would be deserved. They don't deserve to be out of the series for sure. 2-0, that would be a bit unfair, I think, that scoreline. But all's fair in love and war, as they say.
As they say. Well, Entropy unable to have any early success with some of that aggression there. 40, he had a chance. Warm in hand, couldn't connect the shot with it. And so it slows down once again. This time with TBI preparing themselves for an A offensive. 2 players only there to defend. Entropy did kind of get steamrolled on the last A execute from TBI. It's a nicely timed grenade, but chip damage onto Hunt is not going to be enough to win the round here for Entropy. They need to find a way to lock in here. Like, they've just not looked like they've really been too competitive on this GR side so far.
Oh, they're creeping up. Gainer. I'm not sure he's aware of that possibility. Yeah, I think he knows there's a bit of mid presence, but it's 40 and Vise is going to be under pressure in the meantime, and Gainer does pick on a brilliant timing. He's been loving life so far this game. Been so damn good. And 40 will get one of his own as well. This is Dirty to go aggressive. That's a nice little quick scope, but Gainer is here on the scene once again. Why else would he not be? Another multi, and 40 helps out for the last. This little dynamic duo that that Entropy have, with Gainer seeming to always be in the right place at the right time to either trade or entry, and Forty to be there to get one more very often, is quite fun to watch, I've got to say.
Well, scoreline creeping a little bit closer once again. But yet to see multiple in a row in this half from Entropy. It's clear that they can win a round, but can they put a string of 2 or 3 together, which is what's going to be required to start taking this lead back off of TBI. Honestly, even putting multiple together in the first half was quite a rough consideration for Entropy. So they're going to have to find something that changes up here in the second half. Bit of X factor. Maybe mid the approach for TBI. Or maybe not. As they start to once again set up outside of A. Gainer being called across. The setup is definitely not a bad one for Entropy with 3 players on this side. It's the correct call, it's the right read, but it still comes down to hitting your shot.
It's always the way. Nah, the entry from King though. Hunt will help out for the second. Again responds, and he is still alive, but only by a sliver. Again, 40 trying to answer back quickly, but does get found. Penguin, Booker, and Dirty. In this 3v2, this would be a really nice one to win. You don't want to let it slip when you've got the bomb down, but Vise has gone through. Now it's only Penguin, and he gets run down by 40 as well. The speed of that retake, the fact they were so ready for it, maybe surprising TBI there.
Yeah, I'm not too sure how that actually fell apart for TBI. It looked like it should be their round to lose, but Vise, nice couple of kills coming in through that smoke. I have to say though, if I'm TBI here, that beast, that A site hold is looking really susceptible. That's now the second time that we've seen them kind of just, like, essentially just run their way in on the execute. And this time, even with 3 players stacked on that site, they get in without barely losing a player. It was the post plant that let them down, not the actual take. So I think if I'm TBI, I'd be going back to that A site for sure.
And maybe finding a bit of information, a bit of a weakness, possibly. We'll see. Quite even fragging across the board for everyone in the server. Sadly, apart from Manison, he's been lagging behind a little bit. 3 and 13 is a bit of a rough look when you've got 40 on 14, Bever 12, Vise 11, and Gain at 9. And if you're looking at the team, very even across the board. Between 12 and 9 kills between all 5 on TBI. Maybe one big round for Manison is enough to really get this one back into an even standpoint again, because even if you have a bad game, if you're the hero on one round, you can make up for it. The single reason your team wins a round, then that is the confidence boost you need and the team needs.
Important round for Entropy, that is for sure. Flash into Beacon. Vise clears that, doesn't see anything. Entropy at this point are kind of wondering, I imagine, where TBI even are. It's 40 seconds to go. You haven't really heard anything towards A or B. You don't really know at all. They're going to gamble with an A stack. I think purely based on that information that Vise didn't see anything in the B connector, but this to me looks like it's going to be a B take. So could be a rough call for Entropy here. Incorrect call. But if Vise can come up with the goods, maybe get 1 or 2, that could be a huge difference maker. Under a lot of pressure though, and unable to get anything done. So he'll go down, and 5v4 retake. I just don't think it's going to happen though. 40 hits himself a nice shot, and we saw what happened in that previous retake. This is not impossible. 40 for 2. Gainer gets himself 1 onto Dirty as well. Caught on the timing. There's 19 seconds left here. Entropy. They need this round. They're hunting for it. They've got 2 more players to find, but they're starting to lose numbers, and it's gone. Just like that. Entropy, let it slip.
Hunt and King there, literally hand in hand, getting 2 kills apiece instantly. I thought Vise did the right thing for a while there by not showing early round, even though he was around the right bomb site. It's not like they weren't necessarily aware of him being so close, even though they were nading that position. And did get flicked upon in the end, even though the retake started really well with 40 putting in some great numbers again, up to 16 now. Leader in the server is 40. Some amazing frags. TBI do get over the line on this occasion.
Eight to 6. Entropy need a couple quickly. Otherwise, this map is going to be over. Vi's picked up. Spamming through the smoke. Dirty has been an absolute menace in this second half. That Orm is ringing out all over the place, and it's going to be a tough pill to swallow for Entropy.
Can TBI get this one to a third? Don't forget, Entropy were 9-6 up in map 1 before we went to a long drawn-out overtime. They couldn't get it done straight away. Can TBI get to 9-6 and figure it out from here? But we'll see. They're only 1 kill up at the moment. Gainer, always feel like he'll get his one, and there we go again. Another example of him being in a position and delivering. And 40, that is a great frag to drop the C4 right in front of him. He's going to have vision on that for a long time as well. But Hunt, you have to creep up on the timing. Are they aware of him being able to get all the way through? 40's not seen it at all or heard it, and he'll get fragged in the side. The bomb is still the issue, it's been picked up now, and Bever goes charging in, trying to recover the situation. But TBI have pulled it out of the fire.
Yeah, I don't know really how Hunt gets away with that, frankly. And that round is just going to fall apart again for Entropy. Another, I would almost argue, advantageous position there. If 40 just backs off and plays a bit more of a wing-take angle, instead of sitting in the middle of the site for no reason, he doesn't get wrapped upon like that by Hunt. Instead, for some reason, he's just hell-bent on watching that C4 and gives up the important, not only the important player advantage or the player numbers, I guess, but the positioning. That's the big problem.
Yeah.
It gives TBI the whole site.
It's funny, isn't it? I mean,
anyway,
ironically, the bomb being in the open as it was actually caused them to lose the round. Even though that should be an advantage in most scenarios. Just 40 became a bit tunnel visioned onto it.
I think, yeah, at this point it feels like the map is unwinnable for Entropy. And they're going to have to start to think about map 3. That's the second time in a row that Vice has been caught spamming through that smoke. And by the same player, the Orms, again, are being so dangerous around Ankara at the moment, which is what you'd be expecting. .4v4. 40. In a great spot, though. TBI are going to be giving him an opportunity, and that one, this time, is connected. Clean shot. Maybe it's not done yet.
Bit of vintage 40 in this one. Up to 19. He's not been missing. That's a great tap from Penguin, though. That actually gives him a path back in. 3v3. Minute to go. C4 currently waiting quite a long way away, but once again you can rely on Gainer for at least a 1-for-1. He does get his one, but will go down to King. Now 50 seconds, C4 does need to join up with King. He's a long, long way away. So, it's actually quite important King stays alive for a bit here. 40 is worried about that possibility because he's just still waiting in mid. There's a chance he can maybe catch one on a rotation, he's thinking, if they're that split up, but not for now, and the C4 will try and work its way forward. Bever and 40 are together. Good bit of utility usage to keep them blinded up. That C4 needs to go down. 40 now will get tagged down a little bit further, and Booker, he's found Bever almost by accident, it feels like. Almost felt like he was trying to pre-fire 40. But that is not what happened. Doesn't matter either way. He finds both. And TBI get their map, and we're going 3.
Indeed we are, which is not a surprise, to be honest, at all. Look, I think, you know, even if you're sitting in the shoes now of TBI, you'd probably be a little bit disappointed this does end up going to 3, because they had a very real chance of closing things out there on sub base. Would have been a 2-0 for TBI, which is something that they kind of frankly need at this point in the season. They're a bit up and down, to be honest. But either way, they still have a chance to fight for the series, and if they can get it over the line, then that'll be all that really matters in the end. I think one thing I'll say about these two teams is that they definitely need to kind of like work on their protocols, right? They can get themselves into great positions. Both of them can start rounds really nicely, and they both shoot well, but so many times we'll see like someone get a pick or a strong position and then just over-aggress and give up that advantage. So something for them to kind of think about in this little bit of a break that's going to be coming up here. But that'll be us for the moment, Trav, and we'll come back right after this for map number 3. So see you in a bit.
لا ما فيش خالص كلهم منتظمين.
فايز
فايز
فولتي
جينر
جينا
فورتي
فولتي
فايز
انا
مانس
فولتي
من 2010
10 سنين، وانا بدات العبها بشكل محترف في 2021، وانا سبت الشغل عشان اركز عليها في 2023 اصلا. انا كنت شغال وكنت بلعبها كده في الفن، بعد كده في 2023 بدات اركز على الجيم.
بنبرك على قد ما نقدر، بنحاول نعلي من مستوانا، نصلح ميستيكس وبنحاول هنطلع قبل الثقه ان شاء الله، وهنحاول نعمل اللي علينا في الدوري.
احنا لسه تيم جديد، لسه بادئين سوا، ما كملناش اسبوعين، فيعني ما فيش جولز كبيره يعني ان انا ابقى توب 1 ولا 2 ولا الكلام ده، بس يعني ان شاء الله عايز ابقى في المركز الرابع الخامس، يعني بحوش الحلم لسيزون 2 ان شاء الله. يعني السيزون ده ان شاء الله يعني ناخد على بعض ونحاول ناخد مركز كويس على قد ما نقدر، وان شاء الله في سيزون 2.
are back, week 4, day 11, with a draw at the moment in a best of 3 TBI versus Entropy. Take it away.
Man, after the fine performance on first map, surely we're going map 3. I mean, TPI, one thing we know about them, they would never ever give up. So losing map 1 was just a head start for them. Okay, we lost map 1, why not bounce back on map 2 and let us get into map 3? And that was the mentality, and that's what their plan. What their initial plan was, okay, even if we do lose the first map, it was close and it could have gone to either side. But the second map, it was so obvious that TPI are much better than Entropy. One thing I hate about Entropy, though, is the consistent urge to trade, even if they lose
deficit,
2 members. Yeah, if they lose 2 members, you could still win the round with 3 members. It's a 5v5. You can't find your way with lurking, with split pushing into one side. But no, whenever they lose someone, they just force push another member from Entropy Gaming, so they do lose the round.
I couldn't agree more, to be honest.
Although 40 did do good impact on TPI side, but it was instant trade from Hunt, from Gainer, from Hunt and Penguin and Booker. So the response from TPI was just instant, over and over and over and again. And let's not forget Anchor is picked by TPI, which is an advantage on its own.
Their favorite one, I mean, looking at the highlights here, just like the casters did mention that, the shots are there, the accuracy is there, execution is just not the best when it comes to closing out a specific round, whether at an advantage or a disadvantage. And that is, I believe, maybe due to inexperience or the lack of playing together, whether it's on TBI's side or Entropy. But I do believe game 3, to be honest, I can't really tell. It seems pretty even. Like the first 2 games, it seemed balanced both ways. The round gap wasn't that big, to be honest. And I don't know, like I feel TBI is starting to wake up, you know what I mean? But I do but I do think the Entropy still has a fighting chance, and that they definitely want to close this game out.
Thing is, you can look at it from 2 different perspectives. Either from TPI perspective, which is the first game is a warm-up game for us, even though it's their map, and let's bounce back, let's get our things together, play a clean game for us, put the Hunt on the front lane, get us some rounds, impress some losses here and there, and eventually win the game. And you can look at it from the other side, from Entropy side, where first game was almost going for Entropy at the early round until it went overtime, back and forth. But most of the rounds from TBI side came after a hard struggling time from both teams. But if you ask me for my own prediction, I'll go with TPI, because I love a team that shows that they would never ever give up, even if it was 9-5 or 9-6, which, by the way, the start of the comeback on game 1 which was 9-6. Who comebacks from 9-6? The amount of pressure.
Very rare, to be honest. Exactly. It just feels like, at least in game 1, Entropy thought they secured the deal, but we did have a chance to look at the team cameras, and you could tell that not just Penguin, Dirty, Booker, everyone was talking at the same time, and they were like, I guess, like a Hail Mary. They were saying, please, we need to finish this game fast. We cannot lose round 1, because that's just going to get us stomped in round 2. And I think that played out in their favor, you know, that it's not just the in-game leader. All the team has taken initiative to figure out how to reach a game 3 at least, or to secure 1 round.
Yeah, we've seen Subbase, we've seen Port, and now it's about to see the decider map for both teams. I'm super excited for it. I don't know what to expect for both teams. I think we've seen a lot of wild cards when it comes to 40 and when it comes to Gainer and Biva, and from the other side we've seen Hunt and the other boys. So, I don't know, man.
I mean, I'm excited nonetheless.
Same.
Like, I'm liking these matches, whether it's bottom standing, higher standing, it doesn't matter. It's still entertaining and it gets me driven.
Exactly.
I guess we're ready for game 3.
Yes, we are.
I'll take it to our casters, man. Thank you.
This is a series that TBI just really need to take, I feel like. Don't get me wrong, both teams were sort of, languishing a little bit in the league. 2 wins and 1 win respectively. I'm not just saying it because TBI have the 1 win compared to the Entropy 2. I'm saying it for their own confidence because they've gotten so close in so many separate maps and separate series and not been able to get it over the line. And as we said before we went back to the desk, right, Jordan, like some of the ironing out of these mistakes I feel like would go a long way for both of them.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, that's really the big difference maker, I think, between these teams at this level and the teams towards the top of the standings is that I guess I get the feeling that they don't have protocols in place based on X or Y situation. It's kind of just like we're just playing the game, and if we just play the game better, then we'll win. And that's fair enough. That's one way of doing it. But sometimes there are definitely avenues where they give themselves an advantage or they get themselves in a good position and then they kind of just throw that away by either being too aggressive or taking an overeager fight or just doing something really kind of a little bit random, to be quite honest with you, Trav, that actually ends up losing them the advantage. So I think there's definitely a world where, you might really benefit from a little bit of a bit more of a discussion around what are we actually hoping to achieve when we've got this position or that position. What can we do if we've got a player around on the flank? Do we need to, let them have some time to work instead of taking fights ourselves? These kinds of things, because there's a lot of different little intricacies. And if these moments were played, in my mind, correctly, and I know it's easy to say that from the bird's eye view that we have, everything we can see. But if these situations were played correctly by the individuals, you'd see some much cleaner rounds for sure. Well, that's enough of a discussion as we do head straight into the third map, and Entropy on the receiving end of a nice arm shot there from Hunt, but Vyze has managed to get across to the boxes.
Yeah, quite a big bit of aggression there to start off the final map, but 40, well, he's looking to try and start where he left off. May not have been a successful map, the previous one, for his team, but for him, it was very successful personally. Had an incredible performance. And seeing more of that on a map like this, definitely one that he will favour. These long ranges. Covers it into a 4v4 early.
And again, I don't think that too much is going to be changing up as far as the pace of this series is concerned onto map number 3. Because TBI are not getting up to a whole lot early on. There was obviously some aggression out from Entropy over on A long. But aside from that, really has just been TBI waiting, playing default more than anything else. Slowing these rounds down. Now they're going to have a look into the box room with a minute left on the clock. The flash is going to go through. And they'll start to begin their offensive on B. This isn't necessarily fooling anybody in the sense that it's a pretty telegraphed take on B. All players there to defend with, but Dirty taking down 40 quite nicely to put that to bed.
Yeah, Manison again getting caught there, but just getting pelted by utility. Booker's just... Wait, did he just jump across the angle, across the door, and just headshot? He did, didn't he? Yeah. Well, can't legislate for those things, I feel like, all the time. But anyway, point I was going to make, I do want to see a decent performance from Manison in this map. He was completely absent on the previous one. Genicus will win this round, by the way, because Hunt and Dirty are not exactly healthy. Playing with the timings, playing with the sound cues, looking for Dirty first. Oh, imagine if he managed to tap his head before Hunt would have forced his way through the window. It was actually winnable for a split second, but they'll figure it out, will TBI.
Yeah. All right, good start for TBI. Nothing too outrageous, but solid round win, I guess, is really all you can ask for to start things off. However,
that was quick.
It's going to be another interesting start to the round. Booker, your Hunt down. Vyze also dropping. But this is... Okay, so we get that little bit of early aggression, same as what we saw in that last round. A little bit of an early stoush back and forth, let's say. And then instantly, everything's going to slow down again here for probably another minute or so. That seems to be the way that this is playing out traditionally.
Yeah, it seems to... usually that is the way it does go. If you do have these pacey beginnings to rounds, you do have a lull immediately after. As you say, that game that was played last night was particularly quick, even though it was a 2-1 in ROC and Anubis. We're going to see Anubis later on this evening, of course. And it's unKnights. That's our last series of the day. That one should be really interesting. I'm actually looking forward to that one because there's a lot on the line for both when it comes to their position in the league. Penguin will leap forward toward 40. Good find. Back into a 3v3. Now with 45 left on the clock. Bever just about reacts to Penguin dropping down. They should be able to move the C4 over to the site itself. And they've recovered it into a 2v2 now thanks to King once again getting a cheeky frag on Manison. And that bomb will only just go down. Dirty's now in an awkward position where he's going to get pinched from long if he's not careful. Gainer on the angle, repositioned with the pistol, trying to play with the pillar. It's very awkward and eventually it always felt like it was going to be Entropy's. And it is.
It is indeed. 1-1 scoreline. So things pretty close when it comes to the third map, as is what you would hope to be the case. Tight affair. Both teams should be a little more comfortable on this than their opponent's map pick. Penguin's going to go have a little bit of a journey around on A long. There's a lot of smoke cover there for him. Just kind of tapping a couple of shots in there to let him know about his presence. Keep Entropy guessing, thinking.
King will move his way forward. That's our teammate support with Booker and Dirty. The deep long hold currently from Gainer. You can see he's pushed all the way forward. Now he's going to have Hunt to face. Going to make their way out. Even the boost up above. And Gainer was not ready for that. That's a really nice play. And coming in from above like that, I thought might have caught out 40. But he's done amazingly to find a quick scope on one and a pistol on the next. Honestly, fair play to 40. That looked very hard to track. And that might have just won the round for Entropy. 4v2. Bever has been spotted out by Dirty and just about got away for now. But damage done to Booker. This is a hard one to win from here. And 40 will continue to confirm it. Vise will set himself up. And I do think 40 there is a bit of a hero. He really is keeping up his form today.
Okay, well, maybe a swing in terms of the momentum. It's been TBI favoured for quite a while. The whole time we were watching Ankara, we were talking about that being the case. TBI leading from the front and Entropy having to play catch-up. Maybe the roles will be reversed here on Black Widow. Again, Entropy not getting up to anything too over-eager. Just going to let TBI have the run of things on this Blacklist side.
Ready for a pop toward B by the looks of things. Vise, is he ready? He is ready for the first. And it's a good first as well, because there's more where that came from. Utility trying to get its way through the windows. And Manison is in that window position as well, but there's not much Manison can do about that one. He's just been absolutely destroyed by Hunt. The poor form and just plain bad luck, I feel like, for Manison has continued for quite a while now. Minute on the clock. They're going to fall away with that kill. That 1-for-1 at least. Because they do have long control with Penguin.
Now, what are they going to do with that, though? They push up through short to A, perhaps, is going to be the option of choice. Gainer is there alongside 40 to defend, and 40 6-2 at the moment. I don't know if I'd want to be challenging him, and I think TBI are wondering whether or not they should as well. They're going to think about going towards B, or at least towards middle this late in the round. That's a crazy call. 30 seconds left. They've dropped the C4. They are scrambling at the moment, TBI. Where are they going to end up? It's ultimately going to be towards A. Again, 40 is waiting for them there with the Orb. Gainer getting one. Vise and Gainer, though, both having now gone down. It is on to 40 for 10 seconds. If he even just survived, he would have won the round. The C4 was on the bridge.
Yeah.
I don't think they could get the plan.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really anywhere to run away to there, though, is there? Like, you can argue maybe you could dance around the van a little bit, but I don't know. I feel like it's an awkward situation for him to put himself in. 40 will push his way forward to get one on toward Penguin. But there is the quick trade. But yeah, a rare scenario there in some Crossfire that we've seen in recent times where the time actually could have expired. I saw, I think the first week I did of this new season, maybe people were getting a bit rusty and getting up and getting ready to start the season a bit rusty overall, as I said. But I think there were 3 or 4 rounds where they actually went to a timeout and they couldn't get the bomb planted in time, which is very unusual. King will jump onto Advise, and that opens up the B site. There's a very quick double rotation from behind. It's Manison and Bever, and know that these two are in play, and Dirty will get run down. Bever will get his reward in the end, and King is so low from earlier on that nade does whiz past him and won't remove him. So C4 can go down, but Anderson and Bever have an opportunity to push forward into this crossfire. Can they actually deal with it? One player on the elevated angle, one player below. That's very hard to get past.
Down. We finish off. And Entropy once again regaining their lead. Kind of holding on to it. It's a similar sort of story as what we saw on Ankara, just the roles are reversed. A little back and forth, definitely, but Entropy holding on to their advantage. And sometimes that's all you need to do, especially in a close series like this. As long as you can just front run and keep going 1-for-1, tit for tat, it's all good. Just have to close these maps out.
Good catch from Manison. Maybe that's going to change his fortunes a little bit. Going to the Orm, the secondary Orm. A few more frags on the board. Penguin almost putting a few bullets through the box at the right time there to catch Bever refacing toward long doors, but not this time.
Nice shot from 40. Yeah, these Orms definitely a real problem for TBI. They have an answer for them at the moment. Gainer, a bit of an unnecessary push. Bever's going to go have a look now himself. 40 there, who also wants to go and have a look. Again, okay, it works out in this instance, but that's exactly what I'm talking about, Trav. Those sort of 1v1 duels that they decide to take. It's like, you're up 4, 5v2, 5v3. You don't need to be taking that fight right there.
Dangerous,
if you lose those fights, like if a couple of just insane shots come through, all of a sudden this round just falls away from Entropy.
Yeah, you're spot on. That's a great example. It's very high risk, and more often than not, I feel like it doesn't have the reward.
Yeah. Well, time for a chat from TBI. Penguin seems to be in pretty high spirits. Entropy just seems like another day at the office for them. Just kind of chilling, really. There's Cat again.
Yeah. That happens mid-clutch. Safe to say, a tail in your face will be rather distracting.
Yeah.
Bless him. Or her. Booker seems quite animated. Trying to make a point. So does Penguin, to be fair to him. That's what I said about, you know, being in a LAN house, right? You can actually just look at each other while you talk.
They're having a real back and forth, aren't they?
I mean, to be fair, I think Dirty is listening intently and not, like, arguing back. I feel like Penguin is... Yeah, that might be the most animated I've seen any player this season, actually. You know how I mentioned it was King who usually used to do that? Get really hyped up, but, you know, listen, he's got a bit of a secondary voice alongside him now. Maybe he's a secondary, and Penguin's a primary these days, because that was... it looked harsh. The words looked harsh from body language alone.
Yeah. Don't really know. I mean, we don't know what the relationship is like in this team, obviously, but...
Only recently joined, right? So...
Well, yeah, that's sure. That's to be sure. But I mean, how far back do these players go? How well do they know each other, just in general?
Yeah.
I don't know. That didn't look super friendly to me. I'll just say, but
no, the hand gestures in particular, I think.
So what's Dirty going to be up to? That's what I want to see here. He's just having a look over toward A, but going to quickly come back across to join up with the rest of the team. Oh, that's a clean one from Hunt. I think for me, Hunt has definitely been the standout for his TBI roster today. I don't know if he's going to be doing enough, though, to get his team over the line. Vi's in all sorts of trouble there. So that, I think, might be the round for TBI. But stranger things have happened tonight. Don't count it out just yet. That's good from 40 as he continues to be impactful and clean on this third map.
And he'll get swung upon. Good frag from Penguin. Maybe that pause is what they needed. Get some of the frustration out, some of the thoughts on what they think is going wrong. And maybe that's what they actually need overall as a team, right? Because I mentioned that they're in a position where they have one less win in Entropy. Both of them are struggling in the league so far this season, don't get me wrong. But yeah, it's almost a scenario of course, you can be fed up of losing. Anyone will. But it's like, listen, guys, let's not let this happen again. Let's not let another relatively close series slip away from us when we have the ability to get it over the line, and we know we do.
Oh, man, first shot needed to probably be a little bit cleaner than that one. It's tough to double down. Good spacing in the end there from TBI. And around on the board. Back to a one-round deficit.
I was watching the replay on the stream, of course, as the delay has caught up of the Penguin and Dirty conversation. It's like, I feel like going by my uneducated view on body language and lip reading, it was like Dirty said something back to him in passing, and Penguin didn't like it, is what I would say. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
This round's going well again,
paying much attention to it either, by the way. They were not interested in getting involved in that at all. But yeah, it seems like whatever was said in that timeout was beneficial for TBI because they've just kind of run it back, a couple of rounds, off you go.
Yeah, I mean, listen, like, people might say, to use an example from tennis, right? If you break your racket, it looks bratty, and, you know, you even get booed by crowds when you do it. But it actually probably helps you long term if it gets the frustration out. It's very hard to relieve frustration when you, other than breaking things sometimes, depends what kind of person you are. 40, well, this is going to relieve some frustration because look at what he's doing on long here. He's found 3, the third being really well dealt with. And the 3 is actually only giving them a one-man advantage. So, 4-4, 3v2. As I thought before the series actually began, one of the rare things maybe I've gotten right in predictions for this particular league season so far, it has stayed close the entire way.
Yeah, most definitely. 40 on the push, though. So he's gone all the way from A long to now pretty much wrapping into B and up into BL spawn. This is an outrageous flank, but it looks like it's going to work. Oh, he's going to see the both. He's missed. Oh, finally he's going to get the pistol out in time. That would have been egregious if he went down there for free. Would have been a typical Entropy moment. I'm not gonna lie. Like, they have had some absolute shockers in the 1vx's, 2vx's, whatever. But they get this one done at least.
Yeah, it's okay. Just the fact they didn't know anywhere he was going. I mean, look at that second kill. I think that was actually the most impressive one in the end. Thankfully, did get the pistol out in time to get a quad kill. No ace. If the first one was cleaner, maybe he does pull out the pistol for the ace on the final player coming out long, right? But not this time. But important.
Yeah, we get that again, that halftime break. As everyone has to get back into the server, ready to go. Don't know who's feeling better about things at the moment, though. Obviously, Entropy do end up getting the 5-4 lead, but pretty competitive first half. King shaking his head a little bit, maybe looking a little bit frustrated. And Dirty and Penguin having a bit of a chat again. I don't know. I'm a bit worried about that, but
yeah.
See how this second half ends up going.
Yeah, they have joined back in now. Good nade on the eyes already. That's half his health gone. Nice one from King.
Slower approach again from Entropy, as we've become used to. TBI will have certainly become used to that as well.
Yeah, because it's been a story of so near but yet so far for TBI. Been some heartbreaking ones so far this season. Just have a look at their league record, right? I mean, they're 1-6, but they have won 4, if you count today, 5 maps. So they've been in multiple series. But can sometimes ebb away when it comes to longevity in these particular BO3s this season. Of course, remember, it used to be a BO2 format, this league. Maybe it suits other teams more than others, who knows. Good catch from Hunt. That's 40 down, and Dirty will step up as well. The two Orms doing amazing work on the site, but they will get traded in the end. That's a good one for Manison. He's stepping up a little bit in this map now. Getting a few important frags here and there, which he didn't find much of last time around. Penguin working his way forward. This is still a 3v3 off the back of that. 35 on the C4.
That is the danger of the Orms, isn't it? But back into this 3-on-3. King trying to charge his way forward and being quite successful in that capacity. Buys, however, clean couple of kills and sets it up nicely for Gaimin to finish it off. But yeah, on the topic of those Orms, like that's the danger, isn't it? When you have the Orms here, it's like, yeah, you can hit both of your opening kills, but inevitably, if the opponent is not afraid to keep pushing forward, and in this case, Entropy did a great job of just continuing to take that fight to them, you are going to get overwhelmed, right? The riflers get a little, you know, they don't need as much space, a little bit more of a flexible weapon, and they do catch up with them in the end. So, up 6-4 now, and again, a 2-round gap, but can they improve upon that in some way?
Making a couple of steps. 40 might have heard him fall away there. Maybe not, though, because obviously a little bit of a distance between the two of them. The King is giving it a glance still back and forth. Bomb is going toward B to begin with. Entropy 6-4 up. Just don't concentrate on the scoreboard. Concentrate on what's in front of you, and they should be able to get this one over the line, you would think. They have looked maybe the team less prone to some of these egregious mistakes on at least this map. First map was a bit different. But King now on the angle. What can he do? Pushing forward off the back of it. It does go down to Madison. That's big for him to find an opening once again. His impact's been excellent, but Penguin's in the action. He's found 2 on the reface fruitless smoke. Booker was still here and he gets run down, and Dirty will find a trade on Bever. It's all worked out in a 1 versus 1 in the end. Dirty versus 40. They both end with T, but who's going to be saying thank you after this one? It might be 40, and he gets the timing on the rotation.
Yeah, he's so confident to take that fight. That's crazy. It's done. Good stuff from 40. Bever as well, you got to give some credit to him, you know, bit of a selfless play. Someone had to dislodge that player behind the box. Bever decided it was going to be him. That's ambitious from Gainer, straight through the smoke. Full setup from TBI. They were well prepared for it. King has overextended. King has gone on his own. The other 2 TBI players are backing up into A, and King's going forward still to try and fight. So miscommunication maybe in the TBI camp, or frustration, or I don't know what, but it's given up the player advantage.
Oh, it should be a multi as well here for Hunt, and he's managed to recover things immediately. Great pre-fire on 40. Could even be all 4.
Okay.
That is one of the highlights of the day.
Yeah, Hunt's just so scary, isn't he? Like, this guy is clearly the standout on this TBI roster. It's another round-winning play from him. That should be 8-4. It should be 8-4 for Entropy. They should trade him out there, take B, win the round. Instead, Hunt, perfect timing on the original peak. Great shots, and obviously the multi-kill causing a real ruckus for Entropy, but we do get the sense at the moment that Entropy is looking a bit more of a threatening team than TBI in the second half, and push comes to shove, sooner or later, they're going to get the rounds that they need. That's the feeling I'm getting. Maybe not that one.
Not that one, though. That was clean. You can see, I mean, it's so hard to tell about where this is going to go. Again, like, there was a little gap being brought forward there for Entropy. We thought, oh, yes, here we go. They've got a path to the finish line, but TBI just don't say die. It keeps happening. It's actually kind of like painful to watch if they always lose these games despite looking so good in individual rounds. Hunt and Dirty have now 12 between them. Booker's going to be waiting for Gainer to push forward. That's a great find for him. 5v3 all of a sudden. Dirty's on the right line. Easy kill on Madison. We'll duck and dive to wait for one more, but 40, if he comes his way, might meet the same demise.
Forty trying to do his best to salvage this round, but he has been asked a lot of. Doesn't have the C4. And as long as Dirty and King link up together, it shouldn't be winnable for 40. It's very difficult to multi-kill with an Orm. But if you could somehow find a way to get that C4 and maybe get the plan over on A, maybe there's still a world. Or the timing here for 40, if he would just look behind him and pick one off. Again, there's so many micro moments in this round, but 40, I think, is about to lose them, as he wasn't expecting that push together. Well played, though, by TBI, has to be said. Working together in unison. It's exactly what you need to do in the circumstances.
Inseparable. One map, 7 all. Each of them having individual moments to recover some of these rounds. Each of them making errors. It's funny how this game read. Not even because of the league standing necessarily. Just the way we know they play has led to this long, drawn-out game. Gain already taking a tag early round.
All of a sudden, we're back to 7-7. It's looking like this should be a comfortable win for Entropy at one point prior to that Hunt 4K. Just prior to that Hunt 4K, it was like, okay, Entropy are probably going to do this. Now, again, it's back up in the air, and honestly, maybe even TBI favored. They're starting to get rolling on this GR side, and Hunt is playing phenomenally. Now he's out of the round. Dirty, the other player that's doing a lot, is going to have to hold on to this side solo. Managed pushing his way forward.
Yeah.
Free fire around the corner, and Entropy. You'd want to say they'll be getting this round, but I just don't know at this point if I can necessarily make statements like that anymore. It's a real mess. 1v1, Booker. It's winnable for TBI. He's going to drop in. And Beva's going to hit the shot, so Entropy will get it. Vise is about to have an aneurysm. I don't blame him.
Listen, I've never felt more related to the feelings of a player than that, maybe. That was ridiculous. Like Vise is like, bro, I mean, I've dropped down. I should have probably gotten that kill. I didn't. How is it a 1v1? Wait, how have we all died? Crazy. What is going on? Again, a mad fight in the smokes in mid. Penguin looking to try and remove one, but Vise is pushed and taken down Booker, and Penguin might just get punished here. There are two players in front of him, but he catches Vise on the fadeaway. Smoking toward the doors. They could go through if they wanted, but they've still got to clear one player out of the corner. That, of course, is Penguin, like I said. He's still relatively healthy in this position too, taking the opportunity to dump all of his utility, but eventually found by Manison, and his impact is being felt really well here for Entropy.
Yeah, this should be a bomb plan here comfortably. Beva bringing it across. And here's the plan. So Hunt and Dirty, the two players that have performed today for TBI. And they do. Maybe nothing. 40. Looking in the kill onto Hunt, and the trade is there onto Dirty as well. So Entropy will get themselves one more. 9-7. Close the map out right here and now.
Good catch from Dirty. Doesn't want to say die just yet. Not another one that's going to go begging for TBI, man. It feels so painful. Any long series that you lose always feels painful, but for TBI, for some reason, because it happens relatively often, you always feel it's a little bit worse. But they're still fighting. They're still fighting, and King is standing tall. What a hold from him! Triple, and it's forcing Beva into the open on long. There's a double swing that will come through, and King gets another. Entropy have one more chance.
Yeah, we might be seeing it again. Another overtime. What happened on sub-base, same sort of circumstance. Entropy with the advantage, and TBI clawing it back to 9-9. Still ended up going on to lose that map. But I think Entropy would much prefer to just get this one done cleanly. They have to go through all the trouble of the OT if they can avoid it.
Goodness me. But you're nervy if you're Entropy. You know what's happened in the game so far. Map 1 eventually went in their way. In their favour. But they'll be playing it over and over again in their mind if it hadn't. I think that's definitely forgotten about at this stage. But maybe not at this point, knowing what has gone before. Oh guys, remember what happened earlier? No way you'd be saying that at this point, but you know what I mean. Mines and Vise, that could be the opening. Dirty's not expecting him to go through the smoke, and that's a great catch on Hunt in the lower position, and Beva's leaped in as well. That could be it. King is stuck in the open, and Entropy, goodness gracious me, they don't make it easy for themselves, do they? But they've got it over the line, and TBI once again in a series like this come up about 2% short.
Yeah, very, very disappointing, of course, for TBI, but at least for Entropy, they get themselves the dub, and it's a much-needed dub to keep themselves in that race for, I would just say, really the 4th place position in the group stage. If they can make it to top 4, you know, they can get into the playoffs, and anything can really happen from there, but still a lot of work to be done, but at least this is going to help them just maintain pace with the rest of the teams for this week. But at some point, they're going to have to get some wins over the teams above them, which is maybe a bit more of a difficult task. TBI, though, starting to look like they're pretty much out of the running, right? I mean, they've got a game tomorrow. They've got 3 games next week, 2 games the week following. So, you know, obviously we're just about at the halfway point of the season here today. When you're in the halfway point in the season, you've gone now 1-7. Probably unlikely you're going to be making it through the playoffs from there. But maybe they still have a chance. I don't know. Someone can do the numbers. Not me, though, because it's time for me to have a break. We're going to go to it very shortly. Analyst Desk will be back after this, and then our third match of the day.
اخر واحد اخويا ديبسي.
ديبسي برضه.
هو لو في يبقى ديبسي.
انا
ديبسي. كولز غلط. مفيش حد.
مفيش برضه ما اظنش.
لا مفيش.
بيبقى في دايما كولز غلط في اي تيم، بس يعني مش دايما في حد معين هو اللي بيدي كولز غلط.
لا هي بصراحه مفيش حد معين بيعملها. يعني مفيش. لا لا. روك.
ال سي كي.
ROC. LCK. انا حسام.
جاكور الكابتن بتاع التيم.
جاكور.
لا في مواقف كتير الصراحه بس ما ينفعش تحكي
يعني كان في عفاريت وبتاع كده بس موقف صعب يتشرح.
كان في الشقه القديمه اللي احنا بننام فيها كنا بنسمع صوت حد بيمشي وكده واحنا نايمين اصلا.
هو انا مش فاكر، بس يعني ممكن هو حوار العفاريت ده كلنا فاكرينه يعني.
ديبسي وساد يعني الاثنين.
ساد.
ديبسي.
يعني دايما بيبقى انا وكوميكس.
اذكى واحد كلنا.
حسام.
ممكن حسام.
ديبسي. جاكور. وديبسي. في لقطات كده بيعملها حلوه بصراحه.
ديبسي.
ديبسي.
كوميكس.
من 2011.
2018.
2010.
انا بلعب من 2012 بس يعني كنت بلعب فور فن. ابتديت ان انا العب سيريس من 2019.
كبطولات وكده من 2018 بس لو قبل كده من 2014 تقريبا.
اتليست توب 4 ان شاء الله، في الاول يعني بلاي اوفس ان شاء الله توب 1 توب 2 ان شاء الله يعني.
اهدافنا ان احنا نكون توب 1 ان شاء الله. بنجهز ان احنا كل واحد يعلي الانديفيدوال ليفل بتاعه، زائد ان احنا بنحاول نعلي التيم بلاي بتاعنا ونحسن البلاي ستايل بتاع الفريق.
هدفي ان شاء الله توب 2. التجهيزات اللي احنا نحسن الانديفيدوال بتاعنا والتيم ورك والحاجات دي كلها.
اهدافي ان شاء الله ان انا ابقى في التوب 3 وان انا العب كل التورنمنتات اللي بتبقى في السنه يعني في كروس فاير ويست.
هدفنا ان شاء الله يعني بالميت يعني نطلع تاني ان شاء الله سكند، ونجهز له ان احنا يعتبر لازم نشتغل على نفسنا ونشوف الميستيكس والحاجات دي كلها. انت مش هتعرف تحقق اي حاجه من غير المجهود اللي هتطلعه. عامه كلنا عندنا نفس الحلم فعايزين نحققه، فبالتالي لازم نطلع نعمل احسن مجهود.
بنشكر طبعا الفانز بتوعنا، وان شاء الله السنه دي هنعوض الفانز بتوعنا عن اللي حصل لنا السنه اللي فاتت.
شكرا لوجودكم، انتوا بتحمسونا وان شاء الله نكون احسن من السنه اللي فاتت.
يعني بشكرهم ان هم وقفوا جنبنا، والسنه اللي فاتت ما كانتش احسن حاجه، بس ان شاء الله السنه دي غير يعني.
لا احنا بنحب نشكر كل الفانز يعني اللي بيشجعونا ودايما بيدعمونا. بحب نقول لكم ان السنه دي ان شاء الله هتبقى مختلفه عن اي سنه. ان شاء الله السنه دي هنبقى في التوب 3 يعني ان شاء الله.
احب يعني اشكرهم جدا جدا ووقفتهم، وان شاء الله هنعمل احسن نتائج في السنه دي ان شاء الله طول السنه في كل البطولات باذن الله يعني.
Welcome back to the Analyst desk, and what a day it's been so far, man. Like, I don't know, like first series was pretty exceptional. Second series was even more exciting, you know, but just like you pointed out before, it's just such a struggle for TBI. They sometimes have the potential, but then they just let it go.
Man, I had the same stereotype, the repetitive stereotype of how TBI plays. When they get a map out of the 3 maps, it's always exciting to see TBI plays again, man. I genuinely love to see Penguin and Hunt. This golden duo for me, Batman and Robin, is so nice because they play together on one side and they've been playing together since ages. Since they were rocking now with the TBI, and they are always there. And also Dirty with the clutches. He clutches a couple of rounds, which made me think, okay, this series is the one series that is going to push TBI a bit on the standings, even if they don't reach the top 4, but at least they get over Entropy Gaming. But no, such as same as the last 4 games for TBI, they win a map, the other team win a map, and they can, for the millionth of time, man, can't even close the last map. And as always, the MVP from Entropy is 40.
You did mention it in the beginning of the series, and you've mentioned it in other games as well for Entropy. He's one of your star players,
I'm a fan,
to say
man.
the least. You're definitely a fan. I respect that. And phenomenal player, outstanding performance in this game, and even in the other games, which they may have not persevered in. But no, he was carrying his own weight and trying his best to help his team navigate through victories.
Whenever you're playing sniper, there is this pressure of if you're playing attack to get the first kill, if you're playing defense to counter the first blood, and it's either you're dead within the first 5 seconds or you kill 1 or 2 within the first 10 seconds of the round. And 40 managing to get MVP in front of who? Hunt and King, which is the key players of team TBI. That gives him lots and lots of credits. Overall, Koshari winning for the win for Entropy does maintain the same place for them. I don't think they will move a lot within the standings. We need to see the last match with Anubis first, but one thing that we need to mention, that TBI chances are decreasing one time by another.
Yeah, I mean, the standings will probably remain the same for now. We're going to have to wait until week 4 is done. And as we progress into week 5, hopefully next weekend, then it's going to, like the casters did mention, we're almost halfway through the series, you know. Some teams have played 7 to 8 games, while others still have more games to play. But at the end of the day, like, we're almost at the midpoint, and this is the most important part. All right.
Sadly, I'm upset. I really wanted you to ask 40 some questions, but nonetheless, we have Gainer here, and we'd love to have an interview with you as well. And we have a couple of questions that we'd like to ask. I'd like to send it to Gainer, please, because he's also a fellow Egyptian, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
And I'd be more than happy. Yes, show us that smile, my friend. I respect it a lot.
Even if he doesn't say he's not Egyptian, the house just gives the house gives the Egyptian vibes.
I want you to ask him first, mine, because
Yeah, sure, man. Gainer, you've won against TPI tonight after lots of hard matches for you guys here and there. So what's the move from here, man? What's the next step in your opinion and in your team opinion after this important one?
Yeah, we are just trying to win, like trying to do our best in every upcoming match. We will try to like go for top 4 if we can.
I hope so.
And yeah, I hope so as well.
Yeah. Is there anything you want to say to your fans of Entropy?
Yeah, thank you all for supporting us. Keep doing so. Yeah, when I read the comments, I feel like I'd be happy. I get motivated to play better next match.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. And all the motivation and luck to you so much, Gainer. Congrats on your win and to many more victories, let's say.
Yeah, good luck getting top 4, man.
I also want to thank my teammates, and especially 40 has been consistent the whole tournament, as you can see.
Agreed.
Like, before you do the interview, I was like, before you show who is the MVP, I was like, 40, please let me be MVP for once.
Yeah, man.
100%.
40 is on another level. And as a fan, not as an analyst, as a fan, can you please tell 40 I said hi?
Of course I will.
Thank you.
Also, I want to thank Vice and Madison.
Very, very, very great performance by all of you, and Beva included. No one excluded.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Gainer. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and good luck in your future matches, man.
Thank you. See you.
Take care.
See you, man.
Bye.
So, the smiles, it's just the NLS smile plus
brightens my day, man.
Gainer
It brightens
smile.
my day, to be honest.
Yeah, how can you please, how do you interview such a human, man?
I mean,
such a nice
you can
guy.
tell that they do have a competitive spirit, but at the same time, they're also enjoying it.
They are so
they're not
grounded and
taking
they
it
keep
as
it
a kind of a job or something. No, it's a passion. And like they say, if you find something you like, it's not really, you're not working. You're just enjoying your days.
I mean, and I'm sure he enjoys his day as much as he enjoyed this victory. Man, enough with the speaking about this series. Why not speak about the main event? Anubis and unKnights, man. That's one series I'm looking forward to. Guess why? Because Anubis did win against the number 2, ROC Esports, and now they are playing versus the number 1. It's a difficult challenge, back-to-back hard challenges for the boys.
I mean, I like this, what do you call it, draft, right? Like that at some point Anubis met unKnights at this crucial stage in the standings, Anubis did beat ROC. They played phenomenal. unKnights as well, in my opinion, not top 3. From my analysis, just by sheer numbers, I believe unKnights is the number 1 team so far, and we're gonna have to. I'm not gonna look at placements, man. To be honest,
doesn't matter.
I feel like player-wise and performance-wise in the last few days and last week as well, I think unKnights and Anubis are similarly matched. With distinguished players on both sides. What do you think?
I can't look at the stats knowing that Anubis did win against ROC, a really deserved win. The big shout out to Doom and Depsy, and especially Sad also with the sniper shots that he did pull out. I can't even give enough attention to stats knowing what happened yesterday, Koshari. And the thing is, looking at the first week, it was a match Anubis versus the ROC Esports, and we did mention, me and Zika, that okay, Anubis, yes, playing against ROC Esports, yes, it's a derby and classico against the 2 titans, but ROC Esports did win against Anubis. They destroyed them. Now, I love the progression. Why am I mentioning this story? Because I love the progression of Anubis Esports. By the win yesterday, a new Anubis, a new page for Anubis Esports, and now they are up for the big challenge against a bigger team called unKnights.
Yeah, I mean, both teams have really stood out and are up for the challenge, and you can see here the key players, Alucard and Sad, both from our hometown as well. Very, very, very good players, and
if you were observing the previous games from last week's, man, you can tell like these people really barely miss a shot, and they have a good read of both teams, and I'm pretty sure that they've done their homework, right? Like based on the maps as well. I don't think at any point is there any disadvantage for either map, whether it's on unKnights' side or on Anubis' side. You know, both are relatively old and developed organizations on both ends, right? And these are the key players that we're gonna have to be looking for to possibly get the first picks and to punish the aggression from either side.
Koshari, we are expecting lots of head-to-head. We are going to witness not only the Sniper Sad and Alucard, but we are also waiting for Doom, Depsy versus Kiko and Petro and
Genzer. Let's not forget,
yes,
man.
exactly. Speaking of the rosters, here it's Jaguar, Doom, Depsy, Sad, and
Comics.
the one and only Comics for sure. So lots of heads-to-heads, and I love a storyline. And the storyline between Anubis and unKnights, because Anubis started as the dark horse, the team that loses every match, and you know,
like I called it the Anubis special. They give you first game, they study your behavior, your patterns, and then they capitalize on it later on.
Exactly, man, and that's what you need to love about Anubis, is that, okay, we let them win the first couple of matches, and within the third or the fourth week, we will be unleashed, and that's what happened. A continuous win streak of 3 matches. Not only Anubis, but also unKnights. Beck, Alucard, Petro, Kiko, and the one and only Jensen.
Yeah, I mean, unKnights speak for itself, you know, the results that they've done, and you can always tell, like, I love getting the unKnights cam because they're always in such a positive vibe and they're always smiling, especially Kiko and Alucard. I don't know why, but I like that. I like that playfulness that they have, and yeah, it is a serious game. It is something important that they need to secure, but at the end of the day, you know what I mean? They need to maintain their status, and I think they're more than prepared to be honest.
Look at Jinzer, man. He's just giving a straight poker face. He wins, he loses, it's the same face, and that's what's scary, man. Because this guy knows how to clutch. This guy came MVP the last series yesterday, and this guy is a scary man to be against. I've said the word scary a lot from both teams.
It is scary.
And yeah, it is super
Anubis
scary.
wants to push the standings. unKnights wants to stay
Exactly.
number 1, you know?
See, the way we see it from the first and the second, and even the third week, the derby was unKnights versus ROC Esports. But forget about ROC now. The real derby is unKnights versus Anubis. Now, you might tell me, Anubis is the 4th place. Why would you call it a derby? Watch yesterday's game. Watch the last week game. You would change your opinion and perspective about Anubis' position.
Yeah, I mean, if speaking of the map drafting as well, I think these top tier teams really don't have any disadvantages when it comes to maps. And if you guys have been observing us in the last few weeks or even the last few days, you can tell unKnights or Anubis from day 1 or week 1 have completely evolved and they're ready to go. And they've already somewhat mastered some of these maps, and whether it's on offense or defense, you know what I mean? And they also got the chance to scrim, not together, but like play in general. And at the end of the day, these matches are recorded, so they can go back and study which players are seen, I wouldn't say at a disadvantage, but are the more aggressive play style, whether it's Jaguar or Petro with the flanks and the lurks that he's done a few times.
Man, we are rolling between 3 maps, Ankara, Compound, and Fort, and yet again we are starting with Ankara, moving to Compound, and I love how the draft went for Team Anubis, picking Compound as their second map, but technically their first pick. If we reach Compound, I think it's a high chance for Anubis to get the victory on it. So the ball is on unKnights' court. They need to get the win on the first map, the map they choose, to reach the decider map. If you ask me for a prediction, I'm going for 2-1 for Team unKnights.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you my decision, but after I see game 1. And speaking of game 1, it is my pleasure to send it to our casters.
Let's go.
Take it away, boys.
Thank you once again, and yeah, interesting to see how this final series is going to pan out, because we've got unKnights, who are currently top of the league, of course, against Anubis. Had a very good result against ROC, like you were mentioning the other day, and it's interesting, Jordan, because these two teams are the two teams, I would say, are the danger teams to the likes of Gaimin Gladiators and ROC. But right now, maybe they're not the danger teams, maybe they're genuine contenders.
Yeah, I mean, I think definitely you can say that in the case of unKnights. They've obviously done phenomenally so far this season. And I was telling you earlier on today about what they looked like yesterday in that game against GB. And I was saying they actually looked phenomenal yesterday as well. So I have very high expectations for unKnights coming into today's game. The only question in my mind is, was yesterday's result somewhat predicated on the fact that GV was having a bit of an off day, in which case unKnights perhaps looked a little bit better than maybe they are just in general. And then on the other side of the coin, how strong is actually Anubis right now? Because look, they did beat ROC. That's one thing to say for sure. But a win over ROC at the moment, I don't know. We're starting to see a bit of shakiness from those guys. They lost 2-0 to unKnights the week prior as well. So I can't really read into it too much. I think gut feeling wise, I am under the impression that this is going to be a relatively close game. But I will generally concur with the analysis desk that I would probably be leaning the way of unKnights, especially after what I saw from them yesterday. Also tied into the fact that they have been traditionally one of the top teams in the CFWL. So I think just in terms of the long-term history and even the more recent term history, unKnights for me kind of just edge it out. But will they edge it out in a 2-0 fashion, or do we have to go through to map 3? I think there's definitely an argument to be made that we could potentially go through to a map 3, even if last time we saw these two teams play, which was back in week 1, day number 2, it was a 2-0 for unKnights. But scorelines there, 10-8, 10-7 on Ankara and Compound. These are not dominant displays by any stretch of the imagination for unKnights. So the only argument you could be making more positively towards unKnights is that they've probably gone from strength to strength now with 3 weeks under their belt of practice and gameplay.
Yeah, and obviously, you mentioned it, and I think that's spot on, right? I mean, unKnights are a team with their individuals that have been stalwarts in the league. They've been here since the very beginning. It's always seemed to be there or thereabouts, always seemed to be a playoff team. I mean, maybe now with the roster they have and the lineup they've got this season, something's finally clicked, and they can be one of the teams that reach that summit and then get to play in the playoffs and have an advantage, of course, due to their league positioning and all that sort of jazz. So, yeah, we're looking forward to seeing how they play today because they've been just uber impressive. And we're about to get underway. Alucard is already set up and ready to deliver, but Beck is not to begin with. Dipsy's going to catch him, and Pietro will get caught by Comics as well. So a faster play, already 2 minutes on the clock, and the bomb is down in this opening round of this series. They're going to run over unKnights. A bit of a warning shot across the bow, perhaps, for it to go that quickly on round 1.
Well, what did I tell you, by the way, about some of those matches that we saw yesterday? Incidentally, one of those matches involved Anubis. They were so much faster than the games we've been seeing today, and that's exactly why. Like, Anubis, 32nd round. That's a 32nd round from Anubis, and they're not going to be slowing things down either. Alucard also wanting to pick the pace up there. Aggressive duel from him out of A main. It hasn't gone his way. Anubis are off to a flyer to kick things off here on Ankara.
Opening pick. Alucard down. Probably the main man that we always talk about on this particular roster. But we all know everyone can step up in various scenarios. That's why they are where they are at the moment. 7-1, top of the league. Timing here for Beck. Not amazing, but he hears it the last second and manages to scarp around the corner. And Kiko and Beck, in the end, will actually team up together to get a kill apiece. So they've recovered it to their advantage now. Dipsy looking to push forward, though, and will get one on Pietro to trade it back into the 3v3. Minute to go.
Before needing to be collected. The only one that's going to be able to do that, but he's collapsed upon by multiple members, and there's just nothing he can really do. So even if the extremities are now under control by Anubis, they don't have the C4. Dipsy hits an important shot. I hate this from unKnights. I actually think that's the correct decision, right? They're trying to focus in one direction and try and take the fight to at least a 2v1, but it's a tough angle to fight, and so I don't think unKnights have necessarily done anything wrong there. You just have to say Dipsy's come up with the goods.
Yeah, once again, very often is that guy. And again, pace high, as you say. I wonder how much they're going to keep that up over the course of the series. You mentioned it from the other day, but you need to change it up, of course, over the course of a BO3. Can't be predictable. Got to keep it different. But again, they're very far forward here with 4 players. And Kiko is ready for this possibility. Checking both angles, but a great flash will pop its way in. And Pietro has already been forced back. That nade's going to be pretty decent. He's been naded down from that and wall banged through the corner of the site. That's a great catch from Doom. And now Kiko is the only one standing. He gets traded by Jaguar. Love this pace so far. Once again from Anubis. They're deciding just to keep it hot. And Alucard's in a clutch. They know where he is. Tagged down around half health. Now peeking a little bit aggressively. But it is okay.
That's all good. I love the transition from what we've seen in the first couple of games into this one. You know, you just get the sense that Anubis are playing with confidence at the moment, and they're sort of like a well-oiled machine, right? They've clearly got some very, very good communication, some very good protocols and entry pathing and whatnot. You know, they really seem to understand each other, so that's why they can play this faster style and make it work. Like, that's a chaotic round, but it doesn't really look like it on the Anubis side of the coin.
That's so true. I agree entirely. Very controlled pace and team-based as well with how they push it as a group. I feel like sometimes in the CFWL, if a couple of teams followed those, I guess you could say, basics, then it would help them over the course of the season quite significantly. But who am I to say?
Bit of a slower approach this time from Anubis. That conditioning that they've been throwing at unKnights starting to be challenged now. We've seen 3 very, very quick rounds. I can imagine the actual hit from Anubis is going to be pretty quick when they do eventually go for it. The actual execute is going to be quite explosive, but taking their time in this round, waiting to see if they were going to get given anything by unKnights. Not proving to be the case, as we're now finding out. Time ticking in, 50 seconds to go. Left Sad over towards A to catch any rotators, but the rest of the squad are going to try and make the push into B. Pietro looking for info. There's no flash. There's nothing to set him up for that, and so he'll go down, and in the end, that is what Anubis were waiting for. And look at the explosion off of the back of it. Dipsy farming at the moment with that orb from that position, and Sad chiming in onto Kiko as well. unKnights are just getting absolutely exposed right now.
And it's crazy to say that they're the top team in the league, isn't it? Like, it looks like right now, it looks actually more dominant than we saw the Gaimin Gladiators 999 match early game. It's funny how games can look sometimes. We didn't know who they were. There were no nameplates, no tags, no team logos. You'd think they were getting schooled as a lower ranked team, but they're getting schooled as a top of the league team. Impressive stuff from Anubis so far, being very accurate with their decision making, how they go about their pushes together. And unKnights have now had this warning. They're going to be seriously tested today. But they could just be warming up into it. Going to give them a chance. At the moment, they're not being allowed to warm up into it. Jinza, first time in the game, they've been a little bit separated, but he still reacts, Sad, with a really lovely kill on a headshot angle, pretty much. Comics is low as well off the back of all of that. But Dipsy's in a really hard-to-predict position. Pietro doesn't guess it, and it's a 4v2.
It really does feel like these Anubis guys are the real deal. You know, it's kind of taken a little while. A lot of these players have been in and around the CFWL environment for a fair while. So has the org, and the org hasn't really, you know, had a huge amount of success necessarily. But maybe we're getting to that point now where they have got enough experience, and this is going to be kind of like a breakout year or breakout season for them, because this is just looking fantastic. You know, this is kind of going back to what we've expected to see from ROC, for example, in the past. 3BL, obviously, they used to be known as. And this is kind of that same style, you know? Like, it's very fast, it's very aim-heavy, it's very sort of wolf-packy. And Anubis are playing it to perfection at the moment. So timeout is going to be called by unKnights. That very much not a surprise at all, given how things are going at the moment.
Yeah, the exact right time for it. Most obvious timeout that needed to be taken ever. Maybe they're going to try and fight fire with fire and also look to push somewhere, but I don't really feel like this is a map that lends itself to too much of that. Of course, very experienced players on the lineup. Alucard and Pietro in particular, I feel, are just the guys that will always seem to find an answer to something. But at the moment, Anubis are providing questions that are unable to be answered with their change up in style.
The one thing I will say is it's a pretty live by the sword, die by the sword kind of a style from Anubis. It looks fantastic when it's working because it's so fast, it's explosive, it's exciting, it's fun. Typically, there's a lot of brawls because you're just getting into positions so quickly and rotations are having to come through, and it's just one big long extended fight. But if it stops working for Anubis, if maybe they're not hitting their shots quite so cleanly, or they've got their timing off or something like that, it can end up looking a little bit silly. It's like, oh, well, why are they just W keying most of the time? But when it's working, which it so far is, you have to appreciate it, because I don't know about you, Trav, but this is easily the most fun game we've had so far today.
Oh yeah, and it's 5 rounds in.
Yeah.
It read that way.
I've always been a big advocate for shortening the round timer in CrossFire. I think if you would take, you could take 45 seconds off of the round timer in this game, and I don't think that would necessarily negatively affect the game in any way. I think it would be a massive positive, in my opinion.
Oh no, I literally couldn't agree with you more. It's the one thing when I first started covering the game that I thought would be better for it. And movement is quite fast in this game. Like, the rotations are plainly not that long. Like, when you rotates do come through, you see them sat outside the site even with 30 seconds, right? And you can get a rotate done in maybe 15, 25 seconds on some maps, if not shorter. So, yeah, I think if there was a possibility of that being done in the future to change something up in a game that hasn't been changed much, it has to be said, since the release back in the day, that would be it. I think it's definitely an option. And when you see teams play quickly, that makes it particularly exciting. Of course, every round a retake happens usually. There's no reason to save any weapons on this game. Like, you always get that late round excitement. So we just cut off that 45 seconds where we've seen right here, right? Like, all we've done is use some utility and sit around the map. So, for sure, I think it would be a great choice one day.
Maybe. I think if the game hasn't changed after the last 10 years, it's probably not going to happen again in the future. So, never know, but I'm not going to hold my breath. Some of you two are getting tossed over the top there for Anubis, but to what advantage, I wonder? This is an interesting setup. Beck. Oh, he's going to be undone. There's no way he lives there. He might get one, but easy trade, definitely. And in the meanwhile, again, the explosion from Anubis. Jaguar goes perhaps a little bit too early this time around, actually. We've got a rotate coming in from middle. Jin was apparently expecting that. Maybe Sad wasn't quite expecting him to jump out like he did. 35 seconds left on the clock, and Dipsy holding onto the C4 is well on his way to 8. Is he prepared for Kiko? Surely he sees him.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he does.
Oh, but Tipsy. Oh, man. He's in a close situation. It's just not panning out so far. Usually, Alucard, you can rely on him to pull unKnights out of a difficult situation. You can rely on him when it is dire. And now he's got a 1 versus 1. He's caught Sad in the side. Dipsy should be aware about whereabouts he's coming from. It's the 2 Orm players, but only one still has the Orm left. Elevated angle, Dipsy down to 1 HP, should surely get run down. There's no way he survives this. Surely not. There we go. Goodness me, it was nervy and not an easy finish to the round to finally get unKnights on the board.
Yeah, it does kind of surprise me a little bit that he doesn't try and go back into the GR spawn there in that 1v1. I think he had time to make a bit of a transition just sort of played out in no man's land. And look, you do have to back yourself to an extent, and I think that's partly what he's doing there. He's hitting pretty much everything with that orb, but you miss that one shot as he's coming up the stairs, you're pretty much done at that point. By the way, unKnights get themselves there first, and it will need to be the first of many. They need to probably win out the half here to bring it back into some kind of standard conversation.
Knows what's going on. His players moving past the window and to his left. And he does well to find Comics. Such a one to find, because he can do more from that position. Jaguar will go down. Comics is not going to get traded this time, and Beck will even do more. Sad has... Did he disconnect or plummet to his death? I think it was the latter. Bless him. This makes this round comfortable for unKnights.
Yeah, a bit of a stroke of luck, I guess. Nice adaptations, or nice change up after the attack timeout from unKnights. Just seems to have taken a bit of the wind out of the sails of Anubis, and that's what I was sort of alluding to as we did come back in here. It's one of those things where it looks great until it stops working, and then it's kind of like, oh, well, we're kind of watching a completely different game now.
Jin's good hold. And yeah, I mean, this is a thing that happens very often, I feel like, as well. You know, a style early game can catch out a team, whether, actually, to be fair, whether it's a style or just a slow start from the opponent. It can catch out an opponent and you can get up to a 5-0 lead very quickly, 6-0 lead. But then it's so easy to either become lazy or lackadaisical, or then get figured out. And they will change it up, and suddenly your slight laziness or lackadaisically played rounds can turn a 5-0 into a 5-5 incredibly quickly.
Yeah, still more work to do for Anubis in this half, that's for sure. Walking into Alucard's line is probably not the way they want to be going about it. So they're just probing the beacon at the moment. Alucard's actually fallen off the line. Where's he off to? Gonna link up with Pietro.
Going walkies. All over the map right now, ready for the duel. Come in a split second, and Pietro insta headshot. That's really clean. Comics down immediately, and then another one coming through from Pietro, and Beck will leap his way onto a Jaguar's head.
Righto.
And more roaring from him, and that has turned things very quickly back to unKnights' favour.
Yeah, we're right back into it, aren't we? I mean, unKnights, it didn't look like they were even in this contest at all in those first 5 rounds, and now it's completely switched on a dime, and that is a super dominant round from unKnights. So I'm not too sure. We might be getting one of those kind of like streaky games. But at the moment, it's really hard to say who's actually on top. I mean, obviously, Anubis have the round advantage, but unKnights are coming back into it and not seeming to be struggling too much with that at all.
Yeah, one of those situations where you switch off for a round or two and suddenly, well, it's not 5-0 anymore. It's not a stunning start that is going to lead to a map win. It's a game on situation. Well, it was that. It was that stunning start from Anubis. Very hard to predict their early style. And unKnights have battened down the hatches. And for now, have clawed their way back into the game.
It's an opener from Dipsy, which is a bit of a change up from the last few rounds. Ball's back in Anubis' court to see if they can just push this to a 6-3 scoreline, which would be slightly above par.
Bomb heading toward A. We've got Pietro and Kiko here to defend it. Defend from the push. It's coming through both sides. That's why Kiko is ducking and diving, but Pietro being there too is an extra factor they have to worry about. And she doesn't get any kills from it though. And Doom has gotten both on the trade. So 3v2 and a hold of the rotation from Dipsy means that they might be ending this half how they started it. A nice burst as a group. Jinza needs to react to every separate angle and actually almost got one and then transferred to the second. But in the end didn't get either. So we do get 6 for Anubis.
Yeah, I think the unfortunate thing there for Pietro is he ended up kind of shooting at the guys that were just as they were dying kind of thing. You know, you're shooting the same guy and it's a waste of bullets essentially. Second half, still not an impossible prospect for unKnights, though. Losing that last round of the half does kind of put a bit of a dampener on this minor comeback, I guess, that we started to see there from unKnights. 5-4 versus 6-3 is a very, very different scoreline. You know, obviously it's a 1-round gap as opposed to a 3-round gap, so it's quite a lot that needs to be walked back here for unKnights.
Yeah, take their conversation while they can. Wonder how aggressive they'll be on the defense. Do you notice anything yesterday that indicated it wasn't just the the offensive halves where they really put the pace on?
Yeah, I do think unKnights in particular played a little bit of a proactive defensive side. Like they were more than happy to kind of go for some pushes on the GR side and try and take the fight to their opponents. So it may be something that we'll see them go through in the rest of this series. But when it comes to Anubis, I think the general thing with that game in particular was the pace was just so fast in their game against ROC that you didn't really get the chance to kind of like get much analysis going in. You know what I mean? Like it was kind of just like, yeah, I guess maybe there was there was a bit of an element of W key gameplay from Anubis as well, even on GR, for that to be facilitated, I suppose. But look, either way, I mean, I think it was very hard to kind of look at that and say that's how a game would normally play out. So I think things will be a little bit different today against unKnights, who typically are a little bit more of a bit more of a standard team, but remains to be seen.
It does. They all do look pretty locked in and ready to go. Anubis currently in that 4th place position in the league, that final playoff position. A 5-3 record so far, but all those games have been relatively close, of course, that we mentioned. I believe the maps are like 11-10, if I remember correctly. I know unKnights are top of the league, 7-1. They've been relatively comfortable. I think it's like they've lost like 2 or 3 maps, I think, in the course of the whole season thus far. That's why we thought this game would be particularly entertaining. You had a team that had a great win with a interesting style yesterday, and now they go up against the top of the league. They're the two teams that you would look at when the season began and say, okay, I'm expecting these two to be in the top 4 with ROC and Gaimin Gladiators. Expecting them to maybe grab the odd map off of those guys over the course of the season. So far that's proven to be relatively true.
Yeah, I don't know that I necessarily would have been expecting unKnights to be at the top of the overall leaderboard.
No,
though.
I
That's
thought like
definitely
third
one thing.
for me. Yeah. Third and fourth, unKnights and Anubis were my prediction.
Yep. That would be pretty much in line with my expectations as well, but things have definitely been a little bit different. All right, back into the second half after that little small delay. Let's see how Anubis is going to go about things. Well, you get your answer there, I think, Trav. You were asking, what does Anubis get up to on that GR side? That is an indication maybe of how they're feeling.
Well, I mean, listen, they're not going to do it every round, like we saw in the first half, right? You can't do it every round. But I do find it cool. They've clearly come into this game with a set plan that the beginning of each half, pace and W key. And then maybe settle down bit by bit as it goes on. This round is not anywhere near one, by no means whatsoever, because Pietro pushed up and found one more. I think he knows where that second player is of Doom, so he's being pelted with utility as Doom. Might not be too long for this world, but survives on half for now. But yeah, that was a really lovely start. One of the important players gone, of course, as well in Dipsy. He's had a pretty good game so far, so Comic's in position to stop the underpass push.
Timing. Oh, initially the peak wasn't timed correctly, but he'll get two as Anubis wait patiently for unKnights on that side. They've still got another player here, Spad, just fighting around the boxes. Has he been spotted out by Alucard? I suspect he might have been, but Mac maybe didn't get the memo. Raid is in. 2v1 though required from Alucard. Looks like he might be given a couple of 1v1s. Jaguar go down, and Doom now in an awkward spot, pushing through the smoke. That's a big clutch again from Alucard. It seems to be that he is the difference maker at the moment for unKnights.
Yeah, I said it earlier. It was one that he didn't manage to complete, but that's what he thrives in. Those situations when it looks impossible, when he's pinched between two angles, manages to isolate the 1v1s. Look how fast that was on Jaguar, even from the spectator POV, obviously. Impressive. Alucard is always good for one per series, if not more.
Well, it's definitely slowed down now. Sad holding a fairly forward angle, though. Almost surprised that he backs off of that line. He could have given himself a really good chance for a pick early on in the piece. Now nades landed on his head. And unKnights headed in that direction. Sad is having to disappear. He has gotten out safely. No way. Dipsy gets away with a kill there. Jin just not checking the box. And Dipsy, an easy one for himself. Now Flash is coming across. That doesn't seem like he can see too much. Coming up into the site. Trying to play it safely, but entries looking decent here from unKnights. Very good, in fact. Forget decent. That will be, you would think, around a 4v2 close plan here, even with Pietro and Alucard looking quite unhealthy. It's not something that I expect unKnights to be dropping.
I mean, Jaguar and Comics often pull out things like this, but with that smoke, it actually did feel like it favoured Pietro. So now Comics needs all three with 15 seconds for the defuse. It's not going to happen. Kiko will dome him. Good hold. And they're now within one.
Yeah, BL side looking quite good for unKnights as well, which is going to start to be a concern for Anubis. Timeout. Pretty early in the half, I think, to have a timeout here, but maybe Anubis just trying to front run. So consideration for them is, let's try to stop this before it really gets out of hand, rather than saving our timeout for the point where it becomes a must-win round.
Yeah, I think that's a fair argument. It's very obvious sometimes when you've left a timeout until it's a little bit too late.
Mm-hmm.
You know, sometimes when you've seen teams bring it up when it's like 8-2 or 7-2, and you feel like, that's a long way to go.
Yep.
I also do think, like, you know, over a minute for a timeout is insane as well when it comes to this. Because, listen, it's great to chat, and in maybe other esports, a timeout that long, it doesn't make any sense. I do think that sometimes some esports have it too short as well, but over a minute does seem quite insane. And I think that's probably not, again, something probably won't change, but there is a lot of unused time that goes a begging in Crossfire, I feel.
Yeah, definitely. Still a lot of conversation happening on the unKnights side. Jin seems to be doing a lot of that chatting, which is kind of nice to see. Again, being the newer member in the team, that he's happy and comfortable to kind of be in that position to be vocal.
Back underway.
Hmm.
Oh, the flash, the push through the smoke. Jaguar very blinded up by that, but can have a great timing on a push. It should be 2, and it is 2. And Dipsy's got a couple done in the meantime. Oh, the quick scope on Beck. It looks very fancy, doesn't it? Sad will then push forward and find one of his own. Well, that 1 minute plus timeout, it bloody worked, didn't it?
Most definitely. That is exactly the kind of change-up they were hoping for. Again, the double orb for Dipsy and Sad seems to be a real positive point. 7-5. And unKnights didn't really get much time to think in that round, so let's try and change things up into this one. Into middle this time as opposed to towards A. Trouble is, Anubis have already pushed out of A, and they've got so much information and map control now that they can just move that extra player back across from A, set Jaguar up over towards B, because that's where this push is going, and pretty well aware of that possibility. Unfortunately, he hasn't landed the kill onto Pietro. He's got a lot of damage done onto him, and Jin also down low, but it doesn't matter. If the kills aren't coming, the HP don't matter.
This is looking impossible. Only a flash in the pan, perhaps, in that previous round for Anubis on the defense. Of course, I'll give this one a look in, though. But Kiko, oh, the jiggle headshot. Comics is not even allowed to have a look in. Jins are waiting. Beck. Here we go down, but it's going to be comfortable. And keep staying in touch. Back and forth. 2-round gap, 1-round gap. Do you have a feeling that unKnights have more to say and might eventually grab a late lead in this one on current pattern?
Yeah, potentially. Are they going to give themselves enough rope? You know, again, it's the case of if Anubis can just keep themselves in front, if they can just grab one more here, sure, they can then lose a couple, pick up one more again, you know, it's going to be okay just because they're front running, and these A hits from unKnights are looking problematic at the moment. Dipsy just too strong with the Orm. He's being challenged. He's not sure which direction to look. Doesn't really do himself any favors by being exposed to that connector spot. So he will end up going down, and unKnights are able to bring it back to 4-on-4.
Michael push forward back into mid. Picked up Leon, of course, now as well, as he's low health. 3 orms on the server. For a second there, Jin's a little bit worried that someone has gone pushing all the way through. Already maybe that early round aggression that we saw from Anubis in the first round of this entire half making them wary of the possibility they could do something like that late round and mid round. But they are grouping up outside A once again. You've got a possibility of a flank round middle 2. Comics will push forward. Could have been 2, only 1. Doom now looking to try and get into the action himself and sees Beck right in front of him. That's an amazing jump kill to leap on him like that. 3v2, low HP on Jaguar and Doom though. Hard angle to play from, and he's very lucky to get away with that kill on Jinza. Puts himself in a smart position, and Doom will get the last as well, keeping it close.
Yeah, see, but this is what I'm worried about for unKnights, that Anubis are just going to be able to keep themselves in front until this game is done. You know, it doesn't need to be a convincing win. It just needs to be a win. If they can close it out 10-8, something like that, they'll be happy with that. And they've got now that 2-round buffer again. But really, you need a combo of 2 rounds here for unKnights, and that's been difficult to come by. Doom, you just get out of here now. Leave it to somebody else. Dipsy, nice shot. Take one back, and 3-on-3 will persist, but Kiko is low. And unKnights already have that rotation in tow. Jaguar's on the site, and Dipsy's gotten in behind them. Somehow he's done that so quickly. Dipsy's just a madman, bro. He doesn't care. He's going to do whatever he wants. 2v1. And Kiko, no HP, so easy one in the end. Great round from Dipsy once more. This is now Anubis on map point, so it's gone very quickly from a position where we've thought, oh, you know, unKnights might be in this, to unKnights definitely not in this.
Yeah, I mean, they're not miles away, but it's been, again, a very impressive rebuttal from Anubis. Dipsy doing so much work. 6 frags on the board. Kiko with 8 in the server is going to go down first as well, which doesn't make me that hopeful for this round for unKnights. Could this be where Anubis get over the line with an impressive style once again in the early game? Sad is ready for Beck on that angle too. Early 5v3. Looks like it's going to force Pietro, Alucard and Jinza into a bit of a faster plan toward A, but this setup is really good. With Comics in this position. He's got support from Jaguar. And I'll go peeking in, but they might just die one by one. Quick trade to Alucard, but there's Jaguar, and it's all down to Mr. Alucard. Even this one might be a bit beyond him. He's being tagged down bit by bit, pushing forwards, and about to be a double swing, I think, coming in here from Anubis. Not going to give him any chance to get set up, and there it is. Impressive, again, from Anubis Gaming.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, Alucard was going to be the one to get it done, if anybody, but that, as you said, was too much to ask, and Anubis, really good stuff. I have to give them credit for the timeout. It worked perfectly, and it's been enough for them to sort of close this map out, leading from the front for the majority of that time, and yeah, maintaining that strong, I guess, level that we saw yesterday into even today as well. It's becoming less of a, oh, was it just a one-hit wonder? Was it just ROC Esports having a bad day? Now the conversation comes a little bit more like, well, actually, is Doom, Doom, Dipsy, probably those two were the standouts. Are they the real deal? Is Anubis the real deal? I mean, based on that map, yes is the answer, but we've still got another 2 to play here in the best of 3. So I don't really want to count my chickens before they hatch, but that was looking pretty damn good from Anubis.
Oh yeah, I mean, that was super solid. And I'm really impressed. I'm looking forward to seeing what the desk has to say about it, because it's more of that style that we're enjoying to see. We'll see you guys in a little bit for map 2.
Thank you so much, Trav and Elvish guy. I have to say it. I think Anubis is a real threat in this series.
They really are, man. They really are. Anubis are full of surprises, and that surprise is called Sad and Dipsy, Doom, Comics. All the boys are just shining one after another. I mean, for your information and for everyone's information, Sad did not die till it was 5-0. He did not die a single time. And Dipsy did shine in most of the rounds with a KDA of 2.67, almost 3 KDA.
Impressive, yeah. Very, very impressive along the board here in the set summary. But, I mean, the casters did highlight a couple of things that especially Dipsy and Doom, like they've become a real how can I say it, like vigilante, you know what I mean, like in this series, especially not discrediting the other players. I mean, I think unKnights gave a good performance, but at the end of the day, What do you think?
Anubis are in their villain era, man.
I mean, Ankara's next, right? And it's a comfort pick for unKnights, but
yeah, what's
will
terrifying?
Anubis be able to contest them on their map?
That's the question, because what's terrifying is we were watching the map that was picked by the other team, by Team unKnights, and losing by getting stumped at the first 5 rounds. Then one pose from Team unKnights, they made a huge comeback. Let's not forget about that. Anubis did lose a couple of rounds from Team unKnights, and unKnights managed to, impress.
Something,
we did see Petro here and there. We did see Alucard here and there, but the overshadow coming from Sad on Alucard, speaking about the sniper gameplay, is so obvious. And thing is, with UNK, they kept winning round after round after round until the Anubis said, okay, that's enough. Let us take a tactical pause.
Timeout,
and tactical timeout, and let's negotiate with each other and see why are we losing. Cushioning one tactical timeout made the boys come back stronger than
flipped the
ever.
whole game, and chapeau to the coach and the entire team of Anubis, because I feel like that timeout did really have an impact and gave a lot of value. And I feel like going into round 2, like we've seen unKnights, I don't think they're underperforming. I just feel like Anubis is having a good day as well. Not just a good day, they're having a good series, to say the least, and I'm proud of them, But nonetheless, right, unKnights has a lot on the line, and they really want to maintain their standing. And I don't want to see what happened with ROC of going into like a 6 or 7 win streak, then go into a 2 lose streak,
Yeah, what you really love about Anubis is how they play round by round. It's always full of surprises. So, for example, round 14, it's a split push B throughout the mid. Aggression was shown by Anubis, 2 of them from the mid, 3 of them from B side, and you can't expect what side. They are so unpredictable.
They're diverse, Each round was different. I don't think they made the same play twice almost.
No, and I think that's a main factor for them, because most teams find one single approach and they keep abusing it, because if it works, let's keep doing it over and over again. But that's not the case with Anubis. Anubis keeps rotating, keeps trying new things. Anubis are so experimental, and a winner mentality is always experimental. Let's try and push B, split push A, keep the C4 far long at A
look
side.
for early aggression or something, capitalize on that and snowball it into not just the round, but multiple rounds.
Exactly, and when you have players like Dipsy that you can, depend on the kills, on the first blood kills, you're on the safe side. It's comfort zone for you. You can be as experimental as you can get, because you have players that can carry their own weight, such as Dipsy, and a sniper like Doom that can, start an round for you guys with a 4v5 situation and not a 5v5.
Yeah, and I mean, it must be frustrating a little bit on unKnights' side, because I saw Sad, he got a couple very nice, you can call them first bloods,
Exactly.
And like, if you had a bad round, like in the previous round, and you're like, okay, I'm going to try to get a pick early, and then you go straight into like through the window or something, and you get peeked instantly. That kind of impacts you. Anyways, enough about game 1. Let's go to game 2. Take it away, Casters. Thank you.
Could be the last one of the day, and honestly, on the way we're looking here for Anubis, looking on really good form once again with the current style they are putting forth. But I'd honestly never put anything past unKnights to possibly take us the distance.
No, definitely not. I think, like there was definitely some rounds in there where it looked like, okay, we're back. unKnights have, hit that level that we expected to see from them. They're going to be able to at least make this one close, if not a win for themselves. But that was wishful thinking. Straight on into map number 2. It is going to be Compound. Anubis kicking things off. They did drop this map pretty handily yesterday to ROC. It was a 10-4 loss. So that has me already starting to sort of scratch my head a little bit here for Anubis. I'm going to take a quick look back at some of their previous matchups. They were able to beat Entropy on it 10-3. But other than that, they haven't had too much success on Compound. Lost at 10-6, 10-4 to ROC in their 2 meetings, and they lost at 10-7 to unKnights in the last matchup they played against them here as well. So not a particularly great conversion rate for Anubis on this second map, but that doesn't necessarily mean that today couldn't be the day where that starts to turn around.
Of course, of course. And historically, unKnights are always felt like when I've watched them, they've done really good work on compound. So I think there's a good chance we could go the distance today. Kiko and Jinzo already hold the line for 3 between them. Look at all that damage that's been done. Doom and Sad left already. Wondering where to go next. C4 has now been dropped, and Sad needs what would be a 1v5 total. He's not long for this world here, I don't think. Stuck behind the pillar, 1 HP, and tapped down. So, clean start on a map they know well, and a map that they're very confident on. I'm expecting this to be a, maybe the style I kind of put forth as we go on. First foot forward. I'm relatively confident in them doing well here on this particular second map.
Yeah, so pretty decisive first round for unKnights. What's the conversation going to be looking like for Anubis? It's not, again, not a faster round. Just a big setup in mid. Going to start to make their way forward now. So, you know, not messing around too much. That's what does have to be credited to Anubis.
Bring a push into A main. Jinza is waiting and raring to go. Back into the corner. Peek on a perfect timing as he hears Comics running forward. Thankfully for Sad and Anubis' case, he gets a very quick trade, but Beck is ready for Dipsy in mid, and Pietro is charging his way in, catching Jaguar on the little fullback. C4 is going to be passed over, so Sad can hold the line while it's planted. 2v4 though.
Yeah, not unwinnable. All of it comes down to Sad and this pivot position with the Orm. Tucked in the corner though. I think it should be a pretty easy pick up for Pietro, and it will indeed be. So now a 1v4 angle for Doom, and that's just not going to happen. So unKnights go up 2-0. I am a little bit concerned about the way that Anubis is playing out this BL side. I think they go back to just some of the basics, you know, that might help them out a little bit. But they're trying to get a little bit tricky here. You know, they're going for that B split. We saw on Ankara when they had a lot of their success on the BL side, it was just that Wolfpack style where they were like, we're just 5-man send one area of the map. Doesn't matter where it is. We're just going to hit it. We're going to trade down. And they've changed that up a little bit here for Compound. They're trying to play a little bit more, I guess it's quote-unquote standard or strategic or intelligently, if that makes sense. But I wonder if they're overcomplicating things somewhat.
There must be a risk of that. In that sort of scenario, you can always dig a deeper hole for yourself, maybe even. Petro could just put a few bullets through that smoke and it could easily find 2 players, who knows, but waiting behind it. Jaguar and Sad pushing up with Comics. Pietro almost did do what I suggested. And there we go. Actually let them come through and gets caught off because of it. So a bit of progress being made. Not as pacey from Anubis so far in this one. But got the bomb picked up now. I've got an opening frag. I've got some control of the map. Time to use it.
Yeah, 45 seconds left here. Anubis going to be calling toward A. Jaguar already starting to progress his way up long, so that will help out with the pins for strike. Comics, very nice entry, and Beck cannot hold on either. So it seems that Anubis won't have to wait too long for a little bit of success on this Blacklist side. That could now be their first round. Kiko and Jin, of course, will try to clutch it out, but it is a pretty tough ask when you're going up against 5 players, and that'll be a nice confidence builder for Anubis.
in the end, when that first kill came through, Comics had the timing to just go for that. Second swing immediately. It's like Alucard and Jones wanted to maybe push forward there, kind of looking at each other in game as if to say, are we going forward here? Are we going back? Or...
Okay. Maneuvers. Again, default spread across the map. A little bit of pressure in onto Jin's position and a slight tickle with the grenade, but nothing too substantial that's going to cause him any concern. This time they don't have the luxury of the opening kill that they had in the previous round. So it will be interesting to see what Anubis end up deciding to default back to. They've obviously got the options. Might end up being a mid to B. They are going to be smoked off, but they can very easily go through that smoke. 50 seconds left on the clock, and they are uncontested. Flash is now getting tossed in by Anubis into the B bomb site. Is that a fake, though? I think they're trying to draw a rotation out of A. There's another flash over towards B, but Alucard doing a fantastic job of anchoring the site, and there was no full rotation at all from unKnights. The fake from Anubis did not work out. They didn't fool anybody, and unKnights are going to hold on nicely.
He's matter. He's matter. And Alucard, I've seen so many rounds him playing from that position and getting a multi, right? It's such a synonymous position with him and this particular map. And yeah, I think more of that from him. We already saw him winning a critical clutch in the previous game, right? I mean, that's one that gave them a little bit of a glimmer of hope in the game until Anubis put their foot down again afterwards. But yeah, I think he's in a position where he's often that guy to deliver from that particular spot and many other spots across the maps for unKnights. Position outside B once again for Jin's. Actually 2 rotations coming through, as you can see. Beck is going to push forward to help Jinza out in this scenario.
Jin with a big job to do right now. Push coming in from Anubis. He's going to line up 3. How no one gets the trade there, it's beyond me. Dad finally does grab it, but C4 fully committed. It's almost like Anubis just thought, there's no way there's anyone from unKnights here. We're all just going to send it. Jaguar able to get a kill over on the other side of the map, but Sad is going to have an impossible time for C4. He does get himself a kill before going down, which puts it back to maybe a winnable position for Jaguar, but tough ask. 2v1 with no HP, and he's only got 30 seconds, so he's going to have to move quickly here.
Yeah, so low. 1 bullet needed. And Kiko's doing the right thing here, of trying to be the one to take the peek first, right? Doesn't want to let Jaguar peek him, and keeps dancing around the site in the right way. If you get peeked, very often you'll be the one to go down if you don't take the initiative. But it was Jinzu who had the great hold. Another important multi from him.
Some concerned looking faces on the Anubis side of the field. So they're going to call themselves a timeout here. They had a lot of success with the timeout on Ankara. So I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Wait and see how the next round or two goes. But I have to say, at the moment, things are not looking too comfortable for Anubis. They don't seem to have a particularly strong grasp of Compound. We're kind of heading in that same direction as yesterday, the game that we saw against ROC Esports, which ended up ultimately being quite a comfortable affair in the end.
Yeah, this game did certainly have a 2-1 written all over it, a bit like how the second match of the day did. So far, I feel like all three matches could be going with the form book. We knew Gaimin Gladiators were the better of the two against 999. That was always going to be a 2-0. 999 didn't do terribly, but we know the quality of Gaimin Gladiators. Series 2, was always going to be with a wild back and forth. TBI always have those games, especially against some of the lower teams in the league. And Entropy managing to get over the line as they probably should have in the end. But another heartbreaker for TBI. And this one does feel like it should go 3 as well. But there's a long way to go until that's a reality.
Yeah, I mean, we're not quite there yet. Not prepared to lock it in, but I would tend to agree with you that that's kind of the direction that it's going. We'll see what the fruits of the labor are going to be from this conversation, though. That could still change things up pretty substantially. Four to 1, though. Not a particularly pretty picture for Anubis here.
A little bit of a hop back and forth outside the B door side of the map. They could play a little bait and switch setup there. They have one player peeking on the box and have one in the cubby to just bait in. Very often a free way to get a couple of kills. And Ricardo will eat a little bit of nade damage as he pushes forward, then fall back away again.
Again, similar approach though from Anubis. Just working their way in through mid. This time looks to be a mid to B. The flashes are good. It has forced Beck away. Maybe around the world back into A. Jaguar trying to clear the corner. Comics and Dipsy have that job. So this time at least a better trade than what we saw onto Jin over towards B. They're going to head their way into A. Comics still putting in work, trying his best, but needs some help and gets it from Dipsy. It's not the cleanest of entries, but it's an entry nonetheless, and the bomb plant now can be secured. But I would say this is a must-win for Anubis, and bad setup on the line may not be required. Dipsy got that first one. I decide to try to put the plant down now, and it's all just sort of falling apart. Dipsy with 10 seconds, you've got to take the fight! You can't win it, no way. What's happening here, Anubis? What is that? They're just getting themselves into all sorts of trouble.
I literally was about to agree with you and say, oh, it's a must-win, and they found a way to do it. But, oh, wow. I mean, Alucard does really well again to get 2 from this scenario. But late round here, this is the kill. Kiko being able to push forward. Dipsy was low HP, didn't want to face him straight up again. And the initiative being taken there by Kiko was fantastic. He got away with the kill. Put the bomb on the floor, forced Dipsy into the duel. Doesn't work out for Anubis. It could be one of the ones that you'll think about for a while. Would have got you back into the game.
Yeah, I think that'll be one of the more disappointing rounds, definitely for Anubis. But look, the way things are going at the moment, would it necessarily have made a difference anyway? Because I have to say, unKnights are looking just so much more comfortable on this map at the moment than Anubis are. Yes, maybe Anubis can win a 2v2 clutch in the post plant there, sure. But how far does that really stretch, you know? Right now, everything's going the way of unKnights.
Oh, Alucard again from his favourite position. Should be able to secure this one. Kiko will stop Jaguar from making his way in, and Alucard does get another. It is looking pretty comfortable now, isn't it? That one round where they had an opportunity. Just let Kiko in with a glimmer of opportunity. Glimmer of hope. Make that glimmer into a shining bright light.
Yeah. This is looking like it's going to be a super one-sided half, actually. But can't count our chickens before they hatch. Maybe Anubis can grab these last two. Make a 6-3. I mean, a 6-3 scoreline wouldn't be bad. Anubis setting themselves up for an A split. You're going to challenge Pietro again, but there's no way you're getting past him easily. Alucard there as well to find the trade, and Alucard in particular has been so solid in this first half. Just feels like a brick wall, really, on that A bomb site.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, I mean, I've already repeated myself on this one, but he's just so so synonymous with that position, and I feel like unKnights are quite synonymous with this map, actually. I feel like they're just very, very solid historically. Every single time I've watched them, unless they play maybe like a top-performing, well, it would have been LCK back then, now Gaimin Gladiators, or maybe a 3BL, now ROC, they usually find a way through, even if you're playing against a team that is looking pretty revitalised lately. Alucard will stand tall, looking for a quick scope. He just doesn't miss, does he? It's so clean, and big hype in the player cams there as well. A big come on, a big yalla. And I think, to be fair, it deserved it.
Yeah, well, Alucard fired up. He was the one that was really trying to pull unKnights kicking and screaming through the first map. Needed a little bit of assistance. Didn't really get it there, but it is coming together now. This could be an 8-1 half for unKnights. Big nade stack out here from Anubis. Pico ready for it. Oh, they're kind of just walked into a massive crossfire, and unKnights are so locked in. Beck just destroys them.
This is GG easy at the moment. Oh, Beck. The pre-aims are perfect as well. It's not like they were messy in any way. All clean as a whistle. And we could be getting toward this third map decider pretty sharpishly to end off the day of coverage.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not really seeing Anubis coming back from this one on this map. Could still see them winning this series, to be sure. But I think Compound has just been a pretty rough one. So it's maybe just one of those maps that Anubis doesn't really quite grasp 100%. And that's fine. You don't necessarily need. You probably shouldn't even be able to play every single map in the pool or trying to play every single map in the pool. You should just have your maps that you focus on, as long as you can close out a best of 3. It's okay to have one that, maybe just falls by the wayside most of the time.
That one mostly being Mexico, you feel like, in common vetoes at the moment.
I'm not a huge fan of Mexico, personally.
No, I mean, when I've watched it, the one time I have, when I got to cover it the other week, it was very much one choke point, which was where you get owned every round. So, and the other choke points that do exist are very also tight and weird headshot angly, So, yeah, weird map, and very, very heavily defensive sided. So.
Good start to the second half from Jin. Doesn't look like unKnights are going to be skipping a beat from GR side to BL side.
Presence shown. Every angle cleared by Pietro. Now Comics is ready. But is he ready for 4 of them? He's got some util. And manages to go 1 for 1. And Doom, that is the way to go about things. 2 quick kills on the hold. Alucard is stuck behind the window position. He's got teammate support now with Bet coming through. And actually it is still only a 2v3. 45 seconds, it is still vaguely winnable. They can clear out the site player, but they have not been able to do that. Doom's put in a brilliant work in this round. And that brilliant work is complete.
Okay, well, it's a start on what will ultimately have to be a very long road for Anubis. That's better than nothing. Doing a pretty good job there as well. Getting that first kill is always important just to stop the flood. Sad has started nicely in this round as well. So, I don't know, man. I mean, an 8-1 first half definitely is going to be hard to pull back, but Anubis are going about this in a pretty good way so far.
Oh, pacey again.
Trade's good as well.
Jinza needs his trade right now, otherwise teammate rotation will come through for Sad, and maybe he took a little bit too long because Dipsy was there in time. And that's 2 back very quickly, but it's still a very long way to go. Nice shot. Fire in the hole.
Fire in the hole. Alright, off we go again. And unKnights, they're not slowing this pace down at all, and perhaps they should think about that, although Dipsy swings back into the pre-fire of Kiko, so overall not a bad exchange as far as unKnights are concerned. This is the best start to a round that they've had thus far.
Now finally trying to make a move outside A. Anubis refusing to give them anything at the moment. They know that no mistakes can be afforded to be made anymore. We've got a gap of 1. I always say, in other games and various situations, if your opponents still need 2 points or 2 rounds or whatever, you always feel like you have a chance because you can kind of afford 1 mistake, but only 1. But this does feel pretty impossible from here with unKnights' expertise on this map. Pushing forward now with Kiko. Will this be the one mistake? Doom needs to be ready. Could get timing, but no, switches back in time and gets 2. Could even be 3. Alucard finally runs him down. And can it be Alucard again to recover this one? Oh, Jaguar nade out. That's not great. That gives Alucard a chance to go for the plant. A little bit of a fake, seeing if Sad is pushing in. He's got some utility to try and block him off as well. Does Sad disrespect that smoke? He is going to. And now 10 seconds. Alucard's refusing to go for that plant until right now. And that is when Sad pounces. He didn't know Sad was pushing down. And that is a good bit of initiative taken there by Sad.
Probably just overcooked it a little bit there. Trying to get a little bit too fancy. Alucard, if he would have popped the plant in straight away after getting that opening kill, a different story, could have played it out, but Anubis themselves another one, so not done yet. I mean, it really didn't look like a particularly good setup there for Anubis, even with Alucard, you know, being such a strong player at the moment, but they do just eke it out. They do just get it over the line, so I mean, what does it say? It's so far so good for Anubis in this second half.
Yeah, the close round has gone their way, and the 2 good starts have also gone their way too. So, let's see. Doom is having a whale of a time. Remember the quad kill, up to 7 now. Putting himself in the main mid anchor spot with Comics.
Jaguar trying to do what Pietro was doing in that first half, and he's able to at least get himself one, but Doom, the hero of this round, has dropped that C4. Round not over, but bomb needs to be retrieved, and Doom, oh dear. Needed a bit of assistance. Didn't quite get it in time for Dipsy, and now it swings back again. Potentially even into the favor of unKnights. Sad is quite low. He is locked in on that A long line. Just a slight lack in the team play there from Anubis. Maybe will cost them in this round. If Dipsy comes across a little faster, it could be a completely different story, but here we are now.
Oh my word. That was fast. That's incredible. Maybe that's the X Factor frag that they need to get one round on the board finally on this attacking half. Sad is 1 bullet in the pinky finger from going down, and there we go. I don't know if we're going to get a slow motion replay of that frag from Alucard. We've already had one this half. If the production are on point, I'd love to see it, because that was speedy. Even the full speed replay looks good.
Well, that'll be enough to convince me. At a 9-4 scoreline. I'm not really seeing Anubis coming back from this one, so might as well start thinking about map 3 at this point. I think that's where we're going to be headed. This is a strange setup, though, isn't it? Dipsy, so far progressed. Should be getting the freebie onto Pietro. He actually wants to see if he can get any more info.
Could have two
Okay, he's
inside
going to go
here.
back toward middle. This could be awkward, though, if he gets his timing wrong. Win, spots him. No, it's all falling apart. You can just get that feeling that he might have, again, overcooked it a little bit.
Yeah.
And
Not by
it's
much.
A disappointing result.
Not by much, I feel, because, you know, that is usually the play you go about, how you can go about it. You know you've got one player not looking your way. You know it might be 2 or 3 players in mid not looking your way. You try and bite off more than you can chew. I get the decision, but, yeah, in the end, that is the outcome. And Kiko will deal with Doom in mid. That makes it a 4 versus 2. They'll all be able to now charge together passes Crossfire, and Comics will go down. It's all done sad, stuck behind the site, and there it is, done and dusted. We do get the map 3, the expected map 3, and Knights take their favourite map. And once again, we have a series going the distance this evening.
Yeah. And again, not too much of a surprise, quite frankly. I think both teams have had some pretty solid levels of success throughout CFWL thus far. Maybe unKnights felt they might have underperformed a little bit on Ankara. I think that's probably the one argument I could make for this series, but it's all going to be forgiven if they end up closing out this third map. And again, the same can probably be said for Anubis here for map number 2. Are they feeling comfortable? Are they feeling happy about how they played there on Compound? Could they have maybe closed out 1 or 2 more rounds in that first half and actually given themselves a real shot? Because it did seem like that second half was kind of starting to come online. But yeah, not the case this time around. Going to have to focus in on map number 3, and luckily they'll have a little bit of time to have a chat now before map 3. So yeah, it's a conversation definitely for both teams, but still kind of hard to draw a line in the sand between the two.
No, really. Yeah, I agree with you. And honestly, right now, I have no idea where map 3 is going to go. I think this is a very interesting series. It's been different stylistically in both maps so far. So yeah, we'll see. We'll throw it to a break. When we're back, of course, we'll have a quick chat with the desk, and then we'll get the final map of the day underway.
Welcome back after an insane second game, as expected. You know, these are the top teams, and let's say they're not. I don't think unKnights is gonna give up the fight. And like just watching the previous highlights, it's all headshot. Like, wow, man! Like just look at the headshot accuracy, bro. It's crazy.
I mean, surely Alucard wouldn't just give it that easy. He was insane throughout the map. Him, Kiko, and Genzer, man. Of course, it's the pyramid of death. For me, Alucard just hunting them one after another is insanely well played from him.
Agreed.
And when you start any match for any team by winning 7 rounds in a row, and the other team have not got himself a single round, you already know that it's your map. Even if you lose a couple of rounds, even if there is a bit of a disconnection between you and the other players, it's just a barrier in your route or in your road. So thing is, it's a game of momentum at the end of the day, and yeah, unKnights did lose some rounds here and there, but overall it was a well-deserved win for unKnights side. Plus, I did not like how Anubis play its attack side. It all comes down to a 1v1 scenario at the end of the day. When it's 30 or 15 seconds, they start to push. As you can see in this specific highlight, Genzer in one spot. No one covered like that. Basics of any FPS games is to check your angles while crossing or entering A side, B side, mid corners, and so goes on. And that did not happen most of the rounds, which made Alucard and Genzer the MVPs of this specific game, because there is a lot of room, a lot of angles to check, and that raises the question, Koshari, why did Anubis even pick this map to start with?
I mean, I think they are still comfortable in this map at the end of the day. You know, they've had some good performances on it against top-tier teams, not just in this series, but in previous series as well. But I have to give it to them, man. Like, Anubis and unKnights are playing exceptionally well, and I have to bring it back to what our caster said, Trav. He said, this is definitely not one-sided.
Exactly.
You know, at the end of the day, both teams are showing an insane amount of aggression, and at the same time, there's so much composure and well thought out gameplay as well, even if it's through the communication in-game leader or possibly during the timeouts.
Exactly, even though it started somewhat as a one-sided game with a 7-0 score, with one technical timeout from SAD and a bit of communication between the team and the coach, they put an end for that one-sided game. They started getting more rounds. So for a decider map, for an upcoming map, it's so hard to predict who's going to win, because both teams did play insane, either it's the first map or even the second map.
I mean, we don't have enough time to break down game 2, but here's the decider, boys. Take it away, our fellow casters.
One more of the day, and we're getting toward the full all-nighter, of course, for Mr. Elfish Guy as well. We're near 7 AM for him at the moment, so yeah, I think it's he's put in the shift, that's for sure. Hopefully, he gets a good third map as a reward.
Yeah, I'm hoping so. I mean, look, this game, I think we've had one map that's been one-sided one way, and then one map which has been one-sided the other way. But we haven't really got the map that we wanted, where both teams feel like they're really coming out all guns blazing and on their A game. So that might actually be this final map. I think it's a pretty big one for both teams. Obviously, unKnights in particular are going to want to be picking this one up just to maintain that lead that they've got at the top end of the standings right now, sitting 7-1. Just the one loss so far in this season for them. And if they can grab this win, then they will not be able to be overtaken by anybody for this week as well. This will be the last game of the week, actually. There's some games tomorrow, of course, but not for unKnights. So they'll be keen to pick this one up and maintain number 1 heading into week number 5, and that's a great way to start. Alucard could open up, but Comics nice and quick for the trade. Alucard, though, turns back around. I think Alucard's been phenomenal this series, hasn't he?
Always been the guy that I shout out when I ever do. I think once I learned of him when I first got into doing some Crossfire, it's pretty much like him, Spoxy are the two players that I like always remember when it comes to the Orm players, right? And they're always just seem to be that guy. There's a couple of others now that I've learned are pretty talented as well, but I'm a big enjoyer of Mr. Alucard. Early 4v3. Dipsy and Comics out at the hands of the aforementioned. And Jinzo will get all the way around behind Doom, using utility to try and keep him away, and the nade does come flying through in the end to remove Jaguar, leaves Sad in a tough position. Sure, does well to find one. He's going to get pelted by every single grenade they've got left. There's probably going to be no way in.
Alucard has definitely spotted him out now. Pietro quite low. Using the util really, really nicely. Good flash coming through there. And a great start to the map for unKnights. A pretty decisive first round here. Blacklist side as well. We know the port is quite a GR-sided map, so this is a cause for concern for Anubis if rounds like that are going to be so easily given up in this first half. Time, though, it doesn't quite go the way of Alucard. Is Sad. We'll finish him off. One thing I was going to say is Alucard, if he can get on a bit of a roll in this first half, you know, you put him on the GR side of this map, he's going to have an absolute ball. So, yeah, he's definitely going to be a big key factor. This is a map that can really be dictated by the Orm presence on that A site. Nice to see Sad. He can one up for himself as well. Could have some fun in this map.
Yeah, maybe they're starting to put their foot down a little bit, Anubis. They're a little bit AWOL on map 2. I think maybe expectedly so, to be fair to them, but an opening here. I do wonder when the opposite side switch comes through, how aggressive they are going to be, because they are is a map that in general I think for me can lend itself to a couple of those faster play, especially for the B warehouse position. But firstly this round, and C4 picked up by Kiko. Got two players pressuring mid. And it looks like with 40 seconds, they will look for a bit of a split here.
That's nice. Well done from Comics. And Sad also starting to get rolling with this Orm in hand. So just as soon as it starts nicely for unKnights, it can go back in the other direction. This will be a really decisive round from Anubis. 27 seconds for Jinza as he exits long there. I don't imagine he's going to get too much done here at all. Be an easy cleanup. So Anubis equalised the scoreline at 1-1, which is not going to be enough as far as they're concerned. They don't want this to be tit for tat kind of a half. They don't want to sort of end up finishing this one 5-4, let's say, even if they were the 5. That's just not really enough. They need something like 6-3 on this GR side or better. You're probably looking at 6-3, 7-2 as being somewhere around the par score for a map like this one.
Yeah. Oh. See ya. Next round. Kiko's actually going to make the jump up to the ladder. Doing it as silently as he possibly can. Now, Comics has to deliver alongside his teammate Sad here. You're in a good position for this, and really should be able to get a couple apiece, you would think. But there will be flashes coming through, and Alucard's on the other side. It's always hard to deal with. Comics is now stuck in the corner. Pietro knows he's in there and tries to face him, but does go down, and Comics has found a second from somewhere. He's dug deep into the reserves and kept them in this round 2v2.
Kiko able to get the plant pretty comfortably. Zipsy and Jaguar happy to take their time about this one. Going to be a smoke forward onto Alucard's position, but Kiko is the one they need to be concerned about. Jaguar's head getting taken off, and Alucard, no problems at all. unKnights get a second on the BL side. Once again, starting to build that confidence back. Another fair amount of presence on long here for unKnights. Seems to be the game plan. Pressure the A site.
Yeah, maybe identified a little bit of a weakness there. Just prefer personal preference in general, maybe as well. Looking to push forward over the bridge. Back into that similar setup again. Crouch their way up the ladder. The more common way to enter that position. Get further up without being seen, of course, in that long area. Plenty of good nades coming in toward Sad's position. Again, we saw multiple players getting pelted there earlier, and Sad again eats another one. Didn't take too much damage, though, thankfully for him. He's in a decent position still, the known and common position. Jinza will deal with comics, though. And the play is now, well, I was going to say Sad is screwed. I was going to say that before he got taken down, because they were literally all around him. It could not be worse.
Yeah, it's definitely a set strat for unKnights. You can see the flashes that got tossed over mid. Really giving Anubis much of a chance in this round at all. 3v1 now for Dipsy. Start waiting close. Get a bit of help here, actually. Get out of his depth with the Orm in a position like that one. This is tough, of course, for Dipsy, but not unwinnable if he moves quickly. Really quite a difficult crossfire to break, though. It's onto Pietro to try and get it locked in, and he will be able to. Had he gone down there, that would have been then a bit scary. Jin was low, but unKnights, they are motoring along on the blacklist side of port right now.
Yeah, they're finding some answers. And that was, as you say, that almost felt like one of those pocket strats where they had it ready to go, and we're like, yeah, let's put it out now. We feel like it's a guaranteed round. Just keep the lead. Keep us in a good position for the moment. And it's forced the timeout off Anubis, so fair enough.
Yeah, pretty dire straits for Anubis if they're not getting anything done on the GR side of port. Not a whole lot of conversation happening. Maybe some coach in their ear, but also potentially just a reset pause. I mean, to be fair, again, it's another one of those, do you need a minute and a half? You know, we talk about the round timer being a little long, at least in our perspective. I think a minute and a half for a timeout definitely feels quite long as well. You know, you often see these guys sort of talking for 45 seconds to a minute, and then the last 30 seconds, it's just a lot of sort of sitting around waiting kind of thing. So I think that timeout could be shortened as well, or even just, you know, make it be 2 45-second timeouts for the map instead of 1 minute and a half timeout, for example.
Yeah.
You get a lot more value out of that, I think.
Sounds about right to me. I also think, like, I mean, I'm pretty sure, right, the players can choose to cancel it early, right? Am I not lying about that? They can just say unpause. I'm not sure, but
I don't know about that.
I was in a couple of teams in the game from last week, I think, where they called a timeout and then they just started playing again before it was over. So I may be wrong on that one. I may be wrong. Maybe I misremember it. Maybe it was a tech instead. Who knows? But yeah, it's a good point you make. Doom will get an opening. Beck will run him down, but Sad is caught looking the wrong way. And you can understand why he was caught looking the wrong way. But right now, unKnights are abusing this A-bomb side.
They really are. They really are just bullying the A side. Alucard, another one for him onto Dipsy. And Anubis might as well pack it up for this round as well. It's 4v2. Bomb plant went down at 1:56 remaining on the clock. So just over 30 seconds into the round. unKnights been playing with a lot of confidence and pace. Move on port. Still in here, some good shots work to be connected by Anubis, but with that 1-for-1 exchange, you'd imagine this is too much to do for Jaguar, and it is. So 4-1 will be the scoreline. unKnights continuing to push their way forward.
They look pretty calm and collected, don't they? I mean, like, other than maybe one little bit of a celebration from Pietro, and if you remember, Alucard winning that clutch on the previous map and giving it the good old come on. They do seem like they've just, after map 1, not retreated into their shell as such, but found some zen in this game, and it's worked out for them in terms of their mental standpoint. And Anubis, maybe their early pace, haven't seen as much of that as the game has gone on. We'll see if that changes when we go to the opposite side. And Dipsy, we need more of that from him to get Anubis back into the game. That's a glorious little lineup there. The Colt, of course, getting a 2k spray down.
Yeah, we need a bit more like that, that's for sure. But this round's not over. Alucard's still alive, and he feels like a real danger man in this series. Position of Jaguar as well is going to be dug out by Jin. I mean, that was a super isolated position, you know. And if Jin just checks the corner, now the advantage isn't looking quite so strong anymore. So this is another one of those where Anubis might be better off just sort of slowing things down and playing a little bit more together in the 4v2 instead of giving these isolated duels over to unKnights. There's another one. Jin obviously not able to land the shots this time around, but why is he being given so many 1v1s? This is very scary. They need to be peeking him together, and ultimately they do find that trade, but in the meanwhile, Alucard has been able to creep out onto B, and Alucard in a 2v1 post plan, I'm almost backing him. Was he spotted out there by Doom? Seems like he was.
I think so.
Oh, but this certainly has not been. This is a galaxy brain move from Alucard.
Oh, that's so fast!
No way.
That's so fast as well, and he could be doing it again. Oh, we've seen him. We've seen him through the gap in the wall, the jiggle up and down. Look at the reaction. He's just too damn good.
Yeah, well, what can you say? Like, the writing was on the wall, though, wasn't it? It's exactly what I was talking about. It's like you're giving these 1v1s, and these guys are pretty good, you know? So they're going to be able to convert them. So it's got to be a nail in the coffin, that one, for Anubis, surely.
That's one that really hurts the mental, that's for sure. Again, it's our main man. Good catch from Beck once again as well. Dipsy's on the angle, but just gets immediately domed on the drop down. And honestly, I feel like right now, especially considering they found not just one, I mean, I was going to say the same even if they only found the one kill, but they found two, even with Comics trying to respond. If you just do your classic A push again, with the split coming through mid, I can't see a way it loses unless you whiff. So I'm going to go back to B though. To be fair to them, they are going to change it up, and that could still be a great call because it's only Jaguar here. He needs maybe 2.5, if not 3.
Yep. Well, he does get the chance, and he does pretty well. Probably didn't quite get 2.5, but he did get 2, and that keeps it in the realms of possibility for Anubis. unKnights going to dump their util before trying to get this plant down. Oh, Anubis? Maybe want to go out in front of this play. Comics was... Yeah, he was fully white there. He couldn't see anything. So the 1-for-1 does end up coming through, but Jin here pushing for the fight. Not prepared for Sad quite so close. So Anubis will at least peg something back, but still a pretty sad scoreline at 5-2.
Yeah. It's something. Thankfully, they had a hero to depend on there in Mr. Jaguar. Oh, it's just around turning up the pace a little bit. Dipsy was ready for it though. He heard it coming, and Jinza will drop immediately, but he needs more. How is my guy still alive? Eventually he'll get taken down by Kiko. Even 3v3, bomb can be planted immediately, but they're on a big flank on the retake, and pretty much all three of them will be coming in from a similar position.
Very nice pace change from unKnights. Catches Anubis off guard. That plant went down super quick as well, so Anubis needs to be pretty quick here. Nice flash over the top. It's caught Kiko completely and Alucard by the looks of it. Pietro now has to get the 1v3 done on his own. He can't see much. Brilliant util usage from Anubis is what has got that round done. They're clawing their way back in.
Actually, it doesn't look too bad at this point, right? I feel like they were getting really outplayed and exposed on A for the majority of the half thus far, but if they get out of this with 5-4, they'll actually be delighted, I think.
Yeah, well, given the circumstances, certainly, but it's still not anything to get too pumped up about when you're on the GR side. You only get 4.
Yeah.
And contextually, it's definitely better than where they were at, but it's leaving a lot to be desired regardless. Especially with Alucard kind of popping off, you know, he's the kind of guy that you don't want to go up against on the GR side of this map. One more here for Anubis would really be of benefit. Guarding it nicely alongside Comics. So, maybe there's still some kind of a chapter to be written here for Anubis. unKnights not slowing down. They don't really have many options now. They've kind of given away where all of their forces are. Kiko and Alucard trying to escape. Comics will drop. Bit of a whiff from him, but low HP for Alucard and Kiko surely should not be winnable. Oh, in saying that though, maybe they could pull off the unthinkable and put Anubis in the bin. Alucard is at a sliver. Kiko barely more than that. They've both been spotted out, but Alucard has escaped and he's on his way to B. If Anubis lose this round, I don't know what to say.
I mean, Comics had the perfect play. The movement to get the big flank as quickly as possible. He was there. He was ready. And the fact he didn't get anything is a travesty. And now Alucard... Oh my goodness, he actually spun around at the right time for a second. I thought he was going to hit it. But Anubis, their blushes are spared. But as you say, even though it's a really good recovery, the question remains, how long will it last?
Yeah, obviously second half, anything can really happen here. Scoreline pretty close, so not impossible to imagine a world where Anubis have a really good blacklist side here and still go on to win this series. But it has to be said, this is quite advantageous for the side of unKnights. I have to say, though, credit where it's due for Anubis. I think last season, for me personally, I wouldn't have really considered them a massive factor. But what I've seen from them so far this season is starting to shift that narrative a little bit.
I think so too. I mean, I think what I've seen from them makes me think that they can just be a spoiler, right? I mean, they've grown in the league for sure. They were, I think, languishing quite near the bottom in one of the previous seasons in the old BO2 format for a little bit. I think they're in a position right now, for me, where, as I said, they can actually upset some of these more favourite top 3, the expected top 3 of, you know, ROC, Gaimin Gladiators and the like. Jinzu, though, is trying to assert some dominance here. That's a great 2k hold from behind the site. He needed it too, because it's only a 3v2. The nade actually does remove him, so we're back even again.
So Anubis going to commit to be here? Definitely hanging around. Maybe not. Beck is going to go looking. And he has been sad. So aware that Anubis are still hanging around here. He's going to keep Alucard toward this site at the moment as well. Smoke to delay, and Anubis are going to decide to go elsewhere.
They'd be right too. Taking their time, checking everything. Any opportunity in a 2v2 can't be given up. Has to be taken advantage of. I appreciate Alucard and Beck here staying together, sticking together, not moving. If they want to retake, they'll do it as a duo. That's usually the right way to go about it in my view. Doom will completely check the site, see it's clear. Now Alucard and Beck can go together. Like I said, of course, clock above their head, but trade potential.
Beck's position is an interesting one. Oh, wholly unexpected, I'd imagine, there from Sad, but just couldn't land his shots. So Doom and Sad both tagged up a little bit, but Alucard, with I think too much to do with only 10 seconds left here, hoped for the spray transfer on the Sad, but eventually the swing comes. It's a little bit too late, actually, for that spray transfer. It looked like a good one from Alucard. Won't matter in the end, though, as Anubis start well in the second half. Game on our hands for sure.
Still does feel like it's game on, doesn't it? I'm just expecting at some point for unKnights to streak 2 or 3 together at some point, but I haven't seen it yet. Anubis is staying in contention, not wanting to say die. It's a good trade from Doom. And one could have run untraded, but it doesn't.
Great nade. Oh, Doom's so lucky to be alive. Smoke down to the bottom along. This is where you'd expect Alucard should be doing his best work. He's waiting for Anubis to push their way forward. Does have a little bit of backup in the form of Jin, but has to be the one to do the lion's share of the duty, particularly now that Jin has been taken down. Pistols out, the Colt. And for Alucard as he backs off down the stairs and catches Dipsy as well. Perfection from Alucard. It's not enough to win the round just yet. Pietro gets a big goal here. And Kiko alive, but barely. In the 1v1 here against Jaguar, how important this round could be for the health of this half.
Yeah, this is so critical. C4, of course, has only just been picked up. Can now transport it to the site. Had time to do so. That was not a big factor. We now will get it down. Smoke will help cover that position for a little bit, but now Kiko knows what's up. 36 health for Jaguar. Just below half for Kiko. Jaguar's playing this right. I like this. Checking every angle, taking initiative on both pigs, but the nade! How was that spot on? And so spot on. That's ridiculous from Kiko.
No stroke of luck or skill, you call it whatever you want for unKnights. It's enough to get them the round. And I'm honestly a little bit surprised that this map is as close as it is given the start, but here we are. unKnights may be breathing a sigh of relief that they've gotten that one done, because they would not have wanted to fall behind, even being on that GR side. Looking a little bit unsettled against Anubis at the moment. But Anubis back in to yet another round, this one, round number 12. More passive approach with the double AWP from Dipsy and Stad. They'll probably just try and play a slow round out here and see if unKnights is going to over-peak any angles that the AWPs are watching, and should that be the case, maybe they get to play out a 4-on-5, something like that. Nothing coming just yet from unKnights, though. I guess it doesn't matter necessarily whether it's the Orms or the pistols or the nades that are doing the job. The job is being done. 3v5 for unKnights to negotiate.
Yeah, listen, Anubis not saying die, man. These rounds have been won by unKnights. It's not done by any stretch, but yeah, this is again an opportunity. Could be a fight on the ladder. Doom just peeking it, going up and down. Jinza waiting below. Wanting to stay in an aggressive position because you can't just stay in default spots here in a 3v5 and hope to get away with it. Not usually the way things work out. And right now Anubis are making the right decision. They're looking like they're headed toward B. Pietro is not there. And now he'll be found out.
Chased down by Pietro, but that's not going to work out at all. Playing on the floor on the B-bomb site, unKnights coming across, but for all the good it's going to do, two isolated players trying to make a retake doesn't really seem like a very good time to me. Alucard's going to have to do some magic through this smoke. Jin will also have to find his timing. Okay, one upholding their end of the bargain. Does start to draw a bit of attention away from Alucard's angle, and Jin is getting some real work done. How is this happening? Doesn't matter. Doesn't blow out too far.
Oh, closer push, and Pietro goes for a little bit of a swing. Sad was ready. And they still had 3 players here very quickly, so it's like they had... they very easily had trade potential as well. They get an unanswered opener. This is quite a respectable offense so far from Anubis. Even if they are just to lose the last 4 rounds, I feel like they're putting a lot of thought into this one. unKnights maybe surprised how much resistance they're putting up here.
Well, speaking of resistance, unKnights are going to need to do some resisting of their own. It's 4v5. So a little bit harder in that discussion. Smoke middle. Anubis not going to be too concerned about that by the looks of it. They're just going to flash their way in anyway. Clear out the beacon. Jin on the push. Kind of found the timing actually, but Doom with the raw adjustment still going to get the job done. And Alucard not spotting too much over the top of that smoke. 1 minute now ticks over. And Anubis have to go in on to B. They've left Dipsy in mid, up to his own devices to see if he can find a timing, but it feels as though it will largely be unrequired as you know, going to get the bomb plant down.
There we go. And they're still motoring. I feel like they have a lot of belief at the moment. It would be an amazing win, and as you rightly mentioned earlier, right, as the timeout begins, unKnights are in a position where yeah, they want to retain their spot at the top of the league, and they're in a position where they're playing a team that is well, they should beat on paper. And yeah, you want to take the opportunity to streak clear while you still can. And if they get caught in this game, that'll be Anubis winning against ROC and top of the league unKnights back to back. That would be something.
There'll definitely be a conversation starter. There's no doubt about that one. And another conversation we can have is, well, this is attack timeout for unKnights. I'm not sure that that's what it's being used for. Maybe a little bit of it is.
Yeah, use one for a quick bathroom break, perhaps. You may as well.
Yep, ulterior motive going on. Hopefully he's back.
If he's not, that's his own fault.
Yep.
Dipsy calling some shots. I think they're very aware right now. They're in a pretty good position. They're nowhere near the finish line, but I think they'll realise that this is a precious situation and a great opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels like a winnable map. There's no doubt about that.
when we do eventually get back into it. Doom's my spirit animal right now.
Yeah, he looks the most tired of the lot, I think, for sure.
He's just not enthused. You know, I don't blame him. Like, what's going on here? We're walking away in the middle of a game.
Yeah, that is frustrating.
I mean, granted, who knows? There may be an emergency. Fair enough. In that case, don't want to go too far down the rabbit hole, but
don't want to assume. Indeed, if we are to assume, the assumption is this is tactical, but it could be legit. Who knows?
A bit of a scream there from Jaguar, so I'm assuming that means we're going back into game here. Here we are. 7-6. And Anubis not too far away from closing this map and series out, actually. unKnights not trailing too far behind them either. It's interesting that Anubis are going to be the ones to smoke off middle there. Typically that would be a GR smoke that will go into that position, so it would indicate that Anubis want to make some kind of play of it, and that play is to go straight through the smoke. They end up getting the 1-for-1. Bet still alive though, and they need to try to dig him out. C4 at this point quite retrievable until they get him. Pietro drops. Big. They have the B site, they have the C4, and they've also got Jaguar on a crazy lurk timing. So you freeze frame this round right now, and it should be Anubis every day of the week. Yeah, he actually got that kill on the big flank, but he's 1 HP after it, so health is still not perfect, and they've got a very aggressive fighting going toward Alucard. He's been dinked down very low, though, and then honestly, they just won't let it lie. I respect that highly. One of the biggest threats, put him down as quickly as possible, but now the round is still on. Dipsy versus Kiko. Great flash. Oh, he's so caught, but he still hits the kill. Oh my goodness. Could the upset be on? They turned up the pace. It worked. Alright, well. 8-6 now. Pressure is really on the shoulders of unKnights. This is your GR side. You should be able to make it work right here. And yet it's not coming together. Anubis will be playing with the momentum. But they're not carrying that into the round itself necessarily. They're still taking things pretty slow here.
Yeah, that previous round was a nice little change up and actually very well thought out at the end. They tried to run down Beck, didn't work, right? And then they went for the trade on B. They got it. It actually wasn't an easy trade to find because they kind of weren't expecting the swing when it came through. But, yeah, it did work in the end. And then the 1v1 win wasn't easy either. They're really having to grind them out, that's for sure. Looks like they're setting up for a pretty proper execute as well toward A. A bit of a fake maybe. We are going straight through mid. I actually quite like this. This is a change up as well. I haven't seen this call yet. Utility, prime toward A and then go all the way through. But are we going back again? Ooh. Decisions. They have forced another rotation over to B.
Good kill from Jin. You know, into the trade, but there needs to be more from Anubis, and Doom will provide it. Time of the essence now, though, for Anubis. They've only got a couple of players to work with. They don't have any control on either of the sites. 30 seconds left. C4, the call is to be over toward A, which is where Alucard is waiting. Timing not looking too bad here for Doom. Oh, didn't in the end just commit to the cross, which has ultimately been his undoing, and I don't see how Sad's going to get across here with multiple players watching. So unKnights do get themselves one back.
Finally. It's been a while. I've been really grinding out these close ones. Have Anubis, and now unKnights finally get one a little bit more comfortably on their side. The gap is 1 again. Sad wants a line from bridge to bridge, but won't be allowed it.
Different approach from Anubis. These last couple of rounds, they've been putting a lot of priority on middle, but leaving it almost completely untouched in this round. Just going to work their way as a 5-stack onto B. Something that I kind of highlighted on Compound was I thought that Anubis's best rounds were the rounds where they were just grouped together Wolfpack style, and see if that's going to prove to be true in this instance. It's essentially a 5-on-2. It needs to be a clean hold. There's a nice flash out there for unKnights. The kill first comes from Pietro. Where are the rest? The trades are coming through. Anubis getting it done. Comics for a double. Beck already passed that smoke though. Unexpected, but still taken down. Numbers again. The advantage for Anubis. And this, again, is where I say I think they are quite strong in these types of chaotic situations. They just have man after man after man when it's required, and they get another one, another 1 round away from taking this win against unKnights.
That is crazy. Again, a really well... I feel like their comms there were actually pretty on point, you know? Like, it looked crazy, but I felt like they understood exactly what was going on at every given moment and knew where unKnights were coming from. It just felt comfortable, even though it was a bit manic. Really well sorted out. They hit their shots as well, which is all the main thing that matters. They have a chance here. Jins is going to try and take matters into his own hands and go aggressive on toward Jaguar's position. Good find. Early pick. Can't really legislate for that if you're Jaguar, to be fair.
What's unKnights going to get up to here? They're having a little bit of a look in the middle, which is a bit of a risk. Luckily for them, Sad was not watching. He's actually over towards B. Maybe another default into B from Anubis. Smoke to go into mid from them. C4 coming across. It's another attempt at a B take. The setup is different from unKnights this time though. Pietro still in a fairly similar spot, but Kiko holding a different kind of a pot flash. Is it going to work out any better for unKnights? Yes, is the answer, as Pietro will lock it in. And unKnights are going to force us 1 round away from an overtime. Whether or not they get there into the OT is the next question. But no doubt in my mind that this one is going to go to 8 at least.
Yeah, that was a lot better, right? They had a double setup and utility setup, and look at Beck's reaction there. A little look to the sky and the come on. He wants the overtime. 1 more round to stay in touch. Pietro might get run down, and maybe this is around where Anubis turn up the pace, and it's working. Comics has found the double. And they can just traipse their way in toward B now. It's the same strat we saw before. And again, they've got rotations figured out, and it's a little bit faster, like you said. And they're both caught in that middle area. They're both solo. They're getting traded. Alucard's 1v3. Can't get it happening. And Anubis, look at the reaction. They've beaten ROC and top of the league unKnights back-to-back days. Now that might be another statement win.
Yeah, Jaguar very happy about it. As you can see, Comics giving us a bit of a wave there as well. And you can see it is an important result for them. Obviously, like you mentioned, those 2 wins. I mean, this is a huge, huge week for Anubis to get them
kind of rolling again in the season. Not that they weren't doing okay so far, but I think that was the way that you could have described it. It's been okay. It's been decent from Anubis up to this point, but now it's starting to look like a very real serious threat, and I do wonder what kind of pressure that's going to start to put on a team like Gaimin Gladiators, who are playing tomorrow, of course, and the teams above them, ROC and unKnights, who, yeah, I guess you have to say, ROC certainly are looking a bit shaky, but then you're questioning unKnights now as well. How about that one? So lots to think about going into tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm very, very impressed, and I'm quite excited for their future as well, because they're in a really good position now. I mean, sure, we thought unKnights maybe on that, especially on that second half, they should have really been the team to win, but the pace changes from Anubis were really solid, and yeah, exciting to see another team really put their foot down in the league and be a challenger to those sort of two established names. But for now, that's our job done for the day. We're going to hand it off to the desk to finish the day's broadcast. Appreciate the support, guys, and see you soon.
Thank you, Trav. Thank you, Elfish guy. Some well-deserved sleep, my guy. It's probably like 8 a.m. there almost. I wish you a good night. I'm getting nostalgia of prime Anubis. You know what I mean? Like prime Anubis.
You, man. I feel you. Honestly, hands down, man, I can proudly say that Anubis might be the best team out there in the league.
Performance-wise, at this point, I have to agree.
Winning against ROC Esports, winning against GG, then winning against the #1 unKnights. No one can doubt their performance. The game started like match 2 for unKnights. 6 rounds in a row, man. 6 rounds. So when you see 6 rounds, again, you would say it's a game of momentum at the end of the day. So unKnights would take it. Maybe we see some rounds from Anubis here and there, but unKnights would take it eventually. They would close up the map. But no, that did not happen. Not even going to overtime. Anubis did show us their prime Anubis, as you said.
It is prime Anubis nonetheless, and best of luck to unKnights. It's not over yet. Obviously, this is a professional team, and they have it's still mid league basically, to say the least. So I'm pretty sure they can try to maintain their status as #1 for the time being. But let's bring it back. I want to talk a little bit about Anubis and their performance in this best of 3 series.
2 scenarios happen alongside the whole game. The whole game just based on 2 scenarios. Either it's a 5v5 clash on one side, it's a full push on one side and gambling on the other side, or it ends up for a 2v1 and at best a 1v1 scenario. So it's just a display of individual skills, let's say this, because not a lot of strats were shown at the end of the game. You can use your strats, you team play, okay, I have the strategy, let's split push, but when you reach the final rounds, all the cards are burned, no? So it all comes down to the individual skills, and Alucard, Dipsy, Doom, Comics, these names did show us some insane, mesmerizing individual skills, man. The amount of skill that were shown and utilizing their utility and skills to reach this point, this is peak CrossFire within the West League, man.
Yeah, and they did give us like a prideful wave in the end once they got victorious
yes,
Jaguar and Comics as well. And I'm proud of Anubis. I really am, and I'm really optimistic about this, because at this rate, I do hope they can maintain this momentum and possibly snowball it. Because what I'm more excited of seeing, obviously Dipsy the MVP, and seeing more of Anubis and the top teams, whether it's GG, ROC, or any of them, because there's gonna be best of 5s real soon, you know.
Yeah, 100%. It was all about ROC and unKnights, and maybe some of GG games. But now we have a new competitor, a new contender to be the first place in the West League, which is called Anubis. What started as 6-0 came back as a comeback from a team Anubis, reaching a tie with 7-7. Just 4 or 5 rounds in a row from Team Anubis. Man, it's the best story is a comeback story.
Yeah.
And Anubis did deliver one tonight.
I believe they did deliver, and they will continue to deliver. I really hope so, by the way, because I'm excited. Like, I want this interview. It's supposed to be with Dipsy, but it's fine. Like, we're gonna talk to Doom, and they're all in the gaming house, and I'm pretty sure what they have to say is united as one, you know, and I respect that a lot. So after these highlights, I would really love to go talk to Doom and ask him some questions, you know, how they're feeling, because I'm pretty sure the energy in that room is beautiful.
Exactly, round 13, man. It was the first round for Anubis to be ahead the other team, unKnights, and they did perform. I mean, it takes a lot of mental strength to reach this position, man, and you have to give credit to them.
I totally agree, man. And without further ado, I would like to interview Mr. Doom, the winners of this, the boss himself. How are you, Doom? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great.
Really?
For the win. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad we're feeling great too, because that was a very good series as well, beating unKnights, the #1 in the standing at the moment. And you guys, I've always had faith in you that you're not just here to play, you're here to compete and to be in the top 3, top 2, possibly top 1. What do you think about that?
Of course, we had a very tough first week. We fixed our mistakes, so we said that's just the beginning. Let's try harder, and yeah, that's it.
Wow, Doom. Honestly, it's a motivational story from your side. Breaking down the games, you guys always start late, like you lose 4 or 5 rounds, then it's a huge comeback for Anubis. What do you think is the key or is the major point for this comeback?
I guess it's when we are taking a buzz, when we are losing like rounds streaks, you know, like 3 rounds in a row or something, we're taking a buzz and we're refreshing our mentality. Let's go like a fresh game, and our coach helps a lot as well.
Yeah, I was just going to highlight as well, some of these timeouts have come in crucial, and I can tell with your in-game leader and all of you guys are communicating exceptionally well. So I'm really proud of you guys. I wish you the best of luck in the future. This is the prime Anubis that we'd love to see, you know what I mean? Say hi to the boys for me, and thank you so much for this interview, and have a good night, my friend. Best of luck, my guy.
Thank you, thank you.
You're welcome.
Wow, a story to be told, man. This guy is on another level. The whole team is just shining day by day, game by game. They are proving that they are the best, and they do deserve the first place.
I agree. And it's like we're just getting started, even though we're in midpoint, right? Like mid series or season, let's say. I really feel that we've seen some of the best moments, whether it's unKnights, ROC, Anubis, or GG, or anyone for that matter. At least the top, I wouldn't even say top 4, like probably top 5, because I don't want to leave out GV, you know. They've had some crazy performances with their roster. And let's just say, now, hopefully, all the subs are it's just going to be main roster, you know, basically. And the standings are going to start to really differentiate who's going to persevere, who has the stamina, who has the conditions with their coaches, with their scrims, with their practices, you know. And I'm excited because at the end of the day, we're here to watch some CrossFire. And today I saw some of the peak CrossFire gameplay, to be honest, for the West region.
Same, man, same. It's day by day. They are getting better. Not only Team Anubis, who's climbing slowly but surely, and highlight surely, because winning against ROC, winning against unKnights, then GG, it's not easy, man. It's not easy, especially after tough weeks to start with. We've seen the updated standings, and man, playoffs is getting close. Playoffs getting close day by day, and Anubis are ready to show some more of their skills and more of their wild cards that were hidden alongside the first weeks.
For sure. And I'd just like to take a moment to tell the audience that if you guys were here in the past few weeks, man, it's only getting hotter and more excited every single day, or let's say 3 days a week, perfectly to announce this, that it's only getting started, man. You can feel it. You can feel the energy across these teams that no one's planning on giving up, and no one, even if it's 999, whoever, no one excluded. This is the top 8 teams in the West region, and they're competing neck to neck to prove to themselves, their organizations, and their fans that they're here to stay.
Yeah, man. Every week just changes. Every week a team just show up, a team progress to a better place. And a prime example for it is Anubis, it's GG, and we're still waiting for ROC Esports to put a statement for the other teams.
And I think they will, man. I really think they will. Let's leave it at that. I just wanted to thank Elfish Guy and Trav as well for the amazing casting and insights, and wish you all a good night, and we'll see you here tomorrow around the same time. Good night.